Welcome, Poggers, to another episode of the Pog State, a third one. We're already up to a third one for 2026. Isn't it absolutely insane? This time around, I'm Atlas. I'm still, actually, I would have been Atlas anyway, even if it wasn't the next time round. However, this time I am joined by Dagon Wolf and Ox, and we're ready to break down the group battle and how it all unfolded. Gentlemen, it was a little bit weird, wacky, and crazy up until the very, very end. I'm still kind of reeling. This is just after the Gen G 3-0 clobbering over HLE to send them to the Nether Realm, and they are just no longer participating in Korean League of Legends for the next, 2 months or something?
Until April 1st, 2nd, 3rd, whenever LCK starts. But also, it's after another 3-0 that happened, the T1 3-0, right?
Yeah, that was a big one too.
Which is
a lot more
one
expected.
But one of the rarest moments that you're going to get in Pog State history, because we're very awake. Because we did not have a crazy last couple of days, and you come off of a crazy series. I mean, it was crazy, but long. So
it's also a best of 5 3-0. So it's like the shortest possible day.
I'm just feeling everyone's energy, and this feels very different. It feels very different.
I think I'm going to be boring today. Generally, a little bit less fun after the easy days.
Yeah, basically, Wolf has this is the way that it works. It's like he ramps up in energy, and then he goes down. And then up again at the very end. And so, we get the spike normally for the Pog State. Not this time around, though, because we are right in the middle of the workday.
Yeah.
Right where you kind of want it. Okay. I don't know where to start, gentlemen. Sort of breaking down how this group stage went. Maybe we should adjudicate our teams and sort of how they've done in our new 2026 meta, the new ecosystem. Orcs' eyes are wide.
Well, elephant in the room. I don't think HLE's done very well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You are addressing it immediately.
Yeah.
The elephant was really well hidden, I thought.
They seem to have done significantly better than the Bros.
That's what I was going to say. I thought it was the Bros. The Bros are 0-5.
Do you
But
see...
they're in play-ins.
Yeah,
so
they're in play-ins.
Explain this.
I see them there.
Mr. Degon.
What am I explaining? Which part?
Defend the Bros.
Oh, defend the Bros. Defend the Bros. I thought we were talking about Hanwha here, who are eliminated, and the Bros are still alive.
The Bros...
That was my defense. That was my defense. There really isn't much defense.
Wolf illustrated it already. The Bros eliminated HLE.
Yeah, they won the one game against HLE, and that was
enough.
That was enough, yeah, to say the least.
I think what we're seeing here is the power of teamwork. Because, yes, Gen G may have been the ones to 3-0 HLE, but just like on the Rift, it's a team. It's Group Baron are a team. So even though Bro didn't win any series, they're just they're part of the team that also...
Yeah, even though they only brought a crappy slingshot and, Gen G have, automatic weapons. That slingshot still, made HLE trip that
They
one time.
were that Alistair that kept getting caught by thresh hooks.
I know you've been playing a lot of TFT, Max. So they're just that one-star unit. He's just giving you the trait, right? But they're part of the team, right?
Absolutely.
No items on them, right?
It's the Vi that's there, so you can play Seraphine later. That's what it is.
There you go.
It's the Briar giving you that Noxus, It's just hanging out, doing absolutely nothing.
The Bros are... It's like what we said at the beginning of the season. There are 5 players that haven't played together, and a new-ish coach that are all still trying to gel. And Hanwha Life Esports were world championship winning, international championship winning, Asian game championship winning caliber players that are better than them, but just got unlucky based off of this.
They're the first stand defending champs. What was it? You actually had an interaction on Twitter recently. By recently, I mean 25 minutes ago, where you were saying that HLE were the first team globally to be eliminated. That wasn't exactly true because the LPL has 1 billion teams. So obviously someone's going to get eliminated earlier. But that doesn't sound relevant in my brain. But the fact that one of the very first teams eliminated is the first stand champion is just so funny.
I had an interesting
it's so
stat.
Weird.
100% of first stand winners actually come 10th in the next LCK Cup. Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's my kind of sample size, baby. I'm into that.
I was pretty I thought that Bro.
Wolf's like, get out of here. Let's get out. Let's get out.
I mean, like Bro.
I could stay a little longer.
They were a team that I think most expected to be bottom 2 or worst. But I actually thought their players were pretty, like the players they have are pretty strong, despite the fact that there is no synergy there. And especially because, there was DRX, KT, also big question marks on the other group. I thought Bro might be able to take a single win. But only taking 2 games was, for me, like, I was actually kind of disappointed. I thought Bro could have done more. They took a game off of Hanwha, but we now know that that's really not that impressive.
Wow, I thought you were getting out.
I mean, frankly, it's this isn't like we gave. I did. I gave Hanwha so many excuses in their losses. I was like, I mean, Kanavi is like, they need to put him on a leash. Like, they're still working on their synergy. Yep. They're still trying to figure it out. Yep. But they looked lost, and we're seeing players like Zeus and Delight just not perform as well as we set for them. Because
I would say just Delight.
Delight,
Zeus is performing.
Delight in the last
well.
series was just him pretty much. But
yeah.
I mean, everyone else is kind of playing their level. But I think, like, what I'm really getting at here is that I think when the players that who are pretty like, they perform on their own without the help of others like Zeus, who's pretty much always been, like, able to have a consistent performance, in my mind, except some certain matchups, like against Doran. He generally, like, is Zeus. Like, he's Zeus level most of the time. Same with Delight, in my mind. Usually it doesn't underperform individually. Are starting to fall apart. When you see Zeka on Azir, you're like, is it good to Zeka Azir? Is it bad Zeka Azir? We don't know. You're not really sure what you're gonna get, but you don't feel like, well, he'll get it done for sure. You're like, well, hopefully he won't ruin the game. And, like, sometimes he doesn't. But when it's the other parts that aren't working, you're like, is this team ever gonna figure it out? Like, I'm starting to worry now. I told everyone, don't worry until the end of the season. Now is the time, if you're a Hanwha fan, to worry. Like, this might be a Rise Group team.
I mean,
they have a lot of time to get ready.
Yep.
I think that the thing I think about is firstly, obviously, Delight really underperforming, and you think about Peanut now not being there and how long Delight and Peanut were together, like even before HLE on Gen.G as well. And also, I think a thing to kind of reference is when Faker stepped out from T1 and how bad everyone looked without Faker there. And I feel like we're kind of seeing how much of a role...
HLE is way worse without Faker.
Well, yeah, but I think we're kind
I
of
haven't seen them with Faker, but they are T1's still in the tournament.
I think we're kind of seeing how much of a role Peanut has had on this team, and him going, and how much he contributed.
Yeah.
And him now not being present, I think a lot of the systems they have is just completely fallen apart. And players who, you saw the impact they had on the map, and and the impact they had in the Rift, are just kind of, to a degree, just lost. And they're trying to obviously, bring Kanavi and link up with him and bring up to speed. But you also think, like, support. To me, support, obviously, synergy with your lane partner is really important, but jungle support synergy is absolutely vital. And so, to me, it's, like, not a surprising thing that Delight is underperforming. And that's not blaming it on Kanavi. It's more talking about the absence of Peanut being a factor in why Delight now looks so much worse.
Maybe the reason why Delight didn't look so good today is that the way that he figures building that synergy with Kanavi works is just giving in to his lizard brain.
Yeah.
He's just making the crazy play because he knows that Kanavi's going to be there no matter what.
And
so he just has to go.
And that's I'm gonna reference a lot of just today's match against Gen.G just because it felt like today they felt lost after like maybe 12 minutes.
They did
Early
that every
game.
loss, though, like the whole tournament as well. Like, they would win the early game. Remember that Kanavi Aatrox game where he was, like, killing people between turrets?
Yeah.
And then it was time for him to stop doing that, and they lost.
It's the stuff that happens in the early game, that to me is like, okay, that's chemistry, that's figuring out, like, today there was the Trundle pillar, and then Zeka flash forward after already getting Chovy's flash. Like, that's weird, that's dumb. But that's not lost. That's just kind of synergy, dumb chemistry. You'll figure it out later. Where they feel lost is after they get the lead. They don't know. They don't keep track of what the win condition is for their team and then have the discipline to stick to it. It's like, okay, misfortune is our win condition here in this fight. It's very difficult to play it based off of the composition that Gen.G have created for Gumayusi. So Guma has to not step up and touch waves that he's not allowed to when he doesn't have flash. Or if he does have flash, not to burn it because then he doesn't have it for the team fight. And then Kanavi can't just go in when he's like, this looks like a good fight.
Every fight looks like a good fight.
The fight that comes to mind for kind of what you're talking about to me the most is the game where they could have won if they had gotten the Baron, and they would have won the game. Probably could have won the game in time. It would have been tough, but like it was viable.
But
Game
even
two,
then, like
game
they
two.
should have just won that game.
But
Regardless.
Delight like flashed to engage and like didn't hit anybody, and it's like those moments where there's clearly desperation and there's not a clear structure as to how they want to team fight. They're like each person is kind of going, I know what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to get multiple people with my rel engage, or I'm supposed to get the 80 carry with my rel engage. The rest of the team's looking at like a completely different target, which is why Gen G just basically took them and parted them into 2 fights, like every single team fight. They're like, okay, you guys are over here. We take the favorable fight over here. And like Hanwha couldn't figure out how to keep everybody grouped or together, which is why they probably shouldn't have been playing a Misfortune comp like that in the first place.
I also think like today's series, they were always going to get decimated by Gen G. Like Gen G is the example of the team who they've kept the roster together. They're the absolute best in the league. And when it comes to like crisp team fighting, like it was always going to be a massive uphill battle. But it's the fact that
And
like
it's not Worlds yet.
they were even struggling with this like against
Nongshim?
much weaker teams, right? That's the thing that's mind blowing is that like if we'd come to this point in Super Week and HLE were like 3-1 or 4-0, and then they got blasted by Gen G, it'd be like whatever,
Yeah.
It's not
We
a big
weren't that
deal.
hard on Dplus, for example, when they got decimated by T1.
Exactly, right? But it's the fact that like they were failing at this against teams who were also like bro, you were just talking about how they're still figuring out what they're doing. They still haven't won a series, and yet HLE looked lost against them at times.
Yeah. It's kind of dire straits. But there are a bunch of teams that are still left in the competition. And I think that, Wolf and I were having a conversation as we were coming over here. It's once again T1, Gen G, and the rest.
Yeah, we're back to that.
We're back to it. So I think the interesting conversation is who's third? Who's best of the rest? Who do we think is going to be able to step up? Because that's when the conversation does get interesting.
I think it's a player that probably deserves to be on one of those rosters, and the 4 other dudes on his team.
Teddy's good, but is he that good?
It's not Teddy.
Is it dieable?
It's Diable. Like just watching Diable this last week,
He
was
is
just
diabolable.
such a
isn't he?
pleasure.
Diable.
Like, watching him just kind of try to 1v5 some of these fights, and even last week, because I wasn't here last week for the what series, the T1 series, it's just so fun to watch him. He is one of the most exciting players in the LCK and one of the most exciting players in the world. And we said that last year. It's the same thing this year, even more so. And I think with that squad, and I'm slowly starting to trust Vikla. I don't know.
Dude,
when
it's the
to
year of
and
Vikla,
not-
man.
But yeah,
it's
because it was the battle of the years, wasn't it?
yeah, it was.
Battle of the year of Vikla and the year of Dudu, and Vikla won out. So
Must be his year.
Must
That's,
be his year.
That's the confirmation.
Yeah.
I stand by the fact that like the victory of the Stove League, the mid season, the between seasons, is BNK keeping Diablo.
crazy.
Like it blows my
also got to
mind
keep
that they
Raptor.
still have this roster. It's
Like, what if
insane.
Hanwha had Raptor? Like, how did they not get Raptor?
How are we having that conversation? By the way?
I don't
How are we having that conversation?
I know, but like, but like Kanabi was somewhat of an unknown, and we didn't know how his style would mesh. I feel like Raptor would have been great for HLE. Maybe they still think he's too young, but like he's got a lot of experience now. I don't know how nobody got Raptor. It's insane. Like for
Korean
Dplus
national team Kanavi not good enough.
Yeah, there's no way you would have known it.
and DNS at the time, like probably were the only other people who had like the funding to get it. Like Owner's not going to get replaced, right?
Yep.
Canny's not going to get replaced, although he might have. But ultimately they decided to keep him. Han was the only other team that could have probably tried to snipe Raptor, but they wanted Kanavi, and luckily for them they got that, because if they didn't get him, they'd be with the Challengers jungler right now probably. It's not working though, so it's a little crazy.
Maybe they're going to be with a Challengers jungler anyway.
Yeah, it could
You know, who knows? That is something that they can freely do.
I don't think it's
But,
going to happen.
That's mind blowing.
They've
I
got
think there's
time.
going to be a
They've
Rise
got
Group
time.
team. I'm done saying that though. Like I'm not seeing any. I'm not even seeing incremental improvements, to be honest. It feels like to me I'm not seeing even incremental improvements. It almost feels like regression.
Some standout matches that we do need to sort of reminisce about, and I think this is a good way to.
Oh, Genji vs HLE. We could.
Okay. No, I think the most complicated one was KT versus
Yes.
T1.
Did you guys enjoy the 34-43 like clock?
I loved it.
Yeah,
That was
like,
really fun.
As much as like the format is wonky, and at the beginning of the week, I think there was a clip of Faker saying like, "Are we really going to start in play-ins if we go undefeated because our 3 other teams lose?" And
Yes.
that was true. That's part of the issue, and maybe you like share strats or whatever for teams in your group, but also it led to an amazing, entertaining, engaging final day. Even if we kind of knew who was going to win, the mini game within the mini game was fun. That was so cool.
It was fun. I will say that obviously in this the reason why we have this format with the time being the decider is so that we don't have to have like an extra broadcast day. Everyone has to come in. It's like obviously a lot of moving parts to make a tiebreaker happen. Or like for example, KT would have to come in today.
Yeah,
and
be
then HLE play this
alongside.
long
Yeah, no.
series, and then like they have to play against KT, and we have this super giga day.
Honestly, that would be mega hype.
It would be hype.
And you would have been so energetic for the Pogs.
I would have been. But like, I think the most legitimate way to determine whether Hanwha or KT deserves it, if they are tied in points, would have been to play a best of one between the two as a tiebreaker. But because of the reasons all listed and how complicated that all is, that's why it comes down to this. I think in this one particular circumstance, it was super hype. I don't know if it'll ever be like that again, but it was kind of cool.
Yeah, I kind of want to address all of this rigmarole around people saying that the format's bad, blah, blah, blah. The format has to be different because otherwise the LCK Cup is just a little LCK at the start of the year.
Yeah.
Like, we do need to have a way to make it different. You can not like it if you want to, but every team starts off on like in their group, and you need to understand that like the fun of this is having our teams divided into groups, and the fact that like the first seeds get to sort of like do the snake draft and like build what they think is going to be their winning team and all that sort of stuff. Like, I think that like it adds an extra element, and yeah, you might think that certain teams, especially if you're an HLE fan, you might think that certain teams got a rough go of it, but ultimately HLE had their lives in their own hands. You still just need to win more, and then you get seeded. And even if you're seeded into the play-ins, you can imagine Coach Song is exactly where he wants to be right now.
I think the only problem with this format, like in my mind, is something that like we couldn't necessarily control, and it's technically fair, right? Is that we had our top two teams be the leaders and starters of the group because of their standings last year, but those are no longer the two top teams. Like Hanwha was the top of the group; they were the ones to make the first.
If we
pick,
hadn't
right?
have seen any of these teams play, though, I'm still probably putting them top of the group.
Sure, I'm just saying if it was Gen.G and T1, who are clearly our two strongest teams in different groups, it would have been a lot more fun.
It would have been different. Yeah.
But instead, like we have the same top two teams in the same group because Gen.G obviously picked, because they got to pick first T1 because they knew T1 was the strongest team right now, the KESPA Cup defending champions. So that ended up putting us in this really wonky situation where it's like Hanwha is supposed to be like the top dog of the group, and in fact was the worst team in the group. So that
they
creates
could
a weird
have been the
situation.
best team in the group.
But the thing is, I think we still ended up with like the group scores between them were pretty even, right? Even though the group
Elder was looking really powerful.
like even though the way the groups, like the standings within the groups were obviously very differently balanced out. Like the fact that HLE could have been first or last, right? And everyone was very closely matched, and then obviously Group Baron was like very stacked. At the end of the day, it was 16-14, so it's still like kind of shook out that like
And like if,
that was
if
interesting.
KT had have been able to beat Nongshim, like it could have been a completely different story. Like there are a lot of things that like it did come down to the wire. Absolutely, the fact that we had it completely like neck and neck on 14-14 at the very last day, I think that shows that it did kind of work.
I think there's no way to factor in like, because the thing is, you know, we know now that obviously T1 are the strongest. Like T1 and Gen.G are the two strongest, but I think there's no way to factor in that like HLE are weaker.
Yeah. Because if you want
Well, I can tell you that like Gen.G, like for example, if T1 was like, I don't know, it's to say you couldn't pick T1 for any reason. I don't know if they would pick HLE because HLE wasn't looking great up until before this tournament as well, and like there were rumblings that scrims weren't going well for them. I don't think that they get picked. I don't know how to make it fair though, because like the way we have it now is like the top two teams just get it automatically, but that.
I mean, it
in a
depends
year's
on what
time,
your
we'll-
league looks like, right? Because if you have like a top 3 team league, then it looks wonky, right?
Which
looks
is what
really
it looked like
wonky.
last year, right? Last year it was T1, Gen.G, Hanwha clearly better than everyone else. And also, I pushed back on that a little bit because KESPA Cup, who was in the finals?
HLE, yeah.
Yeah, actually. So I think it makes sense. And then if you look globally, most of the top teams that were top teams last year are still atop of their league. BLG, Anyone Legend, still there in LPL. Cloud9, still there. Team Liquid is the only one that's kind of whatever.
That is a good counterexample.
so-
I wonder like maybe I'm just getting lost in this because
Maybe
it
like
feels
you just needed someone to make the executive order of being like, nah, T1's better than HLE.
Honestly, that's the only way.
That's the only
no,
way.
I mean, it just feels like though that when
But I
now that
think
we
that
know
you-
everything, it feels wrong. But like obviously at the time, especially as you mentioned the Kespa Cup finals, like
Yeah.
My thing is like when we were loading into the very first game of the LCK Cup, and I looked down and saw that these were the groups, I was like, that makes sense. You know, I didn't have any issue with it.
And the thing is, like, you know, H. Lee obviously did massively underperform, but like you can't just make the executive decision that like, oh, this team's better than this team before like it.
sure,
playing
no,
out
you'd have to
early.
you'd have to like have like a committee of people who decide who the best 2 teams are or something like, which is just silly.
But
like,
but even then, like I think
it
I
doesn't
think,
really work.
to me. I still think that's an unfair thing. Like the thing is, like we can all categorically agree that the best 2 domestic performing teams last year were Gen G and HLE.
Yeah.
But
And so
I agree with your idea.
Yeah.
Like that.
I
seems
just
like
think
a cool
that
idea to
my
prevent this from
bottom
happening.
line is that because Genji and T1 were in the same group, it just ended up being very wonky because they were the top teams.
And the crazy thing as well is how Nongshim managed to turn it around. I guess we can have a bit of a conversation about that as well, because coming into this, based on what we saw in the Kespa Cup,
They
I
look
was
bad.
thinking that like Nongshim were just going to be
They look real bad.
a
That looked like
travesty.
budget scout. We're like, what happened?
Yeah,
we did not get the scout. We thought.
Taeyun was just like picked up right
Ghost
where he
Taeyun.
left off in
Not
the
Ghost,
LCK.
but Ghost Taeyun or
Boo.
Yeah,
Boo
Boo
Taeyun.
Taeyun was not great. It was just a little bit of a disaster. But then they're the team that gets the upset over HLE. Like, I know we talk about the bro picking up a game, and that was honestly, you know, what did tip the scales. However, Nongshim getting the upset was the biggest one.
And beating KT.
Yeah?
Like, I think Wolf was the only one that predicted out of our side that Nongshim would get the win and not KT.
I think no,
Umpty as well.
I think also, yeah, you might.
Yeah,
other
there was-
one,
there was a bit
there
of
was
a
one I
split.
did only predict. It was me predicting DRX over Nongshim. I think was
Yeah.
the one that I was the only one that thought that was going to happen. But, yeah, is it like Hanwha regression? You know, that's like making me almost like rebuild the past. Like,
Yeah,
I think so.
I think
a
so.
little bit.
because like I don't know, it just.
I mean, Hanwha are a team that do look good when they are better. The way that I sort of explain the way that they play is almost like arrogance. So they get that
Yeah.
lead, and
Yeah.
they're like, oh, we deserve to win now. And so they get sloppy.
Yeah.
And they're playing as if they have advantages, even when they've thrown them away.
Is it that
thing
Hanwha
is-
got worse, or did the rest of the teams get better since
Hanwha
Kespa
got
Cup?
worse.
I mean,
Hanwha
it's
got worse.
both.
I think Hanwha got worse, and other teams got together a bit better. And also, like Casper Cup is such an early tournament and isn't fully indicative of team strength, right? It's still
It
very.
was really
early.
indicative of Genji. I'm really glad they turned it around.
But I like the thing is as well. I think Casper doesn't give a full picture because it's super early, right? Teams haven't fully settled, and it's also not necessarily as serious as like
How dare you?
the full. Even though this isn't
Take
the
it
full
back.
season, this is only LCK Cup, but like
Bro Champs 20.
teams will take
Absolutely.
it to different levels of seriousness. I also just think that there's been plenty of times where there's like rumblings of a team, like, you know, they're not doing well in scrims, they haven't got things together, you know, they look a little bit rough, and then they get it together, right? And then you don't think about that again. This is an example where obviously it didn't come together, and they did really underperform, and I think that's kind of sticking in your mind. But like, I mean, even last year, HLE didn't look like, it wasn't to this level, but they didn't look super hot in the group stage of LCK Cup. And I specifically remember saying, because I sat here on the Pog State and I said, I don't think HLE get it together. I don't think they're a good fearless team. I remember saying this. I said, I don't think they're a good fearless team for various reasons. I was like, yeah, Delight is very much engaged support. Zek is very much like a melee merchant. And I said, I don't think they get it together. I don't think they're going to do well. And then they went and won first stand. I remember because I looked like a dumbass. But even then they struggled, and then they got it together. But like
You
this-
look way better now, Dan.
It had nothing to do with the prediction day.
but the point I'm making is that like there are other situations where teams have struggled, and even HLE has struggled and then got it together. This is an example where they haven't. But I think like, you know, teams will struggle. I think that no one was really expecting HLE, even if they're looking rough, to not make it at all and bomb.
No, we
this
should have
hard.
expected it. Because when does HLE fall apart? After losing a best of 5 to T1. That's what
T1
happened.
Did,
They
destroy
did it
them in that
exactly, and
finals as well. It was not
they
close.
died for the rest of the year. They were just gone. Kespa Cup final, best of 5, boom.
At the beginning of 2020.
HLE obliterated.
even before 2026.
And this is the problem, right? They need to save that T1 best of 5 until way later. Although they did manage to get through it. If you remember, the reason why T1 didn't make it to first stand is largely because HLE managed to knock them out on the way. That wasn't a best of 3. It was a best of 5.
It was a best of 5. It
Oh,
was
I
the most
thought it
hyped
was a
best of 5.
actually.
I was
No,
sick.
no, no.
So like they got through that best of 5, but losing to T1 seems to be the kryptonite in a best of 5. I figured it out.
Anyone believing in Dplus KIA?
Nope.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not even a tiny bit. Not even slightly.
I was watching yesterday the T1 DK series, and I was just like, because I'm a bit of a fan. I have to say, there's a bit of DK bias in me. I just like the team. I think they're cool. It was depressing. Like just watching them, like
You knew they
and
were
this-
going to lose the whole
yeah,
time.
and
You
and
knew
it
there was not a
happens-
chance.
It happens so often where, like, I'm seeing how it could work, but it feels like they always have to put in triple the effort
Yes.
of their opposition
Yes.
in order to win. And you can see they are doing that, but they're a loose cannon, and like the hose is flailing about and just spraying the walls with water, and it's just a mess, and it doesn't work, and it just fills me with anxiety, and I really didn't like it.
I felt really bad for Korea.
Yep.
And not the T1 support, as you may struggle to pick up with my accent, but Korea. The
Ah,
deep
car
support.
ear.
Car ear.
Korea, as in like the things that we have, at least up until now.
Yes.
Maybe not
Allegedly.
on publication of this podcast.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a rough series, and it felt like there were definitely moments where it felt honestly like Fake was picking on him.
Yeah.
Felt like he was like the youngest, least experienced
Wasn't
player
just
there.
Yeah, he's
Faker,
like-
it was owner every Nocturnal.
Well,
We
yeah,
did
the
a
Nocturnals
segment
as
on
well,
it,
but also like
bro.
it was the first one it was like the Azir one, and it's almost like he said like he's free pickings. It's like get fed of this guy. Like there was the Azir's like on the flank, he sees the calm and just one shots him. He's like, oh yeah, easy as that. Definitely a bit like exploitation of the person who's not had that much experience. I think maybe Dplus has time to grow. I don't think in the LCK Cup my personal expectation is that any team is going to challenge NG T1, but what I'm interested in is how do we think Dplus are going to match up against BNK DRX? Because to me right now, that's the battle for third place.
Yeah, that is a hype matchup. And I actually think that it's a really cool one to talk about because I'm really high on BNK right now. And I do think that, I think Nongstream on a good day could also challenge. I think that there's sort of like a trifecta going on there, like a trinity of players sort of vying for that spot. But I think right now BNK is sort of my pick. They're like DK aren't good right now. Now BNK is the best. They're my new favorite.
For me, when I look at individual players, except Smash, and you can make a debate about whether you think Smash or Diablo is stronger. Diablo looks more hype, but Smash seems a little more stable. It's hard to definitively say which one of those two players is better.
It was always hard in Challenger as well, if you remember. When we used to watch them play back and forth, both of them were the prodigies.
When you look at every other role, I'm like, okay, Dplus is the better. Is Shu worse than Clear? No. Is Lucid worse than Raptor? But when you look at how the teams play as a 5-man unit, you're like, oh, it's BNK 100% every time.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if they don't play as well individually. And I think Dplus keeps getting wins because Showmaker has his Majai's game where he pops off, he wins lane, Smash gets ahead in lane, and then we're like, oh, is Dplus good? But then when they play against teams who are actually coordinated, they look completely lost. They're like, oh, I had a lead. It's kind of like HLE. They don't know how to play with their advantages. They got lane advantages. They had the better players, but
They need Beryl to take time off of the military to do coach voice. That's what they need to do.
Coach Voice is dead now. It was up until today only.
The only
Beryl, your job.
the only thing I'll say with the roll by roll thing is I do think Kellen is better than Korea.
Yes.
Okay, that one.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give you that one.
And that's actually what I was going to point to. The way that I feel about Smash and career right now is you're like, Smash is great and his ceiling is high. But right now it feels like he might be held back by his support and it's early in their duo ship. And now it's kind of this, that's how I felt last year with Diablo. Diablo is this crazy kid and Kellen just got kicked off of Dplus KIA and couldn't hold down the job compared to Moham. So it feels a little similar right now in terms of that. So I do want to give it time, even though the lows of career feel lower than
I think
the
Career's
lows of
had
Kellen.
some good moments. Like I don't trust Kellen fully yet, but I do think right now he's much better than Career at this moment in
It
time.
is hard to get past
Career looked
the
really-
Kellen of old,
Yeah.
but Kellen's changed, man.
Career
He's
was really
just
good in
now.
Kesper
They
Cup,
led the
too.
league in duo kills last year.
I
Yeah.
agree with that. My expectation when Kellen came onto the team, I think everyone's expectation of this roster was
yeah.
quite low.
Yes.
I
I
think
was like,
Kellen
it was low.
had a
Can Diablo perform with an anchor?
Yes,
That's what I was thinking.
think Kellen had a really good year last year. I think as a duo they were really strong, and at times they were just like the stars of this roster. So I have a lot of confidence in Kellen. With Career, I think he has had good moments, but it still feels like he's very new, and the pressure he was
Too much
under.
volatility
he-
in a
he-
role that requires stability, right?
Yeah, he definitely felt
Outside
like
of Beryl,
he
who's
crum-
the best and not stable at all.
He definitely crumbled under the pressure in their most recent series, and I think he is someone who, given time, could look to grow into it. But I think also one of the issues is that like often some of the pairings that I think can work best is when you have a more veteran in one role and they can help the less experienced player in the other role. Good example is like Ruler and Duro, right? Often talked about is how much Ruler has helped Duro out, whereas obviously with this Dplus bot lane, they're both pretty unexperienced. So I don't know how that's going to impact his development and getting up to speed, but
Let's talk to Lens about that.
Hands and pays. Carry and pays.
Yeah. Pay it forward, T1. This is all a hand.
There were commenters today talking about that.
Really?
Impact, yes, the impact that Delight was having. So B&K, I think, over D+, and I don't know if there's another team that's
well, I think
close enough.
the thing with Nongshim and KT is
Oh, KT are definitely not in that
KT
position.
is not it.
but I just think like because the thing is it was still a close series, right? But I also just the thing I view both these teams as like because the thing with Nongshim is yes they won the series, but it did come down on the wire, and yes they did upset HLE, but we have very different opinion on HLE right now, and then they did lose to DRX, so they also like where do we actually put Nongshim? Because like yes they beat KT, but it was a struggle, and we also don't rate KT that highly.
I think if we
And they did lose to
try to
DRX.
assess Nongshim too much, then we look at them too much, and Taeyun implodes.
That's my thing,
That's
right?
what happens.
That like
So just don't think about them too
it's
much.
like
and
in
they'll be
my
great.
mind we have T1 Genji extremely stable, top of the league.
Yeah.
D+ being KFX who are like fighting for third.
Yeah.
And both solid. And then we just have
Nebulously Nongshim KT
So
drifting
KT,
about.
KT
Yeah,
have, KT have
completely.
two players, right? Like they have Cuz and BDD. Although Cuz recently hasn't been looking as hot. to
They've
be
got
honest.
BDD though.
Yeah. And then
That one time.
Nongshim has Sponge and Kingen. Yeah, they're the ones. It's not Taeyun, it's not Scout, it's like Sponge and Kingen.
Yeah, and they also have to go against Lahens most games.
So like
Or
we have
some
two teams
games.
that are basically like have really strong, robust parts to them, and then the rest is like anything
Honestly,
could happen on the given day.
Honestly, I think both teams are kind of like a sitcom where they just have occasional guests who show up. It's like, hey, Taeyun's here. Good to see you.
And you look at the opening credits, you're like, is my favorite guest star going to show up again?
Yeah, it's like the crowd. Oh, Taeyun. He's just there for one episode. You don't see him for the rest of the season.
Ba-da-da-da-da. I guess the question is, what has more spotlight on it? 5th place or 6th? Bottom of Legend or top of Rise?
No, we talked about this too much last
All
year.
right, all right,
Devon.
all right, all right,
Please.
all right, I'm sorry,
If anybody
I'm sorry.
asked me this year, is it better to be 5th place in Legend Group?
No,
or
Spotlight.
first place
It
in
was
Rise
Spotlight.
Group? I'm actually going to take this pen and put it to their head. Okay. Not actually, by the way, just to be clear, this is not a real threat. It's not a real threat.
On the Rift in League of Legends, he's talking about.
All right, I think it's now time to talk about our predictions for the play-ins. We do have the play-ins format here that has now been filled out for us. Yeah.
I mean,
with how things are
I just wanted to
calculated.
raise the point that I think if you're doing score predictions for a series, right, you should get a point for getting the correct team right, and for the correct score.
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, we've.
Disagree.
Since I have 3 of those scores.
The problem
correct.
is that over the last how many years has the LCK and Korean League of Legends been running for? Like 20 odd or whatever, 15. It has been not that way. So
Why?
the precedent is not quite set. So you'd have to make a groundbreaking change.
Well, is it time to break the fourth wall and introduce the person that might be able to make that change?
Whoa, wait, there is a person that can make that change?
Maybe.
Can somebody make that change?
Could somebody make that change?
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
What do you think about making the change, Zombie? We're talking behind the camera now. So basically what Orcs is saying is if you predict the correct team that wins, then you get a point.
Yeah.
And then score comes in immediately afterwards, and if you get the score right, you also get a point.
I think the score should be in a tiebreaker.
That's what I think.
There it
That is how it was used. That's why I am currently the one.
But it's just like because we're predicting score for all these series, and then like if I say BFX 3-0 and Wolf says BFX 3-1 and he's right, it means nothing.
I always
I
always
get
thought
to
that
talk smack, you know.
I
It's
always
like,
hated
it's not- it's
the
gonna be a
whole point.
3-0,
The whole
really.
point of predictions is only talking smack.
no, but also the whole point of predicting the score is just for the broadcast fun.
The whole point of predictions is just for the broadcast fun.
Yeah.
The whole point of the LCK is just for the broadcast fun.
That's the whole point of us doing anything.
That's true.
The whole
That's
point of the
actually-
LEC
if
is for the
there's any
LCK broadcast
takeaway-
fun.
Like we could just scrap the scores in total. Like honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying if we're gonna tally it up, we might as well tally it up correctly, guys. I'm channeling my inner chronicler here, right?
Chronicler would not be upset about this. He doesn't care
Guys,
about predictions.
I lived with chronicler. He would. You know what? He would complain to me about this constantly.
I don't know.
Oh
This
my
does
And he
feel
said,
like
I can't
revisionist
bring it
history.
up because if I bring this up at work, they'll all laugh at me about caring about. But please, when I'm gone, I need you to fight for this. This is my last
his
wish.
last wish? His
This
last
is my
request?
last wish, right?
No, we should definitely deny it.
This is my last wish. As I leave the LCK, this needs to change. As
I'm gonna
the
call
prediction
bullshit on
king.
this one. I'm normally a very trusting person, but I'm smelling it.
Last
I'm telling
wish?
you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Last wish would be Dplus winning worlds.
I was gonna
Dude,
say
they already
getting
won-
back the
guys,
kingdom
winning
of the
finals
lucid
MVP.
fandom.
They already won Worlds, right? Do you think Chronicler cares about anything more than predictions? No.
No,
You know he gave everyone those letters, right? That's literally just all mine said.
he also did wear a predictions crown and like murdered Wadir.
Yeah, we had to
Exactly.
bring Wadid back to life. It was actually very painful.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
My
true.
letter literally just said, "Hey Dan, sort out the prediction things. Also was cool living with you. Bye."
I
Peace,
think
nerd.
you
Yeah.
forgot to mention the part where you actually showed like each season that you were both in that he beat you and Preds. Like he actually had like the results.
Yeah, he literally put PS turn it over and he put all the results down. Yeah.
He also predicted that Hana would drop out of this out of the LCK Cup as well.
He actually did put his predictions for next year and said, "Please submit these to G-Sun." I didn't.
One thing that we haven't addressed is where the predictions are sitting right now in the LCK Cup here for our entire global broadcast team. Currently, Daniel Orcs Harrison and Wolf Schroeder are both sitting at 22 out of 25, which
I did
is a
get more
pretty
score
impressive
predictions,
score.
though. I did, so I'm.
Yeah,
Well,
so
it doesn't actually
technically,
matter 'cause we
Wolf
don't get-
wins
No, he said it was
the
a tiebreaker,
tiebreaker.
though. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah,
But you
so
don't get
Wolf
points
wins
for
the
it.
tiebreaker.
Yeah, but I did win the tiebreaker. Just to be clear.
We have the same number, so apparently it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because somebody already said it breaks
I have the
tie.
faster game time, basically.
Yeah.
You know.
So he reached 34:43. No, he did it before.
Should have trusted DNS taking him off BNK. Sorry, man.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, immediately after him are the play-by-plays. We're sitting at 21, both of us. Then you've got Wadid and Umpty at 19,
Expert
slacking.
gamers, solid.
Wadid was really leading last year.
It was
so-
the early season super believers. Like
Yeah,
Umpty and Wadid both went way too hard on the supers.
Yeah. Do not supers is basically the predictions idea that you need to go with there. Just
Did
read
not
the
smart.
acronym. Did not smart. Yeah. And Dagon also did not smart because he's sitting at 18. So bringing up the rear just a little bit here. But he has to because, like, when you look at it and you see, like, a 0-5 for the bros, you know that Dagon's not going to have
not
very
eating
good
well.
looking
Honestly,
Preds.
if he didn't pred bro any of these 3 times,
Wait, he
would
actually-
actually be in second place
Yeah.
with the play-by-plays.
And I was
He would be
almost
up with us.
very close to getting it right in the DRX one as well.
Oh, we're
Until
counting closes
We
now?
decided.
We're counting. Oh, guys. Oh, I was so close to this prediction. Actually, guys, if we're counting closes.
I like how you're getting
If I
salty, but
scroll-
like the more you get your way, the more behind you get because Wolf has more score predictions correct.
No, I just think it's funny to mention the close thing.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Anyway,
think
that's
that was
our
funny.
little conversation. Is that enough? Is that enough?
No, I just think it's funny. He mentioned the close thing. No, we can move on. I
I'll
don't
put
care.
the picture.
KIA 파이팅! 스와드 파이팅! 러시아 파이팅! DRX 파이팅!
플레이인 첫 직관 DRX 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here on Saturday for our next matches here in the play-ins of LCK Cup here at TTD Lal Park. We got DK up against DRX. I am Valdez, with me is Ox, and we're getting into this first best of 3 of the day. What do you think is going to happen this time, Ox?
I mean, I think we have a favorite. Well, we have 2 matches ahead of us. A lot of pressure, but a little bit less pressure than yesterday, as we do have Double M at this stage, but no, I think we're going to have some interesting matches ahead of us. I think there is favorites coming out in the first one, maybe less so in the second one, but we can always be surprised, as we were yesterday. I feel like in that KT DNS series, where everyone but 2 of our Predators was caught off guard.
Yeah, I think DNS, especially led by Duckdom and Peter, having a great day. We know what they're capable of, and it seems like they're finally online here when it matters most, with their backs against the wall. DRX also taking that win over Bro and able to make it here. They were the choice of DK, by the way, so that was actually a choice by DK to bring DRX up here instead of DNS.
Yeah, and I think, you know, with the sort of track record between these 2 teams, and also DNS's upswing in form, that upset they delivered against KT, I think it makes sense that Dplus made this choice. And that's not to say that it's impossible for DRX to beat Dplus, but definitely they're going to need a similar upswing in their form to take down an opponent like this.
Yeah, and, you know, Dplus, they're coming off of a rough loss against T1, taking a 0-3, and it was not close. T1 looking fantastic right now. We're going to have to wait and see them in playoffs. But Dplus KIA, you know, I think a lot of people will maybe underestimate them just a little bit after that loss, but I think, you know, the results here, 14 matches in a row to 0 against DRX in the last, you know, past 3 years.
Yeah.
It's been rough for DRX.
The thing I will say is at least they've been getting a lot of their games recently. In 2025, you'll see 5 of the 6 games they've actually gotten. So it does look bad, but at least they've been a little bit more competitive recently. But it's still a very damning match record for quite a long time. So very Dplus favored overall.
You guys are talking a lot about the predictions over in Pog State. Make sure to check out that episode. It was fantastic. But let's take a look at the predictions here of this first match. So far, everybody on the global side has gone for Dplus KIA. Only me and Atlas going for the 2-1.
Wow.
Everybody on the Korean side went 2-0 DK.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too surprised that everyone went with Dplus, but not many people even giving DRX odds of just a game. Only you and Atlas, yeah, giving just a single game. And the fan prediction, not too different, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, again, I think especially here at LCK Cup, we have very clear tiers, right? Like Genji and T1 are heads above everybody else. As we saw, Dplus KIA technically our 3rd best team, and they got crushed by T1. But the idea is that DRX should be, you know, at least 1 tier below DK, and that should be a big jump down. And so I'm not surprised to see a lot of 2-0s. I went for the 2-1 just because it's messy nowadays. You know, all the teams are all over the place, even the good teams. I mean, outside of Genji and T1, obviously.
Also, I know it's obviously different teams, different lineups, but in 2025, a lot of those series did go 2-3 games. So, you know, maybe there's an argument there. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens in the day. Obviously, upsets happen, crazier things have happened. And just to remind you, we are the double M stage, so whichever team does lose today will still have a best of 5 to play to see if they can make it to playoffs. The winner goes straight into playoffs, which is double M all the way best of 5. So no matter what, all the teams from this stage onwards, you do have to lose a best of 5 before you're out of the tournament. So even if they lose this best of 3, still got another chance here.
So apparently it's been 3,000 days since Showmaker's debut.
Wow.
As a professional gamer, that is a very long time.
I mean, I know it's been a very long time since he debuted, but 3,000 just sounds so ridiculous.
It's, you know, a bit over 8 years, I believe. Actually, maybe it's a bit under. Either way, don't do math on stream. It's been a long time, is what we can say. Around 8 years. So, yeah, he's had a very big, illustrious career. And by the way, it's also Nahan's birthday, the coach of DRX, so happy birthday to him, as he was once a pro himself, and now he's manning the coaching staff position there.
Yeah, and DRX getting their first win in play-ins was obviously great, but also we were kind of wondering how they would do without Coach Voice, because we saw kind of the stats for Coach Voice, and out of a potential 48, so each team can use Coach Voice 3 times a game. Out of 48 potential maximum uses, DRX used it 46 times, which is crazy. They just completely blew any other team out of the water. So in play-ins, playoffs, you can't use Coach Voice. No longer enabled. There was a question mark. How is a team going to function without that tool being available? How are teams who are so dependent on it going to function? Obviously, in the first series, still functioned very well.
Yeah.
This is obviously a harder opponent. Will that make a difference?
They functioned pretty well. I mean, they did drop a game to Bro, so it wasn't pristine, but
to be fair,
they definitely look like the stronger team.
They did drop, you know, even with Coach Voice, they were dropping games to Bro. So I think they maintained the standard that they had with Coach Voice. But obviously, as you know, harder opponent now, and don't have that tool that I think they're using a lot to kind of bring them in line. You know, we saw a lot of snippets, clips of Joker obviously weighing in and giving that assistance. The question is, can you retain that? Can you have that sort of voice in your head now and think, what would Joker say at this point?
What would Joker do? Well, we're not going to know because he's not in their heads or in their headsets or playing the game either. And yeah, I'm very excited to see if DRX can actually stand up to Dplus KIA. I know that Career had a pretty rough series up against T1, even CV Max commenting on it, how, you know, his lack of experience definitely was noticeable, and it felt like the team was kind of falling behind through that. He was pretty clear in saying that, you know, he had a rough day, it's okay, we still believe in him.
I think ultimately, if you go into a series against T1, and in particular Carrier, and you get beaten up a bit, that's just how it is, right? I think especially as, you know, a newer support, you're going to take some beatings like that against a player with such a pedigree, and you have to be able to bounce back on it. Even Faker, right, was kind of picking on him. There was that Azir game where he was just specifically targeting him on the Karma. That happens when you play the reigning world champions, multi-time reigning world champions.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to really discern, but Career's definitely seemed like a player who has upbeat, good vibe, right? If you can just maintain that and bounce back from, you know, a pretty brutal loss, but also against such a strong opponent, hopefully he'll just be able to take some good learnings from that and have a good performance today.
It's pretty interesting, you know, we don't always highlight the support role, but he's up against Ondil, who is actually really coming to his own here at the LCK. He spent a lot of years, you know, as a guy who was kind of like on a 10th place team, a 9th place team, not really finding success, but this guy is playing so well nowadays.
And you know what, speak for yourself, Brendan, because I always highlight the support role.
Well, yeah.
So, you know.
I thought you were going to say you highlight Ondil. I'm like, no, I don't think so.
He has been having a big come up.
Yeah.
So we do get into bans. Immediately seeing the Ambessa banned away from Shu, a pick he's definitely lent on quite heavily. And also, so some of the tendencies we've kind of seen from Dplus, they banned Azir basically every game apart from against T1 game 1, where they left it open and then lost to it quite painfully. Also seen Varus banned quite a bit against DRX. And we've seen DRX banning Rumble a decent amount. And we haven't really seen Dplus banning Rumble themselves. But it's normally because they feel like they can match it with Shiwu. You know, if you get something he's confident in the matchup. But it's actually DRX who are going to ban the Azir themselves. So they're taking that sort of burden away from Dplus.
I like what you did there. The bird in, away.
Bird in, yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's this last ban going to be?
Is it going to be Orianna? Are they just going to leave the Rumble up and pick something they feel confident into it? There's already Ryze and Azir gone. Yeah, so presumably DRX are going to have a lot of priority towards the Rumble in this situation. And again, this is something that Dplus just haven't banned, despite being a heavy ban. I think third most banned in the LCK Cup. Is just something Dplus haven't opted to deny themselves.
Yeah, I always felt like, you know, they would be comfortable with Xiu playing Ambessa into it, even though a lot of people wouldn't be. He seems to always like it, but obviously Ambessa's banned here, which I think is definitely a good idea. Xiu can play it. Even Lucid played it in the jungle. It's very flexible, strong right now. Jarvan is going to be the choice here. So Jarvan taken away.
Yeah, opting for the early Jarvan pick, you know, despite the fact that there's things like Vi open and available, you know, Lucid and Zhao very good. Also, Jarvan, before you really see the enemy team's carries, maybe concerned about like a Jarvan Rumble the enemy team. But opting for that, something that obviously Lucid's confident on, and then going for the Yunara early on. No, definitely a pick that we would think matches the playstyle of Smash, but my concern is you're going Jarvan, and you haven't seen the carries yet from the side of DRX. So this Corki pick looking to come through from Jiwoo can, you know, mitigate the impact of the Cataclysm. But also, you can obviously opt into like point and click CC to kind of deal with this Yunara.
Yeah.
That being said, they end up going for the Xin Zhao, not leaning towards something like the Vi. I also think that Nautilus is a little bit uncomfortable into the Jarvan just because the Cataclysm disrupts you, but we'll see how that pans out. The Corki definitely going to come through for Jiwoo though. And the Cataclysm not going to be as high a value when you can just W straight out of it with a Valkyrie.
Yeah, kind of surprised to see Willer not playing the Vi into Nara and with the Rumble on his own team. Now we're looking at a support here for Career. The Enchanters have not been very comfortable looking for this player, but hopefully this time with the Lulu, I mean, it's excellent with the Yunara. It's great with the Jarvan as well from the jungle.
Yeah, it does also mean when you do go in, you know, we're talking about like the mobility from the Corki to get out, but if you get knocked up immediately by the wild growth, isn't really a chance to disengage from the situation. Nautilus going to get banned out here, so denying that point and click CC we were talking about into the Yunara. I also think the Nami could be a decent ban. We've seen Nami Corki be very popular, something Gen G's played quite a bit, and would have a good amount of lane pressure into the Yunara and the Nami. We see the Cassante banned out. A lot of talk online about playing things like just these tanks into Rumble, the Cassante into it. You know, some players take the matchup and really actually find an advantage, pull ahead, and some just, you know, stall it out and ends up being quite dull.
Yeah, that's the way of tanks in the top lane. Thinking about a second ban here, either towards mid or top for Dplus KIA. It's going to be the Gwen, so no Gwen answer into Rumble for Xiu this game.
Yeah, and I assume Dplus just going to secure, unless there's a mid you really are set on taking now, I think you just match the Rumble. Aurora into the Rumble, definitely. I mean, it's flexible as well, right? So you can take it in either lane, but something that can bully out the Rumble, and something Xiu has played before, that Miracle base defense, but not going to go for it instead. Going to go for the Ornn. So some crazy sort of scaling and teamfight power, and a tank who is just looking to build Kanik Ruka in and just scale into the later stages of the game, has that engage power, and the team fighting from Dplus is kind of insane already. Yeah. Are you going to have the craziest early lane pressure? No, but you do have the late game power you really want. And also when we talk about lane pressure, it really depends what we pair this Corki with. Looking at the Nico, that's going to be a bit of a problem for the Yunara and the Lulu in terms of the poke coming out.
Yeah, definitely a solid choice here. Very strong. We saw what Nico was able to do even yesterday. It's just a crazy pick, and I think it should be prioritized here. So now a blind pick mid, and we're thinking about Taliyah. Definitely kind of the next one on the list, you know, when you consider that Ryze is banned, Azir banned, Orianna. So Taliyah just a safe, solid mid laner, and we're looking at maybe Yone here, which would make it essentially a full AD comp. Yes, you do have Ornn.
Yeah, I think you honestly get away with it because there's not that many tanks on the side of DRX, and there's enough magic damage between Yone, Ornn, and Yunara that it can be okay. But toying with some other options.
Oh, another hover. It's not going to be Fizz, though. Will be the Ahri.
Yeah, going for the Ahri. We've seen Ahri so many times into the Taliyah specifically because you have the ult to kind of circumvent the Unraveled Earth. If you land a charm, she's kind of in trouble. I do believe, I don't think we got the Ahri changes coming in yet, actually. I think they might be on next patch.
Yeah, 26.3.
Yeah. But I know that they were due to come in and they were looking pretty good. But I think ultimately there was a lot of team fighting power already on Dplus, so having like the RE Jarvan to sort of have a strong mid jungle makes a lot of sense. I think in general though, DRX have a lot of strong lanes, a lot of picks that you'd see high in sort of a tier list. But if you get to the later stages of the game, I think ultimately Dplus, their team fighting power is pretty insane.
Yeah.
I also think like as much as the Nico is a great engager, can sometimes struggle into the Jarvan because you just Cataclysm her and then she can't use her Rocket Belt. Makes it a little bit awkward in that regard.
Yeah, she has to full commit with Flash, or, you know, if you get the mark on the Nico, it's not going to make for a good engage for the Nico either. You know, generally you would look at this and say, oh, it looks like they only have Yunara for consistent damage, but there's not a lot of, you know, easy to commit threats here on the side of DRX that can actually threaten the Yunara in the late game. So it will be interesting to see. Andal's really going to have to step up his game on this Nico to make things work. Otherwise, maybe DK just run away with this first game as we hop onto the Rift. Alrighty, game number 1. Play-ins round 2. As we mentioned, this is not an elimination match. It's a best of 3. If you win, you make it to playoffs. If you lose, you play in a best of 5 tomorrow for the final spot in playoffs. And that'll be the same for this first best of 3 and the second best of 3 we have today, which is Nongshim versus DNS, the DN Supers.
So one of the things with this bot lane 2v2 is there's a lot of poke and a lot of burst from Andal and Jiwoo, but you have to be a little bit careful because if Smash has access to the wave and gets his sort of empowered autos, he has so much more sustained damage, especially as he has lethal tempo as well. You have the shielding from the Lulu. So you want to go for those short trades. You want to just get the poke out, disengage, and not really disrespect your opponents.
Yeah, you can see the tempo heal came out. They still had it, DK's bot lane. And it's a lot of pressure. They will be hitting level 2 first. You see that DRX do have to back away.
I think that's the thing that sometimes happens is that you get like a strong 2v2 and you sort of autopilot into like, oh, we should win this, we should win this. We just play it out and we win this. And it's like, you have to really play around your conditions and your windows. And even though something like Yunara Lulu, you think of it as like, we're a scaling 2v2, that doesn't mean you just by default like lose early.
Yeah.
And you can see Smash and Korea playing it out well, using their cooldowns. They didn't miss that cannon, but they had access to the waves, so...
And that range minion.
Smash
and that one.
had his autos charged up and was doing a lot of damage. You know, Korea playing around his shields well, mitigating the poke from Andal. And now you actually have the early lane pressure. And with that back coming in from Andal, this is not a good start for DRX's bot lane.
Yeah, it's definitely very rough. And, you know, a lot of trust is being put in Smash. I think he missed another minion, by the way. This guy has missed 4 in a row. Maybe just a little bit rusty here at the beginning of the game. But, yeah, I mean, he will have to pull a lot of the weight in terms of the consistent teamfight damage as the game comes along. And so far, things are looking pretty good in the lane as well. So they're going to be fighting for the Scuttle Crab. It looks like DRX do not want to back off of this. So we'll have to wait and see how this one does go. Smash just take a big chunk already, but Jiu not that healthy himself. In goes Lucid, and a bunch of flashes are going to come out here. Smash in a lot of trouble. Already flashed, and he is down. First blood does go over to DRX, but now Jiu in a bit of trouble himself. Will be killed over the wall by Lucid, who's still alive and gets a shield, and is just staying alive forever, as finally Andal gets the kill, but now the double flash comes out here as the Glitter Lance does miss, but maybe eventually they do get Andal with the Foxfire to speed up Showmaker. As there it is, and should be one more auto. There it is. Showmaker picks it up, and the double buff. Pretty huge for him, 3-0.
1,000 gold lead already.
He has 7 stacks on Dark Seal.
That might just be it. That might just be it. And we see what ends up happening is DRX tunnels so heavily on Smash here, and Smash actually gets a lot of damage down in return. So Willa gets super chunked out. Smash flashes into the pit. So it's like, okay, this is good to go, but the Slurkle does so much damage. Willa is dead already. Jiwoo's super low. They get him over the wall. Look how long Lucid survives. Gets the heal from Triumph, survives a bit longer, and everyone's just dropping. Showmaker's full HP.
Yeah. He's sitting here with double buff. By the way, they fought for the next Scuttle Crab, and Lucid got that as well in a smite fight. So he's doing really well. He's ahead of the Xinjiao.
I think part of the problem here was, again, it's a sustained damage, right? Smash getting a lot of value. 2 people caught in his W, just taking that constant damage. And also the fact that DRX really just overcommitting, seeing a target in the pit, being like, oh, we can kill him. But yeah, as you said, 7 stacks. Look at the item differential. In
Rich?
Oh,
what is going on here? Almost getting solo killed by the Mage Warlock Assassin that is Ornn. I know it's a different year, but still stands, I guess.
Look at the item differential in mid lane. It's 7 stack Dark Seal and a Lost Chapter versus a tier.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Dark Seal with the Lost Chapter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's the choice you're making?
That's my choice, yeah.
You're electing for that decision?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
That's what I'm going to go for.
That's interesting. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, also, you know, we talk about Ahri in pro play a lot as being, you know, very burst focused.
Oh, Rich is dead. Rich is just dead.
Yeah,
He's
Rich
dead.
is dead. He doesn't have flash. Oh. I mean, yeah, they could
Still dead.
They could just press their ults. I don't know why they really hesitated there. Maybe thinking that Willer was there, but he was not. Very straightforward on that kill.
I think Showmaker just contemplated and said, do I want 9 stacks to my Dark Seal? Yes, I do. And then he collected 9 stacks in his Dark Seal.
Yeah. We know that Showmaker loves Majai's, but I don't think Majai's first item is a good idea.
You know,
we'll see. We'll
I'd
see.
respect it.
We'll see.
You know what's the one thing I was thinking about with this composition? Is that a lot of eggs are kind of in the Yunara basket if the Ahri isn't ahead.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about.
Because if the Ahri is behind, right, you're really relying on the Yunara to be that kind of late game character. Like, the Yunara is always going to do damage once she gets to a certain point.
Oh, Willer.
But when the Ahri's this fed, it just doesn't matter.
He's level 6 or 5 rather.
Oh, he dodged the charm.
Dodge the charm. I think he still dies here as a lot of healing does come out, but you can see that Yukal can't do anything. He still only has a tier. And Career's here.
Oh, 10 stacks in the Dark Seal, by the way.
Yeah.
So this used to be a thing. Remember when Deathfire Grasp was a thing on Ahri?
Yes.
Way back in the day.
Yeah.
So this obviously isn't a thing anymore, that Deathfire Grasp exists. But I remember back then, you would just ult in on Ahri, you'd pop Deathfire Grasp, and you'd pop W, and you just ult, and you just kill them, and you wouldn't hit anything else.
No, yeah.
Showmaker is approaching that point of Fed, where like it doesn't even matter if he hits his charm, or like the return on the Q. He's gonna get so strong that he'll just like ult in and W and you'll just die. Once he starts cashing in and buying some items, because he has, you know, he came back with the Dark Seal and the Lost Chapter. Is he just going to go Medjai's now? No. Malignance is the correct buy, but it's not the funniest buy.
It's not the he could have done the funniest thing.
He could have done the funniest.
But he elected not to. Showmaker keeping it together here for all of
Seems like he is taking this match seriously, which is very respectful. But, you know, I do also want to note we have the progression bars at the top of the screen now for...
yeah, that's really nice. I think that makes a lot of sense.
For the roll crest. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Interestingly, we do see Showmaker is ahead in his. Interesting, but not surprising.
Yeah. You know, to be fair, not by a crazy amount, or maybe it just doesn't look like that much, but actually it's like
it's still hard to get a significant amount of progress just because you get so much passively from being in lane. And I think Yukal right now is making the right call to just be in lane and never leave. Because if you leave, you're going to get ulted and killed.
So they try to commit onto Career, but he just glitter lances them in the face. Now, Willer does have his ult, but he's going to lose another smite fight here. Lucid flashing the opposite way, but Smash is kind of unleashed here as a Cataclysm, and now Showmaker, he's the real one that's unleashed. He gets over the wall, and they give the double kill to the Yunara as well. As, they do kill Lucid, but only Lucid, and nobody else.
Guys, the enemy Ahri has 10 stacks Dark Seal and a Malignance. You're just never winning that, ever. In any realm. There's just no way. Look at Yukal's items. He actually has, the only AP Yukal has is the Doran's Ring.
Yeah, he went Catalyst, man.
That's not your blue buff. Just let it go. Like they're ulting in. Just leave it alone.
Yeah. You said it already. They were never winning.
They're just like, look, he's just ulting around and just melting everyone. There's just no way you win this.
Yeah. And then this is the saddest part where Yukal, he knows he's not getting away, so he just has to commit to get the kill. At least he got the kill. What could have been even worse.
I think the problem. Okay, now he has the Medjais. Now he has the Medjais. Maybe he was like,
of course he does.
he's probably sitting there like, man, if I'd bought the Medjais instead of the Malignants, think how many stacks I'd have.
Yeah, and then he could have gone back and bought Malignants.
Yeah.
And he would have been, 20 stack Medjais.
Because I want to remind you, by the way, Yukal did go back and buy Lucidity Boots. He's still the only AP he has is Doran's Ring. That's still the only AP he has at all in his entire.
Yeah. And I think, to be fair, they have a Rumble on the team. They don't need him to be doing oodles and boodles.
No,
damage,
again, this.
It's just funny that he has nothing.
I'm just highlighting the difference and the issue that they're currently facing, and the fact that Showmaker is just ungodly levels of fed, right? I'm not trying to critique Yukal in this situation. No. It's just a decision to opt into that fight, and I get that DRX are feeling the pressure because they're into this scaling composition and they're already really deep in the hole, but that was not the fight. Yeah. I think you need to start looking for fights where Showmaker is not there. He's,
It's kind of hard too. It's Ari with TP.
Hey, this game's very hard for this position,
Yeah, well, maybe, if you take some good 2v2 trades. Wait. They didn't get that either. Lucid at least is going to miss the flag and drag.
Oh, and Lucid's pretty fed as well, so he's got Sundered Sky over. Yeah. Showmaker's coming.
No. Oh no! Oh no! Not like this! Yeah, they're just going to kind of press their buttons at them and kill them. As Smash gets the kill, and he gets 2. They deny Showmaker extra stacks.
Yeah, I was going to say, Showmaker didn't get that many stacks there.
And sort of the occult isn't in this version of League of Legends, so Smash isn't able to get his stacks, so they should have given that to Showmaker.
Pretty unfortunate. Oh, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, there's just not much you can do in this situation. You're trying to trade in the bot lane. You're like, we're playing Nico Corki. You want to and then this happens.
Play safe bot. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I don't even think Showmaker got an assist on the Corki there. I don't think they're all connected in time because he only got 2 stacks on the Medjais.
Yeah.
So, even more unfortunate.
Well.
Oh, well.
I'm sure he'll be okay.
Will he?
Yeah.
This is the new game he's now playing, Medjai Stacker. Oh, and Shiwu finished his Koenig Rukin, so
yeah, he did.
Top lane's no longer a matchup.
He's having a great time in the top lane, just trading with the Rumble.
Showmaker went Merc Treads? That's not fun. It's smart, logical, respectful, fun.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Wanting to protect his gold lead?
Honestly, you could even go, Zonya's next and be totally fine, still do tons of damage.
I'm going to be real, Brendan. I think he could have gone Berserker Greaves and he'd still be doing tons of damage.
Yeah, maybe he'll just go Shadow Flame and put an end to this game. So, the shortest game so far at the LCK Cup.
Interesting you bring that up now.
I'm just going to take a quick look. I'm just curious. Just
for reference.
For no reason in particular. I just want to take a look. I'll get through my giant stack of papers eventually. They're doing it again, by the way. They're trying to dive the bottom.
They are healthier now, so,
So it was 23 minutes and 56 seconds. So about 24 minutes. This time, Showmaker, level 11, by the way, decides to spare them.
They're a little bit healthier. They saw them move down to match, and they're like, you know what? We don't need to do this. Showmaker saw the possibility. He saw a future where he lost his Medjai stacks and said, that is not okay. He let them live for now.
Yeah. I mean, CV Max, still their coach. Gotta keep it together. Gotta make sure that you're not making too many mistakes, that you're winning with your lead. And, he's just gonna get chunked out. And this is what you were talking about in the draft. Like, Ando just doesn't really get to play the game as Lucid tanks everything up. And, yeah, they're just pressing all their buttons at them once again. The challenge goes down. It's a double kill for Showmaker. And Smash gets another one. They're just kind of rolling over them. Maybe Showmaker, okay, he's just gonna be forced to flash away.
Oh my god.
That's about it.
His Medjai stack's flashing in front of his eyes.
22 stacks?
Yeah, you got a lot there.
This is a professional game of League of Legends.
Jiwoo getting an okay trade there. I mean, you saw they managed to take out Lucid, right? And they got a decent trade in return. You can see what that comp wanted to do if they went 6,000 gold down, but it's just the problem is they lose someone because they're so squishy compared to the damage being thrown out by Dplus. And as soon as they lose one member, Showmaker just starts ulting around.
Smash! Just pulls the the trigger and says, I'm fed too.
Yeah, he is.
You're
He's
just
6
dead.
kills.
Oh boy.
Yeah. As soon as I lose one member, it's just Showmaker ulting through and just cleaning up. All I'm going to say is imagine being a top laner in this game.
Yeah, I know. It's like you're just having a great time.
But yeah, as you said, so this is kind of the thing with Nico, is you get ulted by Jarvan, and it's like, okay, I can't do anything without flash. I'm just trapped. My ult doesn't have value. One of the frustrations of playing Nico into Jarvan. And then here, Showmaker, feeling a little bit overconfident, dashing forwards, does take a good amount of damage. Here is when I don't think he knew the Rumble was there and started to get melted.
Yeah, his team was backing away as well.
Yeah. And then here, again, the sustained damage. Flashes to Frost Bomb is the big thing as well, so avoids all that damage and has the backing off the Lulu.
You can see he was actually the one that was calling for it. He kind of flashed in first, and he was like, yeah, just support me, essentially.
I want to note, he had 2,300 gold in pocket when he went for that play.
Yeah.
So,
well,
kind of
career
crazy.
might die. I'm not sure if it's worth it still for DRX. Okay, they are going to get the shutdown on the
Showmaker's
Lulu.
here.
But yeah, Showmaker's here. Double knockup does come in, and the charm is going to miss, but Showmaker just kind of pressing his buttons on the entire enemy team. He's got 25 stacks of Vagi's now. And I think is that 10 kills? I think it's 10 kills. It's either 9 or 10. As, yeah, he's actually just going to get charmed up. Nice try with the clone, and that might make 11.
Wow.
Yeah, 11 and 0.
You know what?
It's 15 minutes into the game.
You know what? I'm going to say something. At least Medjai's can't go beyond 25 stacks. That's the silver lining here. That's the consolation for DRX.
Yeah.
They're still trying. They're still trying to find the angle. They get a pick onto Korea, a target without flash. So I think, you know, you try and find a fight where Showmaker's not here, but the problem is they don't have the damage to finish this quickly. And they get locked into it. And then Showmaker turns up. And look at Jiwoo. He just ults.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead. And now I have my resets. And I'm just going to chase you down. Because not only do I have a ton of movement speed, but I have all these Medjai stacks, which also give me more movement speed.
Yeah.
And he did go Shadow Flame. He wants to kill people more than he already is.
I think that's fair. I don't think he's in a lot of danger.
I'm again, Brennan, I'm drawing comparison between the items on the mid laners.
Yeah.
It's 2 stack Rod of Ages, Fiendish Codex. Oh, Yukal does have a Dark Seal though.
Yeah,
and
he
you know
does.
what? No, you know what? I respect this, because if you're going to win this game, you need a comeback. Honestly, if he'd bought a Medjai's, I would have. It'd be crazy, but that's the kind of mentality you need, right?
Yeah.
You need a little bit of just an all-in. The only way we come back is we just get like the craziest comeback of all time. We need Dplus to play like KT. That's the only way.
Hats and strays. It's only been one day, not even 24 hours. But yeah, it makes sense. So
Yeah.
They, you know, based on what we saw yesterday. We're just looking at all the stats on the left, you know, level, total gold, damage done, stuff like that.
Yeah, Smash has a lot of gold too, but I feel like he's just been overshadowed at the moment. But that's one of the problems as well. Even if Showmaker does mess up, overstep, and die, which is hard to do on Ahri, but if he does, there's also a fed Yunara.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to TP on top of this, and Smash, okay, they're going to go into, or just let the Rift Herald go. Rich is just kind of dead behind enemy lines, as they were never really going to win that fight. Here comes the Ornn ultimate on top of it all, catches one, gets a flash out of the other, and now it's just everybody trying to flash away. This Lurkle comes in, Willer, not very long for this world, as the knockup comes in from Siu as well into the Wild Growth. It is just disgusting here on the Rift. DK really playing with their food. Showmaker, he just TP'd bot.
Showmaker was so far from the fight that he just TP'd bot. He's like, I ain't getting there in time. It's like, whatever, dude. I'm getting some plates. Yeah, so this was a pretty interesting fight. We actually saw, you know, they destroyed the tower. Lucid again ulting the Nico, so the Nico doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah.
Rich came up to Showmaker, and Showmaker said, no, I'm rich. Far richer than you. And then he was like, I'm not getting to the fight in time. He literally just watched him. He just goes, I'm just going to TP bot, whatever. You know, the fight continues, and Lucid getting some good combos here on the Jarvan. Shiu gets a knock up on the tower. Lucid goes in, finds Yukal. The fact that they're just like crushing this fight and Showmaker's not here, they've passed the point. You know, I was talking about you need a fight without Showmaker. It's gone now. Even without Showmaker, you don't win.
Yeah, it's a 13,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that's a lot.
18 minutes, and I don't think we've seen as one-sided of a game.
You know what?
This LCK Cup, I'm pretty certain.
I predicted a 2-0 for Dplus, and I still feel like it was a bit conservative. Based on this game.
Yeah, it should have been a 3-0 maybe.
Yeah, it's not looking so good.
Who knows what's going to happen in game 2, though?
Yeah, you know, we've had crazier things than a bounce back from this. But
us and I are praying right now, but
yeah, I mean,
it's not working very well.
If you fretted 2-1 right now,
yeah. Well, yeah, this game is just kind of, it's just kind of over, guys.
It's kind of what? Over?
Over now.
It's over now.
Yeah, that's what DRX want right now. They want it over, and they want out, and they want to get into game 2.
I think at some point, I mean, they're still trying. They're still looking for angles. They're still trying to force, which, you know, I can respect. But I think at some point in this game, you really start thinking about game 2. Because it's just, yeah, I don't see the angles. What's crazy is that Showmaker's nearly level 15. He's like 2 full levels above Rich, and Rich has the XP quest. Yeah.
Well, at this point, I'm just curious if they are going to beat the fastest game so far at the LCK Cup, which
How long do you have
again
left?
was about 24 minutes. It was 23:56. So
23:56.
we got about 3.5 minutes
Yeah.
left.
It's been kind of slowing off a little bit.
Yeah, I think DRX eventually were just kind of like, well, we can't challenge them for anything. It's still too early for DK to end the game without some objectives. They are going to go for this Mountain Drake. I think they could go for the Baron, but also, to be honest, one of the only ways they can throw this game is through some kind of weird Baron flip. Even that, honestly, I don't think they can throw at Baron. Like, I don't think it's possible.
I mean, this would be a very hard game to throw. I'm manifesting.
We did say that about the 14,000 gold lead that KT had.
I mean, I think that one, there was like, there was a smaller gold lead, but also compositionally, like KT had a harder composition to sort of close the game out, right? Because they had like a lot of melees, a lot of things that were like harder just to push through. Also in this game,
what did Lucid mean?
That was.
What did he mean?
He just wanted to shout.
I think he's trying to send a message.
Right? It's the Demacia season. He just wanted to shout it. I respect it.
That's fine.
But also, like, there's so many scaling elements to Dplus's composition that are so hard to deal with. And they're so mobile. If you ever approach to, like, Baron or Elder, they'll just jump you so easily. I think that's why it's so hard. It's so hard to get picks as well.
Yeah. Well, they saw that the Baron is being taken. Showmaker goes over the wall, is going to miss pretty much everything. Does not have Deathfire Grasp in 2026. A double knockup is going to come in as now Showmaker is going to go, but he has Zhonya's completed as knockup will come in and get Showmaker. They take him down, but they have not dealt with Smash. But they stop the Baron take, so that's a win for DRX.
Nice. He still has 17 stacks. That's... But for a moment, they got him, right? Big influx of gold. Who actually got the kill? Did you see?
No.
Okay, we're going to replay. Yeah, a little bit overconfidence. And actually, I think the main person who I really want to credit here is Andal for the timing on the Pop Blossom. Because they go for the engage, he arm guards, and then look at the timing. He gets knocked up immediately before he can flash. Actually, I think the seismic shove as well from Yukal.
Yeah.
Didn't let him flash out of that to get away. So great play there. Question is, what will it amount to? Showmaker is about ready to TP, and they are on the Baron again.
Yeah, I mean, Willer's just got to get in the pit, which he can with the Blast Cone, as that's a knockup from the TP, and now the big Cataclysm finds everybody, and he just dies. But now we got Showmaker on the chase, and we have the Charm down, looking for that first kill. He gets the reset, and everybody is just running away. As Showmaker now, he's going to get healed up, and... yeah, eventually Yukal will go down as well. It's a nice turn here from DK, not the most difficult one to pull off. And now they'll go for the Baron.
Well, Lucid is dead, but I don't think it matters. So, yeah, they'll just go for it. They also have an Ornn to tank it, which makes it pretty chill. Yeah, just so difficult. This is what I mean. Is like you come over to contest the objective, and it's so hard to like disengage again because there's so much chase potential. They get the knock up on the Rumble, and then we get this crazy engage from Lucid. that does a lot of damage, catches them up. He dies for it, but now Showmaker, he's already got 1 reset, chases for more, flashes for Jiu, he wants more resets, and there's just no way to get away. Willis like, I'll sacrifice, but you can't sacrifice against Sonari because you're just handing over a reset for more chase potential. And she was like, I will tank the tower for 5 hours if needed.
Hey, Career got a kill there.
There we go.
He picked up his first kill here of the game. And DK are not going to beat the fastest game of LCK Cup. Honestly, not too surprising, just the way the game kind of stagnated there. As Willer down 3 levels would love a Gromp. He is going to get it. Now down only 2 levels as Lucid is really not scared of anything. Has the whole team behind him and did a good job of baiting that one out. The knockup does not hit Smash, and that's going to be a double kill for him. Looking for the triple, does not get it. Career steals a second kill, and so no Penta will come in here. But this game was done, I'd say, about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So now we're going to kill a Nexus.
Yeah. I don't think there's too much to add. I think we covered everything in the game. A rough game 1 for DRX. Dplus getting the early momentum and just carrying it away. And DRX really just need to find a way to bounce back. But I'm sure they've been thinking about that for a good amount of time during this game, even.
Yeah, they definitely were. This is not an easy game to analyze because, well, straight up, there's nothing to analyze. Down goes the Nexus. DK looking very strong here in the first game. Now, you know, it was a very big stomp. I do think that DRX were, I don't want to say they were doing the right things, but they were trying to fight their way back because they knew that if they got too far behind, the game was going to be lost anyway. So that's kind of why it got out of control so quickly, and it was a very one-sided game. Now we can just hope that game 2 is a little bit closer, a little bit more interesting. Otherwise, DK will just move on to an easy 2-0 win.
Yep, I mean, I think it's hard to have a game go as badly as that. I think that first skirmish was really where things all went wrong for them. Kind of crazy that Smash ended up doing more damage, but I do think that last team fight, he did a lot of it, and also for Showmaker, people just died before he got to rack up the damage. Running out of health, an issue when you're trying to do more damage dealt. But yeah, this was pretty brutal, pretty one-sided. You can see from the goal difference graph. And for DRX, a massive bounce back needed, or that record of losses against Dplus isn't going to change.
It doesn't seem like it will, but hoping I am wrong, as we will have a game 2. It will happen, and only DRX has the ability to change the potential 2-0, which looks very likely at this point, but we're still going to play it out. CV Max still having some stuff to say to the team. I'm very interested to hear what he does have to say, but either way, we're not going to hear that. It is 1-0 DK. We'll be right back.
여기 말 안 되는데 얘네?
야 해도 돼.
먼저
그냥 공대. 너 그냥 잡으면 돼.
궁극기 있네 이제.
야 뺐다. 진짜 뺐다. 뺐다.
아 예?
뺐다.
버렸는데? 아 룰루가 먹었어. 야안 건드렸네.
아 쉣. 아니 펜타킬 아니었어?
아 진짜 펜타인데. 아 형이 먹었어.
내가 먹었어?
어. 잘한다. 아니야?
연기 같은데?
아 그러니까 일부러 본 거 같아.
아니 나 진짜 주려고 했어 근데.
아 깜짝 아니야 이거?
아 진짜 아니야. 뭘 깜짝이야. 아니 진짜 형이 뭘 깜짝이야. 아 나 형 주려고 했어.
아 나이스.
아니.
나이스요.
나이스요.
야 잡아. 킬. 아 내거. 아 킬.
오케이.
어서 형 줘야지.
For those of you that were here yesterday, you know we only reserve this word for specific games. But Wolf, that was a shellacking. Degon here.
It was.
Alongside Wolf and Woodid. And another game one in LCK Cup where it was super one-sided after one fight.
Yeah, and just like yesterday where Gio was actually the benefactor of that early fight on his Yunara, this time his team was on the wrong side of that fight and gave the enemy Yunara a significant advantage. I really want people to be able to contextualize, and the point of this segment for me and Woodid is going to be to show you guys that, in fact, this game was a playable game. It was not a draft issue. It's not a team issue. But if you blow up the game and flip a coin on the game in an early team fight and give over that many kills, the game just becomes a playable. Because these drafts there's no real draft issue here. That the Nico lane can be tough to play out. They have the Talia to match rotations, but it wasn't about the draft, Woodid.
Not at all. And I think I just wanted to point out that DK had the concept about they have Smash, because I think normally you just try to pick top side in 1 to 3, but you could see they just pick Yunara and Lulu here in the early, and then they just set up the mid lane, top lane later on. So that showcases that DK, they just really want to play around the Smash, and I think this is one of the strat that they really want to just force it. And I think that kind of worked out, because I don't think DRX answer was good, because Nico in lane against Lulu was not the optimal option.
Yeah, definitely not. The disengages were there, but it all really summed up to that first fight that we had. So to break it on down, we have some WAD TV. Go ahead, take it away.
3 minutes in the game, by the way, Woodid's going to show you guys 3 minutes in.
So yeah, I mean, you might think this is one of the troll game, but in fact, they could actually win the fight, because DK's setup was not great. So you can see Gio and Andil was already pushing out Smash, so they were really split. So you can pause here, and you can see how this fight is winnable for DRX. Smash has no flash, and he's in the pit. He cannot jump over the wall.
Looks like a good target, right, Woodid? However,
but Lucid also use all the cooldowns, right? So I think they should not just panic to focus Smash. They can just play slow and bring Yukal, because he's one that he's isolated from his team. So if you just play slow and hit the front line, I think this is such a free fight. But instead of that, they're gonna
roll the clip. Look at Showmaker also, by the way. In a scrappy fight like this, the Ahri is going to get so much value, right? And is going to be able to do so much. Even without ultimate, even without resets, it doesn't matter. He has CC, he has low cooldowns. He is going to be able to offer so much more in this fight than what the Talia is going to offer, right? And opting into the fight the way they did gave Showmaker such a free entry instead of trying to push back up towards Yukao, like you mentioned, play through the jungle and then shut Showmaker out, because the AD carry is so low already. You don't have to kill him. You could just prevent him from actually rejoining and win the upper part of the fight. That's the missing moment there. But after this fight, game's done. That's it.
Yeah, it was brutal. And not only did the kills go over to Showmaker, the kill that DRX got at the very end of that fight went to Andal. So you didn't even get value onto your carry to be able to battle back later on. Speaking of later on, this is what it looks like when the Ahri runs wild. Again, there's just not much you can do when you have that much agency.
Look at Yukal, can't really join the fight. And man, Smash is playing fast, and Lucy left his career out to dry here. He's kind of like, okay, I want to push on to Willer, but I also want to, I want to push to keep sure that career can get in. Anyway, my point I want to show here is the difference in AP between Showmaker and Yukal right now. 172 with full stacked Magi's and a Malignance. Yukal, 1 Doran's Ring and 27 ability power.
I didn't notice that.
172 to 27. That is 7 times practically the amount of AP that he has. He has a Doran's Ring.
Show the Dark Seal.
You're running out of fingers to put Doran's Rings on to try and catch up.
And the Dark Seal is fully stacked. He has the Malignance. And unfortunately in this fight, what can you do as DRX here? I mean, you're not set up to fight this. You don't want to just give full control of the jungle. And they're trying to push on the bottom side towards Smash, right? But unfortunately, he just... they can't actually get to him.
So here, the whole point is you have to kind of stabilize the game, because you already kind of ruined the Drake fight, right? Then I think you have to just play slow, give up some objective, farm it up, and try to catch up. But at this point, they just gave up. They're not willing to play the game. That triggers me so hard. Can you just play slow because you already ruined the early game? But this is not the way that you should play.
Or
this is
feed Showmaker more.
Maybe.
Well,
Stop Showmaker!
27's
Somehow.
in the chat, and for those of us that predicted 2 zeros in the game, look pretty smart. I think one of those guys is on the cast right now. Let's send it back on over to Valdez and Ox.
Thank you, Digon. Yeah, Ox is one of the people that did go for the 2-0. Myself and Atlas did go for 2-1. After that first game, looking pretty unlikely at this point. I think that's putting it lightly.
Sometimes...
But who knows what'll happen in game 2, Ox?
Sometimes you get surprised, you know? Sometimes things turn around. Sometimes you got to bounce back from tough game 1. I think as well, the thing we can illustrate is that it was just, you know, one really bad first fight, and then it just snowballed super heavily. As much as it feels really bad to be on the receiving end from that, you know, it's like, it's not like they were making like a ton of crazy mistakes throughout the game and it's like, wow, they just look terrible all throughout the game. There was just no coming back. You know, the desk, I think, highlighted it really well. It was just a game that, like, you made a massive blunder at the start, and then you opted into fights which, you know, weren't really winnable, but, you know, what else could you really do? And the game was kind of just away from you. I think it's like, it looks and feels really bad to be in the receiving end, but I think at the end of the day, you know, you could definitely put yourself in a better position. I hope that this game won't be nearly as brutal as the last one was, but I also think that, like, if you don't end up having such a bad early skirmish, the game could easily be much more competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, the drafts were playable, the game was playable. The plays that were made the game unplayable. So now we're going to jump into draft here for game number 2. Azir is banned again, this time early. Orianna going to be followed up by DK. Similar. This time the Vi is going to be banned. They elected not to go for the Vi into the Yunara last game. Didn't want it to just have a cuz experience where you go in and you just die. Perhaps as Jace is going to be banned here. Pretty common stuff on the
It's interesting as well, DRX maintaining the Azir ban, even though it's something that Dplus have been banning heavily and haven't really been playing at all during the LCK Cup. But we are just getting that Azir Orianna trade. Rai is going to be banned again by DRX, so mid lane pool being kind of thinned heavily. And altogether, no change in bans from the side of Dplus, but the Ambessa has been let through, so it's going to be snapped up here by Rich in the top lane. Ultimately, Rich wasn't really present in the last game. Neither him nor Shiru really got to take part, if we're being honest. But he did get the Rumble.
Did they even really exist? Yeah. I don't know. I'm still not sure.
He did get the Rumble, though, and just wasn't really able to make much headway. But, I mean, it's harsh to really say anything about it because the game was over before he even got to partake. So we'll see what he can do on the Ambessa, and we'll see what Dplus take into it. We get the Pantheon immediately for Lucid. We have seen players like Zeus and Keen taking the Gwen into the Ambessa, a matchup that originally was pretty Ambessa favored, and we saw Ambessa being picked up as like the counter to Gwen, but we've seen it being piloted quite well by some of our proficient top laners and being confident to take that matchup. But for now, we will see Smash opting into the Lucian. And we've seen multiple pairings with this, whether it's Lucian Nami, Lucian Braum, Lucian Milio, Lucian Sona.
Yeah. You play a lot of stuff with Lucian nowadays. It's not just Lucian Nami. And as Wadid said on the space, he's like, DK realized they have Smash, and they're willing to play around him, pick early for him, and get him a good matchup. So Aurora and Nautilus are going to be picks here, though.
This also makes it really tricky for Shiru, because I was talking about the Gwen into the Ambessa, but it's hard to pick because now you might go into the Aurora instead, because the Ambessa could be in the jungle. The Nautilus coming through makes bot lane very easy to decide, though, because if you're playing into a Nautilus, why not just slam Braum?
Yeah.
And play that matchup out. Always been a pretty comfortable matchup for the Braum to play, and makes those skirmishes difficult for the side of DRX, particularly this Pantheon Lucian Braum. We just saw a game where the early skirmish dictated the whole match, and it's so incredibly hard to play an early skirmish against specifically this trio, where you have the point and click CC from the Pantheon. He lands that, the Winter's Bite is guaranteed, and then it's so easy to stack, and you have the execute damage from the Pantheon. This is just very hard to pick another trio that out skirmishes this trio in the early game. So
So
whatever.
surely DRX won't go all in on some early skirmishes this time.
We'll see.
Is the hope.
Is the hope. Ziggs ban comes through. I think something that can kind of circumvent the Braum in a lot of ways with the ultimate, and also can keep these things at bay. It is a short-range composition from the side of Dplus so far. The Gwen ban does come through, so did talk a little bit about it being played into the Ambessa. Obviously not certain that it's going to be the Ambessa top lane, but just for the potential of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just want to play a tank, and Gwen would be good into that anyway, if they slam Sion at some point.
I also think
Asante.
As much as the skirmishing is really good in this composition from Dplus, and I do think that, like, despite them not being the greatest scalers, Pantheon and Lucian can still do good jobs in the later stages. Having some insurance in this comp would go a long way, and Gwen does offer that. She also stacks up Braum passive very effectively. Sivir ban comes through, something that can obviously mitigate a lot of that pressure, just being able to clear the waves effectively. Good against short-range compositions. The stun impact reduced massively.
So with the Renekton ban coming through, it does look very much like we're going to get an Ambessa top lane. Thinking about the Kennen here as the answer, force you into it. And Kennen can go into a lot of stuff, even if the Ambessa does get flexed. So they are just going to lock that in. So there is a little bit of, just ways to get more damage on the team. And there's the potential flex with the Sion coming out we were talking about.
Yeah, I think you have to be ready and willing. Even with those bans coming through, you have to be ready and willing to be able to flex it, because, playing it into the Kennen, not a fun time. Yeah. I think Will are definitely one of these players who are happy and comfortable to play carries in the jungle. Was doing it quite a lot in previous years as well. And we do see, so the Sion coming through into the Kennen can just chill in that matchup, farm up, just weather the storm. And looking at the Ezreal, so something that can play at a safe distance, but not exactly going to have the most pressure in the bot lane. Also, especially into the Pantheon and the Braum, I feel like they can mitigate a lot of your damage. You're firing Mystic shots in, you're hitting a Braum wall, you're hitting the Pantheon Aegis, and it just feels like you can't push in too aggressively.
Maybe this is the TF game.
You do outrange a good amount, though. I don't know. It's a lot of bulk for a TF. Cassiopeia, though,
that can definitely chew through the bulk.
That will chew through the bulk, for sure in this one. And definitely when we're talking about having some insurance, it does offer that. That being said, there's a lot of things that can get on top of you and just make your life difficult. I think for this one, I think there's obviously the skirmishing power we talked about, and then you have like the power of the Kennen and the Cassiopeia ready to get you through those team fights. But I think DRX, as long as they don't opt into a crazy fight with the Lucian Braum Pantheon,
surely this time.
If they get into the mid game, I think they can play around, especially the fact that their backline is so mobile, right? It's going to be kind of hard to reach the Ezreal and the Aurora. Things like the Cassiopeia should never really be easily connecting with them. The Kennen as well might have a hard time to get on top of them.
Yeah.
You have this bulky front line too, so...
That's why I thought maybe TF just for like an RFC gold card onto one of those slippery carries and then the follow-up, but yeah, then I don't think they get through the Sion or even the Ambessa in the later stages of the game, so probably for the best, as we got DRX fans begging, pleading for just an ounce of, something in the series, because so far they haven't shown it in this first game. So Showmaker going to be playing Cassiopeia up against UCal's Aurora in the mid lane. And we're getting ready for game number 2. Dplus KIA up against DRX right now. Alrighty, game number 2 on the cards here. And we did have that Ambessa put into the jungle, in fact. Willer going to be playing that. He also did play Zahin jungle. So, definitely a guy that has a lot in his arsenal.
Yeah. That is one thing I'm a little worried about, though, is I feel like the Ezreal Aurora, if they do fall behind will just feel like they don't offer that much damage. Whereas I feel like for Dplus, I mean, that's happened with Lucian, right? But, you know, with Cassiopeia, it just feels like, in general, the Dplus composition has more damage threats.
And they have all different types. A lot of burst, obviously, but also the consistency of the Cassiopeia. Lots of ways to fight early, mid, and late, it feels.
Yeah.
Maybe late isn't, you know, the absolute best we've ever seen, but still good.
I mean, I feel like Pantheon just does such insane damage. Like, I feel like for so long, Pantheon's always been thought of like this early game champion, but I just think he does so much damage at every stage now. I think a big factor is he gets so much armor pen for free on his ultimate with ultimate ranks now, which is interestingly something Ambessa also gets. And really helps him just carry over into the later stages. And also the execute on his Q. Like if you get hit by a Pantheon Q in the later stages of the game, he actually just does so much damage now. It's kind of ungodly.
Yeah, he really does. The wall is down. Career is getting pretty low. Smash and Career are still trying to fight back, but a nice trade here. A nice look from Ondel to go for that hook, and that's going to force Career back.
Yeah, I think Ju doing a good job of stacking up the lethal tempo and getting some good autos into the Braum. Career kind of on the back foot there. I also think as well, as much as the matchup Nautilus-Braum generally favored towards the Nautilus, if you get in like these quick trades and kind of disengage before the Braum stacks up the passive, Nautilus has a lot of base damage in his kit. And you have like the initial shielding. Like if the Braum's ready and he gets passive stacked on you and you instantly like burst it down in the long trade, it feels bad. But you can go for like quick trades, disengage, and
oh no, that's really unfortunate for Ondel to miss that hook, as now they're going to continue on the trade. We have TP coming in from UCal. Showmaker's already here. The flash, Miasma just secures the kill onto Ondel. He couldn't flash away from the grounding. And again, we're fighting over an early scuttle. And Xiu goes over the wall. They're going to commit to this one. They want to get on top of Smash. Where have we seen this before? And Showmaker was full health and full mana, and they're all running away from him. As Willer's getting low, Showmaker can kind of do whatever he wants, although he's in a less comfortable spot this time. Still going to get the kill on a Jiwoo. Still looking for the kill on a UCal. One burst should be able to get it, but he misses the Q. And oh no, UCal not like this. And it's a 3-kill Showmaker again.
why are we doing this again? Why? You just lost the game like this. Well, if at first you don't succeed.
I don't know, man. This one feels even more obvious, especially after the missed hook.
Yeah, they missed the hook and they're still going in. Okay,
Please.
and we talked about the skirmishing power of Dplus's composition. But to be fair, I didn't expect Showmaker just to absolutely 1v9 as well. Because to be fair, Dplus, sorry, their 3-man who are strong in the skirmishes are quite low. The Braum passive doesn't get that much crazy value. They do get the stun down on a couple of members, but Showmaker just dodges everything. He's just insane.
Yeah.
Dodging the Mystic Shot there. Get some Miasma down here.
And they're fighting, by the way, in the bot lane in live, so at least something good. So, an ounce of goodness going the way of DRX. And it's even more than an ounce. Gio up to 3 kills now with that double kill for him.
Picture this scenario if they hadn't had that skirmish in the river.
Yeah.
But a good play coming out. I want to see how that happened because, you know, Ezreal Nautilus finding a win in 2v2 against Lucian Braum. That's good to see. Not the easiest thing to find.
Xiu just level 6 here as Ridge maybe just going to flash ult away if he needs to, will flash.
Yeah, I think he probably could have just ulted and buffered Xiu's ult and would have just got out completely. I don't think he actually needed to have to use his flash there, but...
Yeah.
Okay, so Korea used his shield quite early and Smash dashed in. So all cooldowns down, and Andel's like, I'm going. They have nothing. He's just flashing on him and autoing him, so... I think this is honestly another example of like, we are the winning bot lane 2v2. We just win this. Let's just play aggressive. We win this, and not thinking how do we win this?
Yeah.
How are we winning this matchup? They used all their cooldowns, everything, and then I was like, oh, they have nothing left. I'm flashing in.
Yeah.
And the lack of summoners from the earlier skirmish as well, obviously a
Andel's
factor.
in a lot of trouble now. He doesn't have Flash, and, well, Lucid does. So they're going to give that kill to Career, who does last hit that, unfortunately. Ju going to get traded a little bit there as well.
So here's a neat trick I've learned about bot lane matchups, right? The trick to winning any bot lane matchup, bring the jungler.
Yeah, bring your jungler.
Never fail.
Jungle gap, honestly. I mean, you know, Lucid was there, Willer wasn't.
Yeah.
Pretty obvious.
And then what you do is you go in all chat and you say GG easy. Better bot wins.
That'll work. That'll work.
Yeah.
That'll tilt them for sure.
Yes, yes.
Well, Andil just TP'd back the Unsealed Spellbook. Career does have the door up, but there are 3 of them.
As I said, good
Yukals
2v2
is
play.
dead.
Good 2v2 play from the bot lane.
Yukal is dead, and surely DRX to say, okay, we're gonna back. Nope, they're just gonna go for it anyway. Yeah, Willer's dead, and we got even a TP coming in here because why not? They did not need the TP, but actually that's Career, not the cannon. Anyway, they should not have fought that at all.
I genuinely think DRX should just be banned from the bot side river. I think if Joker had coach comms, he'd come in and be guys, you're not allowed in the bot side river. You are banned until 15 minutes game time. Do not step in there. This is an example where I think Andal was like, hey, we just won the 2v2. Well, the reason you won the 2v2 is because all their cooldowns were down. You just queued in when their cooldowns were up and the jungler was there.
Yeah.
Here, though, your jungler was here, so this was going good. Positive play, you found the kill. But then you try to make this fight happen, and Showmaker has ult, and no one on DRX's side has ult. And it's crazy, he caught you as well with the ult, so max range on that, which was pretty nice. But it was just a straight 3v3, and the Cassiopeia has ult, and also, you know, we were kind of trash-talking the tier Catalyst last game on the Tlia, but because it's a fed Cassiopeia who has that very early, it's a very tanky Cassio with a lot of mana.
Yeah.
You're not just going to burst her, even though she wasn't full HP.
Yeah.
So
it hits differently as well when, you know,
it's
Cassiopeia is going to get out of control.
It's 8 minutes, and the Cassiopeia is 403 with a 1,700 gold.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's actually crazy.
It's pretty insane. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Onks just wrote down his POM, his POM selection.
Oh, I did I? Oh.
I'm not going to spoil it because, you know, you don't know. It's probably a split vote here.
Yeah, I think it's pretty
never
close.
know.
Yeah, assuming, you know, a certain team wins, I think it's pretty safe.
Yeah. And if DRX do somehow end up winning the series, you know, maybe it is off of the back of Yukal. At this point, could be anybody. So, yeah, I just don't know what to say. I feel like DRX are really... They're doubling down, they're tripling down, they're quadrupling down on this same idea that, no, we can win these trades no matter what the comp, no matter what the situation, and we're just going to prove it to them. And they're not proving a lot, except that they're going to lose these trades. So, yeah, I don't really want to see it anymore. This time, though, they do have Yukal down here. Smash is going to flash away. Nice flash in from Career on the block, and also able to get right up in front and land that Q on Andil. And they even give that kill over to Smash as Lucid gets there, Showmaker gets there. And that's another strength of the Pantheon, just to get there so quickly.
Trying to force into the Lucian Braum there. Again, this is kind of the difficulty of the lane matchup. When the cooldowns are up, it's hard just to press forward as the Nautilus. Andal trying to find the angle, doesn't succeed. And now they're trying to set up a dive. Not the easiest.
Yeah, this one definitely not as good as game number 1, as they're going to try to force it in onto Yukal. Smash going to get pretty low.
Oh, the ult!
And the ult is gigantic. Going to catch Yukal on top of it all as the route is finished here for Showmaker. Now 5 kills on the Cassiopeia. And now we got a Slicing Maelstrom in the top lane. This time, Scion ult is not going to get through.
Oh, wait, what?
But that's fine.
Oh, this is top lane. Oh, I forgot about this lane. Yeah.
I don't even know what lane you're talking about. It doesn't exist in my mind.
Yeah, oh yeah, I forgot this lane existed. Didn't they say they were changing this to make top lane more relevant?
Top lane and top laners are not real.
Yeah. So this one, actually, so the shield was down. So I think this was maybe the thing that thought, hey, I can go a bit more aggressive here. Yukal was coming over. And they'll try to go for like the R flash to kind of get the setup on Smash. Because if you R flash, it gets like the insta knockup.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe I was a bit critical of Andal because he saw a window with Yukal there when the cooldown, the shield down from Korea. But unfortunately, the rest of Dplus ready to move. This was a little messy, you know. Korea got in a bit early. The ult from Showmaker was great, Yukal flashing to get away, otherwise that would have just been a double kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, Showmaker's just in tremendous form today.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty interesting, this LCK Cup this year, because a lot of our veteran mid laners, you think about Faker, you think about Showmaker, these guys that generally have somewhat slower starts to the year are just having incredible form, really on the ball from the get-go.
To be fair, last LCK Cup, Showmaker was also in tremendous form. And we were super hyping up Dplus.
And then there's one thing that can kill the hype faster than anything else, and that's losing 0-3 and then 0-3.
But they've already lost 0-3.
They did. Well,
and they're bouncing back.
They can't lose 0-3 today. Even if they do lose the series, it can't be a 0-3, nor a 0-2.
Yeah.
So they're feeling pretty good about that.
Wait. I know that you might not care about this, Brendan, but I do. Korea has already finished his support quest.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about the top lane. I'm like,
no.
Why do you care about the top
So
lane?
he's like one of the fastest, but we looked at like role quests the other day, and support is on average, I think support and mid are on average the slowest.
Yeah, Showmaker just finished his, by the way.
Yeah, and Showmaker and Korea are like two of the fastest in the team. That's crazy. That's, wow.
Showmaker is miles
Record
ahead
breaking.
of Yukal, which makes sense because Yukal has died twice.
But
Showmaker has 5 kills.
It's crazy that Korea is so fast, because normally, like, I can get mid being faster when you got so many kills and doing a lot of damage. Maybe he was just getting all his procs from hitting champions.
Well, they're going to try to fight this one 4v3. The Nautilus ult does come out. Korea might be in a bit of trouble. Big burst damage does come in, but now able to get in front is Lucid. Still not able to avoid the Aurora damage, though, as a hook does sail wide. And Showmaker's just mid, getting plates.
Yeah. Well, he may have got his quest completed, but it didn't save him from that. So.
Yeah.
I know Andal has quest. Oh.
Now Lucid's here. Flash. Oh no, he's just taking names.
Oh
much like Lucid in game 1, he is back. And, well, now he's dead. But that's because Yukal is also bot. They're really trying to babysit down here, which honestly makes a lot of sense. Trying to dodge all of these skill shots. And he will dodge enough with the barrier.
Honestly, Yukal's doing his best, right? He had a rough game 1.
Just stay bot, don't,
I feel like the thing is, I say he had a rough game 1. I feel like it wasn't even specifically like, it's just Showmaker is popping off, right? I'm not even specifically, we talked about, the space talked about the AP difference. It's just Showmaker's been popping off. He got fed of the skirmishes. He didn't get fed specifically of Showmaker.
Yeah.
But Yukal's been doing his best to make things happen. Here, Korea just kind of, he just gets exploded. The Braum cannot survive against this. I'll be honest, the supports have been having a rough time this game. A lot of deaths. A lot of deaths. Lucid just exploding people. The Pantheon doing so much damage. And then Smash nearly gets smashed himself. Does put a lot of damage in Andal, nearly turns it around. And Yukal actually would have killed him without barrier.
Yeah.
For sure.
Thankfully, he hit his ability this time. Smash not quite as good at dodging the skill shot. And again, we're up in top lane.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, we're back in mid lane. And Smash.
Do you think there's like a minimum quota we have to look top lane for like a set amount of time?
I'd say the top laners would feel pretty bad if we didn't.
Yeah.
They want to be included.
Guys, you haven't looked top lane in like the last 7 minutes. You have to remind everyone it exists. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I mean, eventually, maybe we get like a Kennen ult in this game.
Yeah.
On like a team.
Kennen's ulting Rich again. Rich just runs away. Cool. Okay. Back to the rest of the map.
We have seen that a couple of times now. And yeah, Cataclysm gonna force you back and forces the turret down.
Got the Farmalon. There we go.
He's back. Oh, he got
okay. No, that's enough. That's enough.
Career. He is playing Braum, so it's a little bit easier for him to get out, but still having trouble. And he's just dead to Andal's ult. Lucid's like, man, I was doing the dragon.
Dplus is still really far ahead, but DRX are getting a lot of kills.
Yeah.
It's feeling a very messy game compared to game 1. I feel like an aspect of it is you are playing into a fed Cassiopeia and not a Ferrari. So these skirmishes aren't just like falling apart immediately every time you opt into them. It's easier to fight without Showmaker being there compared to last game where it felt almost impossible. I do want to note there is 20 kills so far in this game, right? 10 of them are supports. 50% of the deaths in this game are supports.
The deaths, yeah, not the kills. For
Yeah.
a second, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, the supports are just dying.
Yeah.
And
Speaking of which,
it's not even like it's squishy supports. I know Nautilus is one of the squishier engaged supports, but the other one is Braum. They are just, we'll say, being targeted.
yeah. It's
Also, the Braum
not
has
their
died.
first
The
time.
Braum has died more than the Nautilus.
6 times is,
It's also celestial opposition on both of them.
well, Anil's gonna hook into the wall, and Lucid has some choice words for him about that. As the Mega Cone engage Braum comes in, not something we see very often. There's the Slicing Maelstrom on the enemy team, and not just on the Scion. Chief's dead, by the way. He's just getting flanked by 4 people. Yucal comes in. He's probably regretting that choice now, as he does get the kill, does still die to the spear.
Hey,
Rich cutting through that Scion.
but look who didn't die.
His career. And
Well, Andal got away.
Yeah.
They let him live. And now the supports aren't 50% of the deaths. So, you know, good job, Andal. That's showing some growth. Unfortunately for the rest of DRX, they just got completely blasted in this situation. Lucy's going very aggressive here, but we had this TP angle coming in, and she was like, okay, I'm so bored of playing top lane. Let me join. Willa gets absolutely one-shot. Jiwoo just gets shredded by the Showmaker flank, and the fight is already over at this point.
Yeah.
Yucal does kill Shiwu. He's doing his best, but kind of just gets chased down by the snake, and Lucid snipes him with a spear, and then the tanks just run away.
and
once
they got
again-
Rift Herald.
Once again, I did predict a 2-0.
You did.
I still feel like, based on what we've seen, it felt like
A little look behind the curtain. There have been times where we have tried and asked about, like, can I predict 3-0 to try to make a statement, you know, something like that, or can I vote for Palm for one of the members of the losing team, you know?
Well, that's toxic, right?
We have not been allowed to do that, but Ox, you know, if you want to say publicly that, you know, you wanted to go for a 3-0 instead of a 2-0.
No, I wasn't thinking that. I'm
You
just
could
thinking,
say
like,
that.
I said 2-0, but looking at this, I'm like I said 2-0, but all I'm saying is based on this, I didn't expect it to be this one-sided.
Yeah.
This feels more one-sided than my prediction. That's what I'm trying to say.
Uh-huh.
This feels more one-sided than I thought it would be, and my prediction was a 2-0.
I see.
That's what I'm trying to convey. That's the point I'm trying to make. This
Yeah.
feels more one-sided than even I thought, and I said 2-0, which is as one-sided as we can convey with our prediction.
Yeah.
Like, I thought it'd be closer than this. And this is not like, my prediction was not close.
This is not.
So, yeah.
Yeah, well, they're trying to engage on a Braum again. It's worked out a lot for them, to be honest.
Kill the Braum, kill the Braum, kill the Braum!
They will, don't worry. That's another kill over to Jiwoo. And a 7th death.
DRX
Rears Braum.
have learned from T1.
That is another hook, this time on a Lucid, though, so...
You know, they watched the T1 vs D+ series. There was a lot of things that you could have taken away. Their takeaway, kill Korea.
So Showmaker's just being turned onto here. And there's nowhere for him to go. He doesn't have his flash either. He is just going to go down. So you just take a bunch of damage, though. And the fight comes in.
Oh,
Here's
man.
the Slicing Maelstrom we were looking for. Forces the flash out of Yucal. Otherwise, he would be a 3rd casualty. So you're going to run straight into Willer, who is only level 11. I think she was okay to take the straight, actually. Rich hits the wall! And,
Rich?
you know, if he were there, honestly, I don't even know if he would have helped. And he does die anyway. So that's going to be the end of that.
You know what? Did it really...
Maybe he made the right call.
Did it really make a difference?
Yeah, no, I don't think it did.
Yeah. Let's have a little replay of... Yeah, ult comes in. Showmaker a little bit overextended. He's not playing Ari this time. Does die. No Magi stacks to be lost in this one, though. Shiwu comes in, presses ultimate. Everyone, apart from Yucal, who flashed away, dead. And then he goes in. He has the big shields and teleports. So he's like, I want to go. I want to see what... Yeah.
You
know what?
Turn around after that.
You know what? I think that's a good summary of the series.
Yeah.
Good summary of the series.
Just clip that.
Yeah.
Put it up and be
Flip
like,
it.
okay, this is what happened.
Flip it and ship it.
Anyway, DK120. And we have
Whoa.
the second series.
Counting your chickens. It's not 2-0 yet.
Pretty good at counting, so
It's only,
I do like to flex.
It's only a
when I can.
7.6k goal lead. This...
It's a lot less than game 1.
It's not even that big of a goal lead compared to some of the throws we've seen so far.
So
the LCK.
Okay, we're gonna see another hook. This again is Pantheon. You know, okay, TP is gonna come in, and this time the shield, it is going to go down.
They got him,
and they got the kill. And this time now,
Showmaker
gonna be caught up as the Q comes down.
Okay, some good picks
into what should be a Chemtech Drake. Not bad.
Finding some angles. This is good. See, I said you were counting your chickens before they hatch.
Yeah. Well, Ucal does a lot of burst damage, but he's still 3 levels behind Jiwoo. As now Smash just gonna send it here into Jiwoo, and ooh, the locket saves him and the dive, as that's gonna be the kill going over to Jiwoo. Jiwoo is just leaving, and Willer's like, well, I wish I could have done something.
I can't believe we didn't trip over that yet. Jiwoo and Jiwoo in the same game.
You know, they haven't been interacting all that
They
much,
really
so
have not. They've just been
it
on
hasn't been a
opposite
problem.
sides on the map.
And I don't think it will be a problem
for much longer.
Yeah. Man, what was Atlas thinking with the 2-1 prediction? Crazy.
Yeah.
I would
that was
never.
Insane.
I would never do that. I also predicted 2-1. So Lucid kind of gets caught here.
Yeah. I mean, that's what happens. Thank you for describing the exact series of events.
Shu looking pretty dead. He is going to get the stun down.
Oh, the ults. You know, Willer's
And
ults have
Bessa.
been kind of... Like, is he 3, 6, and 7? Yes. But he's hitting his ults, right? And can you ask for anything more? I mean, honestly, yes. But... you know what?
Yes.
They're fielding a comeback, and I respect that.
Yeah. You know, they didn't even give up in game 1. They didn't give up here in game 2. Props to DRX. They're not winning, but they're not.
And you know
giving
what? They're not giving up, and they wouldn't even be out if they lose this game. And notice I'm saying if, because they haven't given up, and neither will I until the Nexus explodes.
We've seen crazier things, even this week. And
even yesterday?
Yeah. That's included in this week. They are going to go in onto Ondil. Not the easiest target to take down, and Lucid does put up his shield as now Smash comes in, and it's just one big bait. Showmaker in a bit of trouble, but he's just so tanky, man. They can't chew through the Cassiopeia, and now Shiu's here trying to interact with Jiwoo. It's not going to happen, and they're just chasing the Cassiopeia for some reason. It's not, guys. Oh no. Jiwoo, no!
The minion.
He did hit the minion, yeah. That's get down, Mr. President.
He's
Mr.
just dodging,
Showmaker.
dipping.
One spear? No, Lucid's gonna run straight into the smash. And yeah, it's just gonna be 2 kills anyway. Zombie Scion trying to be relevant, but
okay, I know I said I wasn't giving up on DRX.
Nexus hasn't exploded.
And I'm still not giving up. There's still hope, right? Willer's back up. He's got ult. He's not been missing those. There's hope. I'm hoping. I'm believing. They're connecting CC, but Lucid still didn't die here. So close. The lack of gold, the lack of damage, a factor. Showmaker again gets low. But KIA doing a great job blocking the damage. Does he die? Yes, but he doesn't care. He's let go of earthly tethers like KDA. It's meaningless to him.
Yeah.
Once you've died, how many times has he died? Like 9 times on Braum?
It's at least 8.
It's just meaningless, right? He will die another 7 times on Braum, and it makes no difference. As long as he protects his Cassiopeia in the mid lane, he knows what his job is. Oof.
Lucid just flashing for the kill.
It is 8.
It is 8, yeah.
He has more deaths than every single person on his team combined.
Makes sense. Because DRX do have 15 kills. So.
He will die for the cause. Again and again and again.
He will, yeah.
Not even just for the cause, he'll just die.
He'll just die.
And then say it's for the cause, and you're like, you know, you didn't need to die. He's like, no, I did. I'm like, okay, fair play, buddy. I appreciate the effort.
He was feeling like he had to.
Well, it's just hitting the ult.
Same for Shiwu. You know, he's like, I feel like I kind of just want to die here in the top lane. And he does. He gets caught out again. So DRX are seeing that our top laner of DK is maybe getting a little bit unfocused. And that's a good look. It's still going to be this bottom lane turret going down.
I mean, Willer's doing good with the ults on Bessa. That is the thing that I'm praising, you know. It's a good look. If he hadn't fallen really far behind in the early skirmish, if they went 10,000 gold down, then yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of ifs.
This time the biggest gold lead does go over to Smash. We had a very big lead for Showmaker in game 1, but this time in game 2, it is the 80 carry.
There's a big gold lead top as well.
Where? Sorry, I didn't recognize what you were talking about.
Reverse bot lane, we'll call it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those guys that kind of like do stuff up there,
Yeah, the strange.
they fight each other and
Yeah,
yeah.
the odd ones. Actually, he was a jungler, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we're trying to fight over a Chemtech Drake, it looks like.
Yeah, very important. Very vital that we get this. TP wards being pinged. Kennen is coming.
All right, they're trying to just fight this instead, and Angel
Oh my
dies
God.
to a culling.
Nearly.
Well, basically, yeah. She was like, I will get that kill for you guys. As Rich, as well, does not exist. You thought he was tanky. No, he was not. Flash over the wall. Shiyu does interact with Jiwoo. And Jiwoo
he's
is
so dead.
He's so dead. Yeah, there's just no getting away from that. As a stun will come in right at the last moment. And that'll be the end of him and the end of Willer. And hopefully the end of this game. So we can go on to the next series, because this one has been a bit of a clanker. DK just bopping him over the head with a giant red hammer, and that's going to be it. It's just going to be a 2-0.
This one was a bit more fast and loose than game 1. You know, game 1 felt really just over after the first skirmish.
Get him, Rich. Wait, not like that.
And, you know, game 2 felt really over after the first skirmish, but with a little bit more goofing about in the meantime.
Yeah. 48 kills. 48 kills here in game number 2, 27 minutes. DK, they are miles ahead of DRX today. And again, DRX just could not help themselves. Lots of early skirmishes that went awry, and Dplus KIA, you give them an edge like that, they are so good at punishing. And that they did. If they get ahead, they will make you pay.
Yep, so now Dplus going through to playoffs. DRX do have the last chance best of 5. And I think there are some definite lessons to be taken away from this series. I've made a list of them. So, firstly, skirmishes in the bot side river. Need to work on those.
Bans before 15
Secondly,
minutes.
No, that was it.
That's really it.
Yep.
And she was like, we won 3-0. He put up the 3. He's like, yep.
What's
3 wins tonight.
What's almost frustrating is I actually think some of the setups later in the game were actually pretty good. You know, Willow was connecting some good ults, so finding some good picks, but they were just so in the hole because they just made Showmaker so fed. Both games, he was 3-0-1 both times after those initial skirmishes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
it is what it is. I'm not sure what the O celebration is, because they keep trying. They put up a 3 and then they put a bunch of O's, so I think they're doing 3,000 as a little bit of help from G-Sun to get us there, which makes sense because we did cut to the sign that said, 3,000 days since the debut of Showmaker, and what a way to top off 3,000 days.
What a day for yeah. He was pretty locked in today.
He was playing really well.
Yeah, I mean I think the Ari one was more so he got really fed on the back of a skirmish that DRX misplayed, but I genuinely feel like the Cassiopeia one, his movement was just insane. It just felt like he was dodging everything. Again, like, he played well in the Ari game, but it felt like he was put in a position to pick up the kills. This one though, it was just like, I will dodge everything and I will carry. Like, he's in this 1v2 and he's just like, okay, I'm low, I don't care. Sidestep. When's your next skill shot coming? Sidestep. Pixel perfect. Okay.
That second one was crazy.
Yeah.
The first one was like, all right, that was cool, but the second dodge.
That's the thing, is like, you watch the Ari game and you think, okay, this is really impressive. And then you watch the Cassiopeia game, you're like, okay, well, that kind of just blows the first one. Even though, like, later in the game, it was not necessarily as much about him, because I think it's harder to be as flashy on the Cassiopeia in a game like this compared to the Ari was just dominating every fight. But that skirmish was just insane. Yes, I wonder who POM's going to be. Any frontrunners in your mind?
I went ahead and I voted for Career.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just thought his sacrifice, it shouldn't be in vain,
That was so based.
I think that he really deserves a shout out.
Korea, not a KDA player. That is something we can definitely say.
Whereas some other players on DK, can't say the same about them.
We can also say Andal, not a KDA player. Both supports really just saying that they're willing to die for any cause. Give them a cause, they'll die for it.
What if they don't believe in the cause?
No, they just need
still gonna die for it?
Yeah, they just need a cause to die for quickly, because they're gonna die anyway. They just need to say that it was for a good cause. Usually for their teammates, but yeah. Smash, again, doing some crazy damage. You also, I mean, he was pumping numbers on this Ion, but had some great cannon ults. And this was a series that felt short but long. You know, the game's longer than... They were finished very quickly, but also went longer than when they were done.
Yeah, I mean, both games were finished at like 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah,
so
but a lot of action.
After that, well, we are going to take a look at the showmaker of the match. It is Showmaker. Who could have seen that coming? Only 3 deaths in the 2 games that he did play.
I wonder what the vote spread is going to be.
You know, you never know with some of our other voters. I'm looking at you, Right Media.
Yeah,
How about
I wonder.
you,
Oh, well, I did actually know. So I don't know if you heard about this.
you in this one?
One of the players on Dplus, it's 3,000 days since they debuted, so maybe we get some like people who vote for that for narrative reasons. So maybe we see some of those as well.
Yeah, that's why you went for Showmaker, right?
Oh, was it Showmaker who had that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I voted for that for gameplay reasons.
So put up the Preds there for about 0.3 milliseconds.
Just to rub it in.
I can't believe Atlas went for the 2-1.
Yeah, that was
crazy
weird.
stuff.
That was weird from him. Oh, who's that other person?
Just cover the second one, though. We don't need to see
Oh,
that.
Veldas also did it?
Yeah, that's not my name. I'm Burger. I don't know why I'm not on this one.
Yeah,
Burger, yeah.
I thought your name was
The
Brendan.
famous, I went viral on YouTube for eating a burger. I don't know if you saw that.
I thought you,
That's why I'm named Burger.
Well, you're American, so it makes
It all fits. It all comes together. Guys, we have the POM interview right now. Let's jump into it.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation. We have Showmaker on the side of Dplus KIA after that 2-0 clean victory. With that victory, you just secured the playoffs. How do you feel? Now advancing to playoffs feels amazing. And for the remainder of all the matches, we will still be on a marathon to finish well. And the latter half of your group battle, you were actually defeated by Gen.G and T1 back-to-back. So what did you work on afterwards? Well, as for the Gen.G and T1 matches, I think we had pretty distinct reasons why we lost. And I think that's just something that we tried to focus on. And that actually did show up today. And yeah, that was an 2-0 sweep today. So are you happy with your performance? Yeah, I think we were able to take the lead in the early so quickly, and it actually ended up being such early wins. So I think maybe it just went a little too fast. In Game 1, after giving Rumble away, you delayed your topside draft until the 4th and 5th pick, where you went for Ari and Ornn. So what was the discussion like? I think we just wanted to consider when we give the enemy the first pick, how we would have to counter their comp with. So I think we were just trying to hold the topside picks until then. And Game 1, every lane showed dominance, and it was an early wrap, and it was actually a 20k gold lead. So did Game 1 feel like a smooth run? I think we had the edge the whole time in Game 1, and just being able to have that advantage, we tried to clean up as best as we can. And in Game 2, from the start, you took a big win during the Scuttle fight. And your follow-up flash was actually quite impressive, so we have to take a look at this replay. Can you walk us through what happened here? So the enemy mid-jungle were flashing in, and I think my positioning was actually really good, and I thought that this would be an easy win. I was able to dodge some skill shots, and I felt pretty good about my form. Yeah, so how were you able to find this angle? I wasn't actually looking at the angle. I think I was just trying to survive and, you know, I just followed my instincts going back and forth, moving up and down, and I was pretty desperate. I was like, oh, left, right, and then I was able to dodge a bunch of their skill shots. And your form in the laning phase is quite something, so did that grind to rank 1 in solo queue pay off? You know, a lot of people say that solo queue doesn't help, but my head coach told us to work hard and play a lot of solo queue, and I think that actually builds up a lot of confidence. It actually did pay off. And today's second match will be between Nongshim and DN Supers. So, any predictions? Well, between Nongshim and DNS. You know, the players are right behind me, and I'm sure that they will have a great performance. I will cheer you guys on. Looks like you are dodging a solid answer right now. And lastly, any goals for your playoffs? Now that we have advanced to the playoffs, you know, our team has a lot of new members, and I think it's just a good time to build experience, so I want to make the most out of it. And that is the end of the interview with Showmaker, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dear Nunbin, for that interview with the POM Showmaker. He gets that one, but for real, let's give the shout-outs to the real POM. That's right. This man did not see a hook that he did not like and created the space for the rest of the team. Good job, career. That's the Dgon POM. As we take a look at the POM results from the ones that matter, it is just Lucid and Showmaker, rightfully so.
I actually don't even hate the Lucid votes, to be honest. I think he had a really good series and was kind of the glue that held things together. His jungle pressure was what helped set up a lot of those skirmishes in the early game and kind of baited the enemy team into taking some bad fights, you could argue.
I mean, it was all about the mid jungle. Like they just know how to snowball from that point. You know, like whenever they have early leads, like it's just so snowbally. Like you can't even stop, and DRX couldn't stop as well.
But did you seem a little low energy right now? You know, I got a thing for you. I got a thing to wake you up.
You know why?
It's some Showmaker Pro View.
You know why I feel a little bit tired? Because I was going mad. I was actually like, I don't know, like it was insane. Like after seeing this, my reaction is just holy.
So I have a question. I have a question though. If you really like this play, why did you only give him 4 stars? Why didn't you give him 5 stars? It's only 4 stars there.
Like, oh my god.
I thought he was a 5 out of 5.
It's just crazy. Like it's just stupid.
It was actually 10 out of 13.
No, I mean in terms of stars, like he put wholly 4 stars. 4 asterisks.
Maybe I should put some 5 stars later.
Yeah, next time I want to see 5 asterisks.
Next time.
He deserves it.
Fined or not fined? Let us know in the chat if we did get fined for that one. Wolf, what'd you have here?
Mine, I kept it basic. Showmaker ended the show early tonight.
That's so
kept it basic. You know, I didn't have to use any profanity or asterisks on mine. I was like,
so
it was classic Showmaker. It felt like 2021. Dplus KIA.
Yep.
Going home early. Showmaker's like, I'm feeling myself. I'm buying my Jais. And that's the end of the story.
Direct, straight to the point, and not fined is Wolf there with his comment. Let's see what Ox had. A dominant win to celebrate your 3,000th day. 3,000th?
Yeah, it's not like 3,000 nerd.
Yeah.
Nah.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000.
That's the correct answer.
Yeah, but it's the day that's the D of the day that comes afterwards that makes it a little bit harder. Helios saying, Showmaker, your new hair looks good. Your play looked even better. Helios, a man of the hair.
Yeah, it might also be referring to the thumbnail that's surely being created right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we know it's going to be a crazy Showmaker thumbnail. Pretty soon it might even already be up because they're pretty fast.
Time. Yeah, all the time.
Probably could have started after that first team fight in game 1.
Yeah, 3 minutes, right?
They knew where the bread was buttered in this one. Let's go with Umpty. Solo queue Warriors led Dplus to win.
True. Yeah, I mean, all the DK players are
They're the
just
top of solo queue right now as well.
insane, like going crazy on the solo queue. So
Good as always.
clean.
We're really
Indeed.
working hard on these comments. Here's the last one from Pony. If you want the scuttle, be ready to commit it all.
This is like Pony is, by the way, had like some of the best comments this year, and just in general. But like, this is the truth, though, right? Like I was saying, kind of lucid baiting me team into those bad fights in the river. He was like, "Yeah, if you come at me, you best not miss."
Well, they did commit it all.
Yeah.
They just lost. It was all in. And then you have to give all the chips away. That's kind of what happened there.
I mean, all I could see it from like today's series is that Showmaker and Lucid are on really good form right now, and I think there's nothing much to like bring it on because like I think this is kind of warm up for DK. That's how I felt, you know, because the game falls off really fast. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen next in playoffs.
Well, they're all warmed up for next week because they don't play anymore.
No.
They're off tomorrow.
Whoa.
They were barely on today because they were so good. 2-0. DRX will come back tomorrow for the final round, a best of 5 against the loser of Nongshim versus DNS, the battle of the NSs. Gents, thoughts on our next series?
I think it's going to be a 3-game series. I feel just about as confident as I did about either of yesterday's games going 2-0. KT did drop out 0-2, but I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be chaotic. It's not going to be anything like what we just saw.
We'll see. Like I didn't pick DNS for this one, so. But some of our English side did predict 2-0, by the way,
some
for DNS.
2-0 predictors.
So we'll see.
All right, I guess we'll find out. Stick around for this week's mic check, and then we'll have that best of 3 series, Nongshim versus DNS. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
승리까지 단 1승만 남겨놓고 있는 상황입니다. 그룹 바론의 대반격이 나올지 준비됐습니다. 경기 보시죠.
탐켄치? 켄치도 뭐 괜찮아 보이긴 하네 보면서. 이런 탐켄치 개맛있다. 켄치로 그냥 살린다.
그러니까 켄치를 그냥 딜각 잡아주는 거.
아칼리 못 막아 켄치로.
야 다르반 어디 갔어?
자르반 여기 있어. 형 땅굴 한번 볼래? 땅굴을 봐야 돼 차라리.
야 먼저 볼게. 그럼 텔 박으면서 보자. 보자.
그냥 먼저. 아 지금 봤어.
나 공 어쩌디 가냐? 왼쪽으로 갈 수 있나? 텔 탈 준비.
텔. 갈려 공 의식해. 아 여기 한번 봐보긴 할게. 아 빼.
나이스.
좋아.
뭐야 1+1 이거.
덱사 마텀이었구나. 예상을 못했네. 나 미드 싸울 생각할게. 미드 한번 갈 수 있어. 한번 보자. 좀 때릴게. 잡을 듯. 가져. 아래로 하죠. 나왔어. 맞아. 끝. 아칼리 탈있음. 타워 한번 쓸게 그냥 나. 길게 한번 나만 가긴 해. 뭐 없을 듯. 막으면 맞을게. 렉사이 미드 가는 거 조심. 오케이. 아 보자. 야 텔 찍어놓게. 잭스. 괜찮아. 아칼리 텔 떴다. 나이스. 나 텔 못 쓴다. 아 렉사이였어. 보자. 갖다 놓게. 게트 프리스 거야 아마. 아 이거 터틀. 잡자. 일단 괜찮아. 센터. 용대 더 깔고 할 테니까 그냥 뒤 도는 것만 체크 잘하고 내가 뚝뚝 칠게. 그러자. 미드 푸시하고 이번에 얘네 바로 치겠다. 테트 더 깔고. 연관 해야 되고. 오른쪽으로 생각하자. 오른쪽으로 해. 내가 렉사이 계속 마크 해줄게. 오른쪽으로 와. 다 와. 얘네 더 때문에 돌아야 돼. 나 기다려. 하는 중.
보자.
이제 바로
오케이.
좋은데.
좋아. 이겼어.
야 위로 빨면서. 칼리. 한대 나왔어 캐틀. 칼들 잡았어. 오케이. 다 죽었다.
못 이기나?
조금 빼면서. 딜이 없어. 내가 아칼리한테만 안 떠주면 이길 것 같은데.
먹는 거 있어서 그냥 천천히 빨면서 하면 돼.
캐틀 풀템. 나는 캐틀 노릴게 웬만하면.
나 헤드샷이면 이제 애들 볼로 간다.
이런 거 시야 못 나오게 계속 쳐내주긴 해야 돼.
이번에 살짝 좋아.
야 캐틀 헤드샷 평타 치는 거 계속 응징해줘 우리. 나 이거 그냥 텔 탈게. 나 살짝 봐줘. 나 이거 보호막 때문에 안 터지거든.
야 이거 보면 안 돼?
야 이거 뭐야?
천천히 가라텔이야.
천천히.
미드. 천천히. 라인.
천천히 봐.
얘들아 근데 이거 싸움 봐야 돼. 결국
이제 봐야 돼. 나 헤드샷. 야 이거 살짝 볼게.
브라부터.
야 얘부터 살짝만 잡아. 야 이번에 보면 베스트.
야 볼게.
맞다. 야 캐틀 높을.
캐틀. 좋진 않다. 안 좋다. 라클 해봐. 편한다.
나이스. 어때? 나 이제 걸어. 너네가 걸라 그래서 걸어.
모음 안 넣고 딱 궁만 던질라 했는데. 그냥 브라운 치고 다시 아칼리 좀 밀었으면 됐을 것 같은데. 아깝다.
시원하게 박아봅시다. 확실하게 해볼게요.
애매하게 막으면 저런들이 그냥 개프리딜.
이거 저거 보면 진짜 올라프도 진짜 좋은데.
올라프 해도 돼.
올라프 나쁘지 않네. 님들 파이팅. 파이팅.
야 이거 여기 보는 거 어때?
야 기다려. 한번 볼게. 기다려. 이번에 볼게.
야 카이사.
오케이.
어때? 나 텔 당긴 했는데. 나 빨았어.
안에 들어와. 카이사 볼게. 나 카이사.
카이사. 좋다.
야 미보다 우리 안
좋긴 해. 이겼어.
볼게. 사이언 노플.
연기 안 되는데?
나 올라프한테 궁각이 좀 애매해. 나 그냥 바꿔 죽는 느낌 나올 듯.
얘들아 이거 이제 신드라플 돌고 드래곤 봐야 된다.
아래로 끌자. 버스 하면서 얘네 빨리는 거 볼게.
기다려봐. 한 4,000대 트런들 원콩가 보자. 트런들 원콩가 어때? 야 트런들 보고 싶어. 트런들 봐야 돼. 트런들 와줘.
나 죽었어. 때릴게. 신드라 노플. 야 신드라 잡았고. 여기 봐줘. 얘들아 바론 가라. 야 일단 잡자 이거. 얘들아 바론 가라. 와 이게 안 죽네? 뭐야 씨. 뭐냐고.
너무 카운터 맞았다. 올라프만 때리는데 안 죽는다.
야 오로라 저쪽 돌아 있는 거 저건 못 물지.
나 이거 하나 볼게 이거.
야 오로라. 나 괜찮아. 쌈보다. 단호공. 야 빼야 돼.
빼야 돼.
신드라 잡았어.
야 나 미들 딸게.
녹타.
얘들아 라인 살려봐.
끝내자.
끝낼만 한데?
끝내.
이거 미퍼 궁 없는 거라 그냥 미드 가면 끝나. 미퍼 기둥 세울게 오면은.
나 도발풀 볼게.
미퍼 궁 없어. 이뻐. 잡아. 나이스.
실력이 너무 부족하다.
좋다. 나이스.
자 경험치가 높네.
이기긴 했네.
경험치 개꿀.
힘들다.
부탁한다 첸티. 믿고 있었다고 농심 내려왔어. 시리즈의 승리는 농심의 3대2 마무리였습니다.
화이팅! DNS 화이팅!
렌즈, 스카웃, 농심 화이팅!
DNS포스 화이팅!
DNS포스 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We had a first match that already ended in a very quick 2-0 fashion, hoping that this second match is just a bit more interesting. We got Nongshim up against the DN Supers, and this one definitely should be a little bit more interesting in terms of the predictions. I think they should be all over the place. DNS having really good recent form up against KT. Nongshim also having some pretty good recent form, and honestly, I think anybody can win tonight.
Yeah, I think the thing is that Dplus were the highest seed and got to choose DRX, right? DRX also played against Bro, who were a team who hadn't won a single series, and it was still a close series. So it wasn't too surprising that Dplus had a one-sided sort of stomp, but when we look at the other side with Nongshim against DNS, DNS had a big sort of upset against KT, and also it was pretty dominant, right? So I think a lot of people are pretty hot in DNS right now, coming to this matchup against Nongshim, who had a close series against KT. If you look at how DNS obviously beat out KT comfortably, it does make you think about this Nongshim matchup that maybe, I mean, I say comfortably, right? That game one was perhaps not super comfortable, but it definitely does make you wonder about Nongshim going up against DNS. How this matchup is going to go. I do agree with you. I think the predictions might be a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, I do think that DNS, you know, they were able to get revenge for their own big loss that they had last year when they were DNF, different roster. We've been hit, and we've hit back, is the idea. And also Nongshim. As bot laners, the recent POMs are KT, who faces off against his former team, DNS, versus Duckdom, who advances after taking down his old team, KT. And for me, I feel like the bottom lane looks very good for DNS, and I would favor them coming into this match, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I think Taeyun also having just a really strong performance, and finally seeing, we've heard him talk so much about from his performance in the LPL, from his performance in scrims, really showing up a lot. Question mark is also Lehens. We've seen have terrifying performances before, but been a bit inconsistent recently and last year. So bot lane I definitely think will be a focal point, and now we get the predictions.
These Preds are going to be all over the place. So the Nongshim Preds are all 2-1.
Our global side is 4-4.
I went 2-0, the only 2-0-er.
Yeah.
And I went for DNS. The Korean side very heavily favoring Nongshim. A lot of 2-0s over there for them as well.
Yeah, so our side is completely split dead even, and the Korean side is very Nongshim favored. So not convinced by the win over KT, just thinking of it as a KT shenanigans.
Meanwhile, the fan prediction on X, 80-20. This is very similar to what we had from DK over
I am going to say
DRX.
something though, right? The Nongshim account does pose some phenomenal, has some phenomenal work.
Maybe a little bit of bias, perhaps.
So that may be a factor in why so many people are showing their support.
I'd say maybe.
Maybe.
Probably maybe.
Because
certainly,
I'm certain that there's going to be some great content coming out, regardless of the outcome of this series, and they may have garnered some significant support. But we will see. I'm just hoping for a banger, because last series, you know, if you're a Dplus fan, you probably enjoyed that a lot. I was hoping for a bit more substance and not games being over at like 5 minutes. I don't think we'll get games being over at 5 minutes in this series. In fact, as we saw from DNS against KT, the game was just never over until it was over.
That's cool. She created her own little augments, I would imagine, in the theme of ARAM Mayhem, which said, going back to scrim mode, which is kind of what the talk has been about for Taeyun specifically, who was always a scrim beast, but can never really show it on the stage until, of course, he did go to LPL, and now he's trying to bring that back here at the LCK.
And she used the icon for what I believe was final form, right? Which I feel like is a good icon to use when also you're talking about like hitting your final form in this situation.
Of course,
as you may know,
all of the icons.
I have played a ridiculous amount of Arena and ARAM Mayhem.
I have heard.
Yes, me and Mauhaus used to play a lot of Arena together. We were the Arena duo, so Yeah. Good times.
Good times. Well, there's ARAM Mayhem for all your augment needs. None of those here on Summoner's Rift, though. So not going to help out with some Gamba rolls.
As a little tangent, it is cool seeing how some stuff has bled over into Summoner's Rift. So Actualizer, the active that boosts your damage based on your mana and the double mana cost, that was originally an augment. You'd have the effect all the time, but it's called Overflow that was in Arena and then ARAM Mayhem. And also the Hex Optics, they increase damage at longer range. There was an item in Arena that would give you, it worked differently, right? It was more powerful because it's, it's an Arena item, but it worked in that manner. So it's cool that they're introducing these concepts in Arena and ARAM Mayhem, and then the ones that they can sort of tweak and bring into Summoner's Rift, we are seeing. And I think Actualize is a great example. So I wonder if we're going to get more of those. Probably some of them we won't see. I don't think we'll ever see Tap Dancer making its way to Summoner's Rift.
No. Please, no. Although it is very funny to watch in ARAM Mayhem.
I mean, let's be real. We already had Tap Dancer in Summoner's Rift, and it was called Zeri on release. And it was not okay. So,
yeah. A lot of champs on release are very
glad that one didn't return, yeah.
I'm very curious about the spot lane. I think a lot can turn one way or the other based on who is going to have a bigger impact, because we know that Taeyoon and Lehens are very strong in their own right. I personally favor the story of the return of Dukdam and Peter to their final forms. It's still early in the year, obviously, but they're looking very good. At least they did yesterday, and they have been getting better and better. By the way, Dangun is filling in today on the Korean play-by-play side of things, so pretty cool for them.
Yeah, I think ultimately, the last people saw from the bot lane for Dukdam and Peter was at Worlds. Obviously a big challenge in front of them and going up against T1 in the finals. Obviously that's where all of your weaknesses are going to be exposed and you are going to be challenged the most. And then they did struggle to get settled, I feel, a little bit in the LCK Cup, and especially Peter was being subbed out. But I think in that most recent series, we got to see the form we had seen in the highs during their better times last year. I think ultimately, Peter was a big part of the reason when KT hit their big upswing, right? He was brought in later for KT, and they got that big winning streak. And also, Dukdam, I think, was a big part of some of their bigger wins, having some really solid performances. So if they're playing at that level, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. Whereas Taeyoon and Lehens, Taeyoon, we've heard good things constantly throughout his career, and it's just been trying to reflect them on stage. But Lehens, I think, we know what Lehens can do. I think last year it was just struggles to consistently show that. But I remember the LCK Cup at the start of the year, he was like leading the team. It was always listen to your Hyung, and he was that driving force. There were so many games he was just the carry for the team essentially from the support role. So it will be interesting to see if that's reflected today and who gets the edge with bot lane being so important. Now we are flying to the bans pretty quickly. Nothing too crazy taken out so far, but no mid laners touched yet. And especially with it being scout against closer, are we just going to get Azir Orianna traded off in the bans here? That still leaves things like the Rise open and available.
And the Talia trade, which will inevitably happen. It doesn't happen all the time nowadays, but there's the Azir Orianna trade. What is his first pick? He got stuff like Mbessa up as well, but Rice.
Jace did get left open. So just like Sponge did play Jace, I believe, is one of the players. Yeah, he did have a game with it. 2 games actually.
I mean, Pyosik should be able to play Jace.
He does actually have a game so far on it.
Yeah.
So
I think it's dangerous to give Pyosik Jace.
Yeah, I mean, I think you didn't manage to get the Rise. I think Rise Jace in particular is super dangerous because you have the point-and-click route on the Rise combined with like the burst damage of the Jace, the setup as well, is really scary. I think Talia plus Jace isn't as inspiring because you don't have the lockdown for either of them. Both of them kind of want lockdown with their partner, This Anivia Jace, though, it's like hard to gap close and get near because the Anivia keeps things at like a healthy distance. The Jace can just slam with a poke, but immediately Nongshim slam the Jarvan. They're like, we're going to try and close that distance. They go for the Inara. This is definitely a combo. We're like, okay, we know you want to play at a range. We don't have the most range. We're going to try and change that. We have a mobile AD carry. We have a Jarvan to try and get the distance. And yeah, it's Inara Corki trade.
This is the way it goes nowadays.
It's how it goes.
It's pretty predictable.
Ban's probably going to be support focused. Probably going to be Lulu. Probably going to be Nami from the side of Nongshim. I wonder if we get like a Bard. Well, yeah, there.
We got a Bard ban.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we are talking about bans here, so Bard ban coming through. Yeah, Corki Nami has been pretty popular. Honestly, we haven't actually seen it played that much, but it's been popular to ban it since, especially Gen G had a tendency to lean towards it.
Yeah, it's still very good. I think it does deserve a ban, and Nami can be very good against the engage of the Jarvan.
So I think very likely to see, I was going to say Lulu, but they're going to go for the Nico instead, which, I mean, I think Nico with this comp is very good. But it does mean that Lulu is kind of just there, which I think Nongshim could well prioritize. That being said, Lehens definitely does prefer to be on playmakers personally. You do have engage from the Jarvan, but we will see what they
Bait them to pick Lulu, and then Lehens plays Blitzcrank. Game 1. Pulls it out.
Well, it would be Lehens picking the Lulu, right? You wouldn't pick Lulu with Corki.
Well, maybe they take it away.
Maybe.
I don't know. It needs to fit into my Lehens is playing Blitzcrank angle.
Okay.
Otherwise, you know, the whole story doesn't work. It is going to be Nautilus, it looks like.
Nautilus kind of makes sense into the Yunara because obviously you have that point-and-click CC, right, to answer it with the Vi obviously not there, not being taken. That being said, Nautilus into Jarvan's a little bit uncomfortable. Not the most fun to sort of play that because of the Cataclysm can cause disruption, especially with Cataclysm. And I know it's on your own team, but a lot of terrain already going to be thrown down that can make it hard to play this champion. So Peter definitely going to be challenged a little bit in this one. Looks like it might just be the Ambessa coming out. Dudu could end up picking the Gwen again. Historically, Ambessa have been quite good into Gwen, but we've seen players like Zeus, players like Keen picking the Gwen into the Ambessa and doing really well in the matchup. So we'll see if they opt for that. It is just a Leona for Lehens. I think a lot of players would have taken Lulu here, but Lehens definitely a player to say, I want to have the agency, I want to be the playmaker. And Dudu not going to be following the line of Zeus or Keen, it seems, and saying, I'm just going to play something stable. We have enough damage on our team, which I think makes sense.
You definitely do.
Rek'Sai, very stable. And honestly, I feel like Rek'Sai is one of those picks that you think of like early game, but he's been a menace in the later stages. If you can't pin him down and just shred him, it just feels like he's so disruptive in team fights even.
And he's going to be the last target for this composition of Nongshim. So you're going to be going after Anivia, you're going to be going after Jason, Corki, even the Nautilus.
It's weird to say because I genuinely don't think of Rek'Sai. I think of her as like a, again, everyone thinks of like an early game champion, but like we've seen her have so much impact in these team fights in the later stages in the LCK and be really disruptive. So Dudu picking that one up. And I think ultimately, honestly, DM Freaks, pretty happy with their composition and what they have on offer here. The Jace obviously a pick that has a lot of value, a lot of poke, that outranges the enemy composition quite hard. You have the Anivia to keep them at bay. I do think my only caveat that I'm a little concerned about is it's not the easiest composition to pilot, right? You're very much playing around keeping the enemy team at bay. You're very much playing around spacing and playing around your poke tools, disrupting their engage. If you mess up, if you overstep, if the Jace steps too far forward, if Closer is in an uncomfortable position, you will just crumble. So you have the tools, it's whether you can execute on it, whereas for the side of Nongshim, it's just see champion, kill champion.
Well, we'll see if they can do it in game number 1. Game number 1 on the cards here for DNS versus NS. Definitely, you know, we had Xiu versus Jiwoo in game or match number 1 tonight. Now we're getting DNS versus NS, obviously Nongshim. Try not to get those mixed up. We generally call Nongshim and not NS, but with DNS on the other side, can be a little bit awkward. But excited to see Closer on a Anivia pick. Obviously a very common pick into Rise nowadays, but this is the, you know, I'm going to pick Akali, I'm going to pick Aurelia, I'm going to pick something that will get into the backline and deal damage player. But now he's playing the exact opposite of that in Anivia, so curious to see him on a pick like this.
Yep, we'll see how practice he is on the matchup. I do think one of the things with the Rise is it's obviously an uncomfortable matchup, but having the phase rush and the ghost does give you a little bit of sort of ability to navigate and get out of sort of the slow area, but you are still very short range. And this composition in general for Nongshim is short range. It's going to largely be about your gap closing tools, but you do have them, right? You have the Ambessa, you have the Jarvan, you have the Leona, and this is why Leona feels much better than like a Nautilus into Anivia, because the Nautilus kind of needs to close the distance, especially get the dredge line down. If you ult, it just doesn't do that much because you can like put the wall down before it gets there, whereas Leona can like ult over, you can E over the wall. But yeah, so far lane going pretty okay for Hens and Taeyun.
She can also tank a lot more, you know, whereas Nautilus, if he gets into an awkward spot,
yeah, he's so squishy.
He can just die, he can get trapped, and then that's like over for him.
The W is really good into the tick damage of the Anivia as well.
Exactly. So, does feel very good. You know, could have gone for Lulu, but especially with the Nautilus shown, it's like, okay, we're going to win lane, and also it's a fantastic pick with Yunara and Jarvan and
I think as well,
Ambessa.
When you think about what Nongshim's composition needs to do, yes, would the Lulu enable the Yunara? Absolutely. But would it change drastically how you're playing out the team fights? Because I still think you kind of need to close distance, and sure, it would bolster Taeyun a lot, but you know, maybe you're just like, you're conscious of the fact that you're going to get poked out and you need to get onto the backline, and that's more important than buffing up Taeyun, who at some point is still going to just be able to do his thing.
I mean,
but we'll see.
Leona's good into a lot of the picks on the side of DNS, so I think it's still a good choice, and it fits the player, as you were mentioning.
Ah, yes,
as
the
well.
J-Skank.
Yes.
Wow, so cool.
I mean, Dudu is already doing really well, as you would expect. I mean, Rek'Sai is not really killable by Ambessa at this point in the game until she gets a first item, probably. And so just coming up there and adding insult to injury and getting money. And that's really what the Jace is all about.
Yep, just get the first strike, proc, get a bit of gold. As you're going for your recall as well, the perfect time. Scout doing pretty well in this matchup so far. I think at 6 is where it's a bit more uncomfortable when the ult's available. But the wave actually not a great spot for Closer. He's just going to TP back there. It's not a major concern.
Picks up a tier. Ruby Crystal. And the engage does come in, but part of the reason why you pick Corki is to deal with stuff like Leona.
Yeah, so I'm going to be conscious of both supports going Ignite. We've seen so much of the heal meta in bot lane for supports. Both of them like, you know, I want the extra damage, I want the extra kill pressure. And obviously, Dr. going Cleanse, which I think makes a lot of sense into a Leona and a Ryze as well for that extra bit of safety. But it does mean it's a bit of a summoner advantage for the enemy bot lane, having that barrier, that extra durability in the 2v2.
Yeah, certainly going to enjoy that a lot. We're looking a lot more at the top lane in this game.
This is... if Kane uses his W, this could be close to kill pressure.
Yeah. But Dudu's just getting really good trades.
If
and
he
now
hits 6,
Kingen,
if he gets to level up, that could be a kill.
Kingen has to respect this, and he will back away.
He's 1 minion away, like he has to leave.
You can see Kingen is like, I don't want to leave, but I have to.
There it is, yeah.
Level 6.
I mean, he has TP, so...
yeah.
And the question is, does Dudu just end up saving his? Because I think he could just get a recall off and then reserve his TP for later.
He's not even leaving just yet.
Oh, he's going for the proxy.
He's proxying, yeah. He's getting in there. And again, there's not much that King can do for a very long time. Picked up the Executioner's calling as well, so that just means that his Eclipse is delayed.
Yep. Which you feel really good about. You know, it's such a big spike for the Ambessa. especially lane Ambessa. Don't really see it as much in jungle Ambessa, but such a good spike if you want to have kill pressure onto the Rek'Sai.
You know, I talked about my 2-0 prediction for DNS in this matchup, talking a lot about the bot lane, but also, as you mentioned yesterday, Ox, it is the year of Dudu, in fact. We thought maybe it was the year of Vikla for a little bit there in the LCK Cup. It's not the case. It's the year of Dudu, and he is already popping off here.
Just the Jace ganks. Again, you know, just come on over, Shock Blast, don't do anything else.
He's getting money.
The Hens gets chunked out, he gets money.
That's all that matters.
I mean, it was good timing from Peter because he waited for the minion to die to land the dredge line to set that up. But the Hens get some honey fruit, won't really do much to the lane itself. And with the priority that's been achieved here, and the fact that Sponge already at level 6, they pick up the dragon. So first dragon secured. I also want to note that Scout's been doing pretty good in the mid lane matchup still. You know, even with 6 being hit by Closer, Scout's still having pressure in this matchup. We've seen things start to go wrong early in this for the Rise in the LCK, so Scout's doing good there.
Some of those picks have been Chovy as well. Peter stuck around and just died for it. I'm not really sure what the idea of sticking around was in the first place. And then Lehens hit level 6, put down a ward, and engaged on him.
Yeah, that was really weird from Peter. Stuck around, I'm not sure what their thought process was here. Didn't really have the setup to go for the play, especially when you don't have 6 and Knockdown doesn't add it. Lehens bought the wrong boots for a second, bought Sork shoes, and then refunded them. Yeah, there was a ward in that brush, so just...
Yeah.
I think he was assuming Lehens had reset, almost like I can, being here, maybe set up a trap for Taeyun.
I think they just got back.
I think maybe he just hadn't seen that. I don't know. I assume that there was some information we had that he didn't, otherwise...
Because Lehens was backing in the river, and yes, Peter didn't see it, but like, they got Dragon, they left, and then he must have seen them return to the lane, or at least Taeyun, right?
Yeah.
But not the support, I guess. Where could he be? Maybe in that unwarded brush.
Perhaps.
Yeah, interesting start for him. Closer is now level 7, so you can actually do things here. Gonna land the stun and immediately back away, and Peter's just dead again. Doesn't have flash, so again, there's just no escape for him. They're gonna give this kill over to Scout, and that is a second death as they try to set up something in mid lane.
Yeah, you can't make a play like this without your jungler there, because if the enemy team has the backup and you don't, you're just doomed immediately. So Peter tries to be proactive, especially without sums, ends up costing him immediately, and it's advantage for both mid and bot of Nongshim so far. And now Knockdown might be in a little bit of trouble if this play can come through. Scout's moving.
Oh, no. He is. He's in a lot of trouble here.
Try clear the wave.
Yeah, he has Flash Cleanse available. He's going to get slowed up. There's the Slurkle as well. And there is the Flash. And Peter comes up, but guess who's here? It's Taeyun and Scout getting in and getting that kill. Pyoshik trying to come in and get the kill. He does take down Sponge, but that is it. He immediately dies. So 2 kills now to Scout. He's up to 3-0, feeling like Showmaker from the first series. And I think Peter just dies a 3rd time. There's really no escape for him. And he's not going to trade back a kill either. So 2 kills for Taeyun, 3 for Scout, and Closer's hitting the turret.
Absolutely devastating from Nongshim there in this situation. I mean, this was an earlier play. Scouted completely by Lehens. Has the lens over the wall, so knows Peter's there. Kind of expects what he's going. The Hex Flash even has a bit of an animation, so I wonder if he even could see that with the red outline. And then here, they kind of know the play is coming, they try and react. But this just ends up backfiring so horribly. One big aspect is Pyoshik goes to range form, dumps his damage into Scout, but then has to try and go for Sponge, runs in, and then just dies for a 1 HP Jarvan. So yes, he gets the kill, but you know, he was about to die anyway, pretty much. Like, yes, he gets the money, but it means you've traded your full HP for his 1 HP.
Yeah.
And that means there's no one to defend Peter, who just dies again. So now it's 5-1 in kills. Peter is potentially in danger again, does just dredge line away. But it's 3-0-1 for the Rise mid. It's 2-0-2 for Taeyun on this AD carry.
Yeah, the Unara is the biggest issue, I think. They do have Nautilus for team fights, but if Nongshim gets far enough ahead, you know, 1 Nautilus ult is not going to be enough.
It just really won't be.
Taeyun can just kind of shake it off. He's got the Leona, Ambessa, Jarvan frontline. think he'll be totally fine. The closer's like, well, I'm an Ivy. I'm just laning. I can't really follow Rise on a gank in the bottom lane, but just feels kind of useless at the moment. The stun is going to come in, and Pyosik is here for the damage gank. So now Sponge comes over.
That's kind of the power of Phase Rush, the slow resist as well. Able to get Scout away. Oh, the old
double! Solar Flare comes in, and that's just going to be the Valkyrie away. It's still a very excellent trade here from Lehens and Taeyeon.
Yeah, ends up being both ults from Nongshim bot lane traded for the ult of Peter, so they're okay with that. And look at the pressure that the bot lane has in this 2v2. I mean, it's Kraken Slayer competed for Taeyeon, so he just has so much damage right now in comparison. And there's going to be second dragon picked up already. This game is just starting to feel like it's a struggle for DNS to find a window back in.
Yeah.
The only caveat you kind of have is that Dudu and Yoshik are at least ahead of their counterparts.
Yeah, but
that almost makes it feel worse though, because it's like the fact there's only a 1.6k gold lead is because the top jungler offsetting the massive lead Taeyeon has.
Okay, Sponge doesn't have Smite, but it turns out it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They do get the flash out of Sponge at least, as it is Cloud Soul, which will be gigantic for Nongshim if they pick that up like mad.
Yeah, the movement speed is, as you said, the big issue is closing the distance on this enemy composition. The movement speed is so valuable.
It's huge.
And the point I was making is, so the 800 gold advantage that Dudu and Pyosik has, that just kind of offsets the fact that, you know, Taeyeon's gold lead is bigger than his team's gold lead. That's the real issue we're having here. He's so fed. It's not good.
Yeah, I mean, if DNS takes another bad fight, like, the game might just be over. We already saw it twice today.
In fairness, some of it's going to be clawed back by the quest completion. That's going to come in soon.
Sure.
So that's something, at least. And he did complete an item. He gets a bit of cashback gold, I assume. Actually, we see a lot of Corkies go jack of all trades, so I'm not 100% certain if he has cashback.
Well,
actually, the gold lead did just close by a good amount, so I think he does have cashback. So I'm going to assume he does. And he will have his quest in a moment. And you know what? Feeling a little bit better. Feeling a little bit better. Quest is about to come in now. He does have cashback, we just had it confirmed. Cashback quest coming in. You know what? We've fixed it. We fixed the economy, Brendan. We've solved it.
Did he get a bailout?
He did.
A little bailout from Cashback. He's like, oh, thank you.
Thank you.
For that 3, or I don't know exactly how much it would be on the Trinity Force buy. A lot of gold back.
Maybe about 260 goldish.
It's very specific. Only the supports have not finished their quests. Not quite on the same level as Career from the first series.
Yeah, he was speedrunning his.
Yeah.
Okay, so gold lead not actually that crazy now, but it's just where the gold is.
Also, for me, gold leads, you know, if you're not DK with like an 8,000 gold lead at 7 minutes or whatever they had, gold leads aren't real. Like, we've seen so many teams throw gold leads. The team's not being able to close out games because there's only Baron and it's harder to take, and or they're able to break the base, but they can't break the game open for the win. But there's still a lot on the side of Nongshim that feels good in a late game. It's not like they're running an Akali and a dive comp, so...
It depends on setup and how they execute. Those are the big things. So we'll have to see how they play things out. It is 2 dragons to Nongshim. That's something I'm concerned about, is the more dragons they get, getting that soul, the movement speed, the slow resist, all massive factors for how this composition needs to operate, and closing the gap on the backline. And the big thing is that Yoshik is pretty strong on this Jace. Those shock blasts, a good shock blast on the right target will make all the difference when it comes to setting up for these neutrals. And just making things pretty scary.
Yeah. We've seen a lot of Jaces from behind, though. Just kind of like land a shock blast and then they just go in and die. Or they don't go in at all and it's like, well, you landed the shock blast, but your team died because you're very far behind. You know, sometimes if you don't have a playmaker from the jungle, can feel a little awkward, especially from behind us. There's a big shock blast. That's what we're looking for.
It's a good poke, but unfortunately
there.
Docton takes some back in return. But still, finding some poke like that definitely helpful. Kingen now has his Eclipse, but it's still into a Rek'Sai who just kind of heals up. Oh no, Peter.
All right, well, Peter is in a lot of trouble here. Doesn't look like he'll be getting out of this one.
Yeah, he doesn't get a bailout.
And Taeun got the kill as well.
Yeah, not ideal.
I'm not sure what's with our supports today. They're really struggling to stay out of gray screen simulator.
A lot of dying, ultimately. Not having a fun time. Just a tricky one, I think. Again, the Nautilus into this composition, you know, when you get jumped on by the Leona Jarvan, it's just hard to disengage. And I think Nautilus is feeling very squishy right now with the amount of champions who have inflated gold, inflated stats. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. You get flag and drag, you get ulted, you're just dead, your team's not there to respond.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
If they're in the brush, you die.
Yep.
That's the issue, and that's where he needs to recognize, okay, I can't just face check this, even just to drop a ward.
He's trying to sneak vision, like his team's not there to back him up. It's like, I'm trying to sneak vision in the hopes they're not there.
But if they're there, you die.
Yeah. That's actually how it plays out. And now, DNS are trying to contest this dragon, but they're a little bit slow. They do have a nice ward there, which isn't spotted by the control ward, but this is going quickly. And the problem is, your jungler's a Jace. You don't really want your Jace in melee range to smite, but if this dragon goes...
Oh, he's just going to get flashed on and engaged on, and Pilsik doesn't get to play the game, although Sponge is taking a huge amount of damage. He will survive for now, as he is incredibly low, but at least they do have the smite still. Scout is making plays in this one, although he might have to pay for it, but still, the dragon goes over to the side of Nongshim, and yeah, we did get one kill for DNS. But now we got Cloud Soul point for Nongshim.
Yeah, great setup by Nongshim, great angle, and Scout just finding the jungler there. And yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but you got the dragon. 3 dragons in pocket, Cloud Soul 1 away is a great position to be in. You'll get mid-tier 1 as well. The gold overall is still close, but you're getting really what you need. Well, sometimes it's a swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's Ambassador. It's hard.
Yeah, so this is just a great angle from Scout. The control was already there. Peter goes to ward as they find it, and the follow-up is just immediate. And Sponge, it's close, right? And Peter gets this great dredge line that finds Scout. Scout, honestly, he's trying to zone them away, but he should have just backed off, I think. But, you know, it's not even that big of a hit. It is a shutdown, right? And
Yeah.
Dudu gets it.
It's like 700 gold.
Yeah, in terms of gold, you are losing out on the back of that play, but the dragon being secured, you're happy with that. You'll take it. You got what you wanted. And now the pressure's really on DNS to find an angle before this next dragon is up and available, or you're staring down just a permanent Cloud Soul.
Yeah, that's almost unplayable at that point. If Nongshim are ahead and they have Cloud Soul, they close the distance so fast. They have a bunch of slow resistance from the individual Cloud Drakes. It's not easy.
It makes it so hard for, like, even just hitting Shock Blast, even something as simple as Dredge Lines. Even just those, like, 15% extra movement speed on everyone on the team.
You don't win those trades. Taeun just kind of ruling the mid lane. Those are trying to trade back, but everybody's here. Some cleared vision, but really just fighting over this brush. Meanwhile, Duckdom again, trying to just hold his own under the turret.
Feels like there's so much pressure right now from Nongshim, and other than top lane, right? And by top lane, I mean the top lane matchup, not actual top lane.
Yeah.
Dudu's doing great. You're Dudu.
It is the Dudu. Confirmed.
Everywhere else, not so much. You know, Scout picks up a Saras that's now fully stacked. And undoubtedly working towards an actualizer. So this is kind of approaching critical mass because the Yunara is only getting stronger. The Rise is going to be approaching 3 items. You have 2 minutes 20. And I think the main issue we had with the last Dragon was they were there so late. They didn't have the setup. You want to be there first, controlling the space. And you want to be the ones who kind of can have it locked down, be firing Shock Blasts, and have the Anivia setting up. I think part of the issue as well is because they're on blue side, it's very difficult to be set up there first. It's much easier for the red side team to be the ones on the Dragon area, to be setting up around there.
Even just to get Banana Brush control and start from there.
Yeah.
And, you know, begin fleshing out your vision.
Well, Closer's trying to be enticing.
He didn't try hard enough.
No.
He did not attack the enemy turret.
Oh my god. This is truly a test of willpower. Pyosik has to resist the urge to send a Shock Blast at Scout for free gold. If he does, he gives away that they're in the brush.
I mean, Scout is
But if he doesn't, he doesn't collect
he's not buying
a little bit of gold.
Well, it seems like they want to make a play on a Closer, actually, but this is... I mean, there are a bunch of members from Nongshim up here, and we're going to throw an ult into Scout, and yeah, I mean, Lahens is right there to block all the damage. They're trying to take him out, but now Sponge is here, and the flash away, and the big Cataclysm comes in from Sponge, and they are just baited 100%. Duckdown finds himself in a 1v1 with Taeyoon, which he's never going to win, and Nongshim get a gigantic fight, and Dudu's just in the bottom lane like, guys, come on, I just TP'd bot.
Well, at least Dudu's still going strong. Yeah. The rest of his team, though, not so much. And Baron will be the prize for this. Nongshim were ready. Felt like they had a read on this play. And weren't surprised at all when the attempt came in. DNS definitely feeling a little bit desperate when they set up for this. There's actually a ward you can see in the control brush on the top side of the map. So if you actually look on the mini-map, you can see like there's wards in the enemy jungle. I wonder if they spotted them moving up here, and that's why they knew this was coming.
Yeah.
Either way, they end up moving over. They're not really too surprised by this. This engage from Sponge, though, with the follow-up from the Hens. Yeah. Brutalized.
Yeah, we saw also the TP was actually interrupted, so they thought they would have Dudu. Honestly, even if Dudu's there, I don't think...
I said about the ward there. The ward there was pretty new, so I don't think it was old enough for them to have seen them. I think they were just ready for the prospect of them being there.
Yeah, they had an idea one way or another.
Yeah. You know, it was... Closer was trying to look enticing. Scout looked even more enticing.
Yeah. Well, now...
Well, DNS don't have control. It's so hard for them to move in here.
Yeah. They have to get in there, though. There's, like, really not an option to give away Cloud Soul here, but they're down 5,500 gold.
Oh, the Shock Blast missed.
Yeah, he hit the first one, missed the second one, and every single one he misses might be a death sentence for his team. Trying to zone their way in. Peter not going to hit the hook. They do get in, but that's the Cloud Soul for the side of Nongshim. Taeyoon very low as Dudu, the Ear Dudu gets the big shutdown, but I think the Ear Dudu will end here. As Scout is taking a bunch of damage, Closer's like, we gotta go. But meanwhile, the entire team is being roasted in the backline by a Jarvan. Closer, all by his lonesome, will be taken out. Nongshim immediately say, we get the Cloud Soul, we get the big fight. And they might just take the game.
Absolutely brutal, honestly. Just felt like DNS struggled to approach that one. Peter couldn't connect with the engage. And even though Dudu finds a great angle, I feel like the member of DNS who's had the most success this game basically just one-shots Taeyoon with the help of Peter's ult. The rest of the team just can't do much. Pyosik tries to jump onto Scout and nearly gets one-shot. And I feel like Sponge and the Hens in particular this game have just been on fire. Sponge is just not missing a beat with his engages. The Hens as well has just been moving. Okay, he missed that Zenith play, but he's been moving around the map, dictating the pace of the game. And with that being said, this feels like game. You know, the Baron doesn't have too much left, but the Cloud Soul, they have all the speed they need to make things happen.
And there's really no fight back from the side of DNS. Like, they have a Rek'Sai, and that's about it. You know, finally, you know, Duckdown's beginning to hit some sort of spike, but it's just all way too late, and the enemy team has levels, they have items, you're not chewing through anybody.
He has Triforce, Mirror Mana, and a Dirk. Against IE, Fiend Hunter Bolts, Kraken Slayer, and the what's it called? The quiver thing. Brendan, help me.
It does look like a quiver.
What's it called?
I always think it kind of looks like a little mini cannon, like a blunderbuss or something. I don't know. I never really saw the quiver until I looked a little closer. But yeah, I don't know.
Why don't you know the...
Why don't you know the name?
I forgot this one. Noon Quiver, that's it. I forgot one thing.
Yeah. Well, should have remembered.
God, you're so... You never help me with these things.
I'm not the guy with the names, you know? I'm not the one that knows the names.
Okay, other than your whole burger thing.
Yeah.
What are you gonna help me with?
Was the burger thing helping you?
No, but just what is your like? What are you bringing to the table? What are you bringing to the table?
I came kind of empty-handed today. Sorry.
Yeah, you didn't have a burger with you.
Yeah, no
Unless
burger
you're hiding
today.
a burger under the table. No.
No burgers today. We did have some sort of fried chicken for dinner.
Man,
it was good.
You're really dropping the ball in your whole bit here, right?
Maybe I should just buy a burger every day and just film it. Honestly, it would be more interesting than these games so far because they have not been very close.
They've been pretty one-sided. That's fair. That's true. We do now have the actualizer coming in and the GA for Sponge, so he was already going pretty aggressive. Now he can do so very recklessly. Yeah, it's just not even remotely close at this point.
Well,
apart from Dudu, Dudu's doing great. You're a Dudu still going strong.
He's down a level.
That's something I take major issue with. You said in the last fight, well, the year of Dudu's over. It's not. He just died in that fight. That doesn't mean the year is over.
Momentarily was suspended. Was the intent.
He took a holiday.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean the year's over.
Sure.
People are allowed to take breaks, Brendan.
Well, not Dudu, not with the team in this state. He needs to be ready to go at
He's trying his best.
Notice.
He's the only person with the gold lead
on his team. Stepping into dredge line range. I mean, that will be one of the ways that DNS can maybe come back. They need to hit a dredge line, kill Taeyun, and not expend too much.
Yes. Yes, in theory.
Honestly, if I'm Peter, probably you just flash and try to trade flash with Taeyun. But obviously he doesn't. They don't have any vision. Like, they don't know who's there. He could do that, get the hook, and immediately the whole team shows up.
I think you just send it and then deal with the consequences. The game is in a pretty doomed state. If you lose, you lose.
Because they're going to lose anyway.
They're still in the game.
Might as well take a big risk.
Exactly.
Yep. We'd have Baron in 15 seconds.
Or you just flip it on the Elder. Oh, we love it.
Well, we have seen a specific T1 team do that from very far behind.
Flipping on the Elder, always the
They were not fighting against a Yunara, as far as I can remember. Yeah, even the shot blast into Taeyun is not that big of a deal. As Duckdom, he does have flash, but he also does not have a health bar. Down he will go, and the wallets are just gigantic. Closer's like, I'm playing an Ivy, I'll stop them. Nope, not gonna happen. Dudu. Here, Dudu's still going strong, but
just run away, Dudu.
Yeah,
stay safe.
Take the tunnel.
Stay safe.
Grab the wave in mid lane, maybe.
Stay safe. Yeah. I think this is drastically reducing the chances that DNS have to flip the Elder. But Dudu's keeping the hopes alive.
Yeah. And so they say, well, we got 3 of them. Let's take the Baron.
Yeah, Dudu's stolen the game out, keeping it alive.
He is.
Honestly,
he's doing a great job.
He's doing his best. He's doing everything he can. This was pretty rough. The ult just clipped him.
Yeah, that looked like it.
It's just the plane has such wide wings, you know? The wingspan.
It's a great board game, actually.
Yeah. And then Dudu just tunnel. That's the thing is that, Dudu is actually legitimately hard to kill and pretty threatening.
What about this time?
He's testing it right now.
Okay.
Not that hard to kill, all things considered, if all people are hitting
He got space for the team.
Yes.
He got space for the team to move in. Oh, shock blast.
Did not do that much, all things considered.
It did.
And their strongest member is now dead. Sponge is 4 levels up.
Oh no, he's dead. Yeah, there's no hope here as the Solar Flare hits 2. Duckdom is dead. There we go.
Yeah, let's not even bother flipping the Elder.
And it's 30 minutes, and Nongsim will win game at #1 with a 15,000 gold lead. GG.
GG. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I said this last series. I don't think game 2 can be as bad.
I feel like there wasn't as straightforward of a issue early on.
That makes it feel worse, doesn't it?
We'll have to wait for our space to break it down. I'm sure they'll have a lot of fun breaking down this game #1 and picking apart what went wrong.
I think Lehen just kind of just kind of said, "Oh yeah, I'm that guy," and he really was that guy. And
I think he mind controlled Peter a little bit in this game.
you know what I remember? I remember there was periods last year with Lehens or Nongshim where it just felt like there were games where if Lehens just support gapped you, the game was just so unbelievably unplayable.
Yeah.
This kind of felt like that.
Why does it feel like so many of our veterans are like taking huge steps up here early in this year?
I don't know, but Lehens definitely establishing dominance a lot of it in this game. And him and Sponge doing a lot of work to set their team up. Yeah, heartbreaking for Dudu, but his year's still going strong. Still a chance to recover this series. If you just mentally forget about game one, right? Just think of it as a best of 2 where you have to win both games for some reason.
Yeah.
And just mentally get through that hurdle and you can do anything.
You can do anything. Looks like Kingan's family has come down to support. And, you know, honestly, doesn't feel like they needed a lot of support in that first game. They had it all covered. Easy first game victory for Nongshim as they take the 1-0 lead here in the best of 3 series. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
저기다.
노틸
있을 거야. 나 오른쪽 갈게.
얘 혼자다.
나이스. 이거 야 제이스 나온다. 스마 삼각 주지 말고 그냥 바로 먹어 그냥.
그냥 오면 싸워.
땡겨 위로 땡겨.
어느 방식으로도 걸어도 돼.
얘들 이거 제이스 프리스. 나 저기 생각할게. 내가 3점으로 나온다. 무조건 싸움이야 이거.
나 그냥 이거 시야전에 걸게.
제이스 볼게. 오케이 나이스.
애니비아 높을. 가볼게 오른쪽.
야 그냥 감자. 애니비아 높을. 저기다. 야 미드 높을.
그냥 바텀라인 써도 되고. 안 된다. 미드 가야 돼. 미드 가자.
and welcome back to the space here at Tijijik Lol Park as Nongshim continue to put the pressure on the teams that qualified in. Just like Dplus did earlier, they win their game number 1 in dominant fashion. Jigon here alongside Wolf and Wadid, and this time a little bit of a difference in the draft according to Wolf.
You guys were here, you heard me, I was begging, like, just don't ban Jace, please ban Orianna. They didn't ban Jace, and then interestingly, because I think Jace is not that strong right now, by the way, 1-4 here in the LCK on a 3-loss streak. Sponge has 2 of the losses, he wasn't playing it in this game. It's got the reverse win rate in the LPL, but it's really not working here. I think this pick is pretty weak, but they pick the Ryze, right? So DNS get their hands on the Jace, but then they go Jace and Nivea, which doesn't have synergy. They have to pick Nautilus or some other real form of engage here in this draft in order to make their composition work, because the Jace just isn't going to be able to do it. But they're playing into Jarvan, who not only has great engage, but also has an escape. They're playing into Ambess, and then the Leona here could have been a Lulu. Like, because they picked the Nautilus, they could have even lost this bottom lane even harder. Why are we picking Jace? Why are we still trying to make this champion work? It did not work at all.
I mean, I agree on everything, single point that you made, and also, I think it's especially from their mid-jungle synergy, you know? I think I already mentioned that Jace is some kind of AD Nidalee, so you remember whenever...
Such a good comparison.
Right, whenever you play Nidalee, you need a setup, so that's why you play Renekton together, so you can easily snowball on the side lane. But I think this time around, like, Jace needs some skirmishes in the mid jungle, but I think it's really hard to pull it off with Anivia.
I think the biggest impact that the Jace had was the first early shock blast into the top lane. And then that was it. That was it after that. So we take a look at how things unfolded. Really, in the early game, it was this unfortunate set of events in the bot lane.
Where is anybody that Duckdom thinks he could be here to get these 3 minions?
Duckdom 1 versus 4.
Like, look at Pioshik, how far away he is. Look at how reset Peter is. Like, the fact that he's split here. Peter comes in here and tries to save the play, right, and is able to get a trade back, but it is just not worth it, because Pioshik has to give his life in order to get the kill, and it's just a disaster. Like, you could have just conceded plates here, which is horrible, right? If you're Duckdom, you could have decided to just let Peter try to sacrifice for 1 kill back. But like committing even further there with the Jace, it turned what was a cool pick opportunity into just a complete disaster.
We didn't show it in the highlight, but the reason why Nautilus was not there for Duckdom is because they lost the laning phase, they lost the trade, and I think Lee Hans and Taeyun just kind of like outclassed them in lane, and I think that made for them to like have a really bad situation in the bot lane.
Yeah, and once Jace is behind, it doesn't matter how much Jana Strong zooms in during the gameplay, that Jace isn't going to do a lot of damage with this shock blast, as we see here around the Drake, where the nail was put in the coffin for this one. It was soul point already, and then they tried to work their way on in, but you thought there was a chance?
Well, not gonna lie, this fight is winnable if they were not fall behind 5k golds here. I feel like they did such a great job on catching Inara back. And I think if they were ahead, I mean, they were like similar in gold, I think they could actually win the game.
Yeah, they actually have more time to do more damage here. I think this fight is playable because Scout was also unable to gain entry.
Yeah.
And they were able to kill the AD carry on the left side, and then Scout couldn't actually fight. But he has Baron buff, he has a shield, right? He's pretty durable. And eventually the rest of Nongshim rejoin before they can actually make the punish happen. But I agree with you with it. I think in an even game state, that's probably a very winnable and likely winnable fight because of how haphazard the setup was there for Nongshim.
It was just a goal difference, you know. Like we could see, like from the boys chat as well, Nongshim was literally saying that we don't need proper setup. Like we just need to go in, and then we can just win the fight, whatever. Like it doesn't matter. So they knew it in game, and also like it was just kind of free fight.
Yeah, feels really good for Nongshim to be able to close out a game here with that much of a lead. Just confidence. Given how many throws we've seen so far in 2026 with it.
I mean, for me, you remember how DNS won the game, right? Yesterday?
Yeah.
They had the comfort picks.
Yeah.
Pyoshik on Lee Sin, playmaking, and also Peter winning lane, and more comfort pick like Nico, you know. But this time around, I don't feel like it fits on them. Like I don't want to see Closer playing Anivia and sit back and farm. I want to see him playing Akali.
It's not a closer champ. Like I don't want to see that either. I want to see some strong counter picks. I want to see if we go to comfort picks, that's fine, but they still have to form a composition of some kind, right?
Oh,
and this one just felt like it was so weak and rough around the edges because they priced themselves into that Jace pick, which did very little for them, just like we've seen in basically every Jace game this tournament.
at least I'm happy that Peter is getting another chance to bounce back here.
We did see that yesterday. Both supports between KT and DNS. No swaps here. KT no swap in the loss. Same thing, Peter. Not getting swapped on out with life there on the bench. He will continue on and try to fight to qualify on in. We'll see if it happens as we send it back on over to Brendan Berger Valdez and Daniel Noon Quiver Harrison.
Thank you very much, Degon, Wolf, and Wadid, as I'm Berger, back with Noon Quiver, and we're getting ready for game number 2. Nongshim absolutely crushed them. And, you know, it's a bit of a step up from the first best of 3s to make it on again up against the stronger teams. And so far, our underdogs have not risen to the fight at all. And our overdogs, our favorites, have been playing really well. I mean, DK and Showmaker and all those guys were just flying out of their seats. They were playing so well. And same thing for Nongshim. Like, everybody on their side is doing great.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it, Brendan. I think the LCK is an overdog region. We always love the underdog story, but for so long, it's been an overdog story in the LCK. Like, think how many times it's been your Gen Gs and your T1s winning and doing successful, right? It's just often been about the overdogs. And you always want to root for the underdogs, but it's just hard to keep fighting for them. You know, we'll about the bro fans out there for them.
Yeah.
But we're hoping to see a comeback for the underdogs here. But right now, it's Nongshim with the lead. It is going to be the DN Supers going for first pick. And it was Nongshim obviously had that last time. Pantheon going to be immediately banned out here.
Wasn't banned in game 1 at all.
Yeah, and then Nocturne, so heavily targeting the jungle already from Sponge. A bit of a shake-up in terms of the ban focus, which does mean we get a lot leaking through that was taken away. And last time we saw a lot of the power picks that are often banned away. And immediately, Nongshim kind of take a pivot in their approach, because like they're like, okay, Varus, super high priority, we're taking that away. And as soon as they kind of realize what the DN Supers are doing, they're like, well, if you're not banning OPs, we're not going to just do the homework for you. And, you know, Nico's a strong pick, but we're talking about things like Rumble, you know, we saw like the Azir Orianna trade, Vi, Malphite. Looks like we might still get the Azir Orianna trade after all.
It's kind of interesting that Azir gets banned when you've got Closer who can play Akali, but I suppose they just don't want to deal with it at all. Obviously, Scout is very proficient on Azir.
Or do you leave Orianna open and then just... There's so many things available. No, they ban it. So there's Rumble, there's Vi, there's Malphite.
Give Dudu the Rumble.
Okay.
And maybe you've got a shot.
Year of Dudu.
I believe.
That's what we're hoping for. Now, what are Nongshim going to pick up in return? I think obviously one aspect of it is that Vi and Malphite, both junglers, right? So you don't have to... Not too big of a deal for DN Supers giving over both of those. And also, we haven't really seen the Malphite be super successful so far. And it's just going to be the Xante, which I've seen in other regions this matchup really be complained about a lot and being seen a lot. We haven't seen it, I feel like, as much in the LCK.
Yeah.
We've seen occasional like Rumble into tank. We've just seen a lot of banning of the Rumble. We've seen Keen farming tanks in the top lane with First Strike and cash back and printing money. The money
Again,
printer
overdog region.
Overdog region.
Keen test.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people pass that.
Whoa, DN Supers are like, hey, we want to Rumble as in fight, not as in that they have the champion as well, but they want to brawl. And they
want to throw down.
They do want to throw down.
And our space are getting their prayers answered because we're getting a Closer champ.
Yeah.
We're getting a DN Supers draft.
Wukong Ari, this is just, they're about fighting. Now, what are Nongshim going to take in the mid lane? They're going for the Akali. Okay. A bit of a spicy matchup that we're going to see in the mid lane with the Ari against the Akali. Bot lane not touched at all, though, so we'll see what ends up coming through there. A lot of threats from both sides, so to me, this kind of puts emphasis on some of the safer picks in the bot lane. You know, Ezreal, I feel like there's a bit more emphasis on. Nongshim going to instantly target the supports, so getting rid of the Poppy. and DN Super's going to do the same, get rid of the Renata. So instead of being like, hey, we want safety for our AD carries, we're like, no, we want to deny you safety for your AD carry.
Yeah.
We want to target your AD carry and want to stop you from having any safety in that regard.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Also, the Poppy ban against Vi, Akali, definitely a good shout. Now, what are we taking away here?
Would DN Supers go like Xayah Rakan? I could honestly see it. I don't think it's that crazy. Into what Nongshim have.
Yeah.
We're going to get banned out in this situation, which definitely could suggest a Rakan coming through. We'll see what Nongshim go for with their first pick here. Lucian. Definitely something that has that mobility, but very short range. This is already a very short range composition, which does put Xayah in a good position, but I don't know if you want to blind Xayah Rakan with the threat of various things the Lucian can pair with. That could be a problematic lane, so we'll see.
Lucian, I think, is a good start. There's the Xayah.
No, they're just slamming Xayah.
And there's the Xayah Rakan.
Well, it's going to be Lucian Nami then. Yep. Well, I guess I was right. I think it's fine in terms of what it offers into the team comp. You know, it's a short-range team comp. Xayah's going to do completely fine into that. The Rakan syncs super well with the Wukong. You have that mobility. You have so many people to dash to who are going to be stuck in the fight. I think it's a really high value in the 5v5. The only problem is in the lane, into Lucian Army. You get bullied a bit, but, you know, you're playing Xayah. If Lucian ever steps up too far, you have the root. Or you also have the setup from the Rakan. You also have the sustain from the Q. It's just, it's not fun, but it's bearable. That's how a lot of lanes into Lucian Nami are. You don't have a good time, but it's whatever. So, honestly, I think DN Super's feeling pretty okay with what they have. I think Nongshim have to work harder, really, I think, to get this off the ground. And bot lane's the only lane where they really have a comfortable amount of prio in. And even then, we've seen Lucian Nami lanes be fickle. We've seen them backfire before, so
yeah,
we'll see how it comes down in terms of execution.
I think it's a very confident draft from the side of Nongshim, and just based on the way they won game number 1 so hardcore, I think that it's fine. But again, if this gets behind, you're not going to have all that much kill pressure on a Xayah, and there are a lot of threats on the other side as well.
Yep. Yep, I think especially having the Xayah into the Akali Vi feels so good in this situation.
Seemed pretty face up, but Nongshim said, whatever, you can have it. As we are getting ready, Nongshim up against the DN Supers as we hop onto the Rift for game number 2.
Oh, the level 1 mid gank. Doesn't amount to anything. Okay.
Yeah.
Pity and Dokdam back away. I can't remember which region did this, but there was a region where it was like the mid lane ganking bot level 1. And especially on a pick like Akali, you really don't do a ton level 1 into a range matchup. So it's not a big deal if you're a little late. But if you could find like an advantage. But Dokdam and Pita, they know what they're doing in the bot lane. They're kind of just, I said respecting. No, they find a window and get a good trade in Taeyun actually. So fair play.
Yeah.
It is going to be tricky though. And one thing is, because Pita went W.
Going in again.
Level 1, they don't have the Gleaming Quill for the sustain. So damage is going to stick for now.
Yeah.
One thing is that Taeyun went First Strike Cleanse. So Cleanse, obviously decent amount of value into the charm of the Rakan, but that's kind of irrelevant until level 6. And into the Ahri, obviously, which is irrelevant until the Ahri's around.
I'm not sure why they were so close to them as they were about to hit level 2.
I think maybe trying to soak some XP. But the First Strike
They're
as well,
pay for it.
Good for farming money and good for, particularly in the mid game, when you have a lot of damage to get like the gold value. But in lane, it's a lot weaker than press the attack, a lot less damage. So I feel like Taeyun and Hens have a lot less actual power in the 2v2 than they would otherwise if you had like barrier, press the attack.
Yeah.
So a lot of trade-offs, I feel like, in this decision by Taeyun for his setup. So it'll be interesting to see if that does end up getting punished here by the bot lane of the DN Supers.
It's not a lot of kill pressure unless Dokdam and Peter make a mistake. And, you know, I mean, the Lucian Nami are still going to be pretty strong and should be able to find windows, but a lot less.
I mean, we already talk about, like, you lack the killing power on Lucian Nami because once you've used your cooldowns...
Well, he's going in, and he does get away from that knockup. That was actually pretty close. I thought maybe he would be caught by the back end of that. But yeah, taking very aggressive trades over and over, utilizing the sustain of the Nami, which is more reliable.
Yeah,
and the Rakan, and now we get another scuttle fight, and this is what's happening in the LCK. We're just fighting over this first scuttle over and over again on the bottom side of the map. As now Sponge in a bit of trouble, but does have the Nami nearby. Might have to get over this wall. There's the Q, and now they're actually trading into Pyoshik, but Sponge still has to flash away. So that will be the flash down from the jungler of Nongshin.
Oh, and Pyoshik's so low, and Scout saw him, but isn't going to go into 3. A very tight play, but no one goes down in that situation. I think both teams' fans would have been very nervous there. Is my team throwing the entire game? No.
Like so many others
it's
before
okay.
them.
We're safe, for now.
No team is safe.
Closer having the priority there mid, allowing him to move first. And will that plate go down? No, it won't actually. So pretty nice for Closer. The plate's still alive. To collect later, should just be an auto. Yeah, so the thing I was talking about with press the attack, I feel like even with press the attack, the Lucian can kind of run out of cooldowns, Lucian Nami in particular, in an all-in, and just be kind of like auto-attacking and be like, okay, I have no more damage. But especially with First Strike, that can feel very real. So again, you want bursty trades, get your damage down, back off, use your sustain, and have constant pressure. Don't get locked into an all-in unless you're certain you have the damage to kill.
Yeah.
Really important when you're playing this 2v2 in the bot lane.
They're very much trading on the edge, so you can tell that they're willing to take the risk to go for these trades over and over and get the value we were talking about. That's a nice bubble here on a Duck Dom. Should be an aggressive trade from Taeyeon. There it is. Nice bursty little trade. Goes back in on a Peter.
And that's exactly how you want to play it. That's like textbook perfect. You hit the bubble and you don't immediately just dash in and go damage, damage, damage. It was kind of like on the edge, skating around like your max range. At no point did Taeyeon look like he was just immediately beelining in, and they got a really good trade out of it.
Well, level 6 here. And Closer is going to be marked up, but he does Spirit Rush away.
Yeah, a little bit tense there.
That's a way to kind of negate the Akali, but doesn't feel great for Closer.
It's a trade ult at the end of the day, so kill pressure's down for the Akali, even if your safety's mitigated a bit. But yeah, if Taeyeon and Lehens keep getting trades like that, they'll feel really good about the matchup and keep farming gold with the First Strike. But exactly how you want to be playing it. Just getting the pressure down without going a step too far.
Yeah, I mean, Taeyeon and Lehens definitely impressed in game number 1, and it's not a big surprise that so far here in game number 2, they are doing the same. We took a look at top lane a bit as well. It did look like Kingen was kind of on the edge there, but he always had his TP and was always ready to get out. Pyoshik, he got that Scuttle Crab, you remember, in the trade earlier on. He's trying to hit level 6 now. We'll see if he can get this next Scuttle and maybe hit that 6, as they're looking for Taeyeon once again. This little trade gets the Gleaming Quill. That'll certainly help out. And this time around, it doesn't look like Nongshin were able to quite press the issue on the Drakes. You remember in game 1, they got the first Drake at around 6 minutes, which led to an 11-minute second Drake. And they were able to stack it up into a Cloud Soul super quickly. It will feel a little bit different in this game.
Yeah, I think a lot more precarious to go for that in this one. And especially with the threat of the Ahri, we saw what the Ahri could do in the last series with Showmaker. If you're having a skirmish, it's very difficult to lose gracefully against an Ahri who can just get those resets and chase you down. So even with the bot lane prio they're getting, just still got to be cautious. And now Peter gonna try and stall out these recalls.
Yep, gotta run all the way down the lane. We've had some crazy action today. Some very one-sided games. We saw, what was a 48-kill game number 2 between DK and DRX. But so far in this one, we've had some action. We've had a lot of trading, but not really any kill pressure. So just kind of farming it out. And maybe, perhaps, this is the game where it actually goes the distance and we get a little bit of, you know, that old-time LCK action.
More some actual chilled macro downtime, you know, the thinking man's game.
That's what we're here for. Pyosik on vision.
Level 6 hit by Dokdam here, and Lehens is pretty low on mana. You know, I don't actually know if he's got full mana flow ban stacks. Color gonna be used, but mostly mitigated. Okay, we're getting a fight.
Yeah, we're just getting a fight. They're just going for it. I mean, DNS are definitely trying to force this. They want to burst down Pyosik, who just goes into the Cyclone, does get the smite down, but look at this, everybody's so low in the pit. And only the one guy did go down, and that was the Dragon. It's still 3 kills over to the side of Nongshim. So yes, you do get the Dragon, but you lose quite a lot for it.
Absolute decimation there, and it just felt like DNS weren't ready for the fight. Surely there should have been some expectation that a fight was going to come through. And you know, we talked about the Ahri reset potential. No prospect of that happening when this played out. So we see Sponge leads the charge with an ult onto Pyosik before he can even use his clone. Just instantly pops it. Wave follows up as well. So many cooldowns popped here, and also Peter doesn't have his level 6 yet. They all end up clumping and taking so much damage. And it's like they're just immediately gone. Lehens barely has any mana, but had enough to use the ultimate, and the job was just done. It felt like there was no semblance of resistance from the side of DNS there. Kind of just fell over.
It was like they were forcing so hard to make this Drake happen and to try to get a fight afterwards, but they never made a fight happen because they had to commit all in the pit and take a bajillion damage just to get the Drake. As now we got Taeyun, or rather Lehens, onto the turret. I assumed it was Taeyun because why was Lehens kind of farming there? That's a big bubble, and now Dokdam, he's going to take a gigantic amount of damage himself. Taeyun is on the chase. Waiting for that culling, it doesn't quite have it, but still doing lots of damage. Even the bubble helping out, and you can see that Dokdam has to flash away.
Yeah, I mean, look at the item differential between the bot laners. Taeyun with the BF sword, a Dirk, and the Scout Slingshot. Now the culling!
Guys, you're just backing underneath the turret. The culling was so close. And Taeyun actually nearly dies trying to make that happen.
Dangerous situation to be in, and now 800 gold lead for Taeyun, 900 for Scout in the mid lane. Dokdam, oh my god. You are playing a dangerous game.
Just 80 carry things, I guess.
You will survive playing that game. I think the main thing is the mid lane, right? Is we're seeing this massive...
Okay, that's embarrassing. Taeyun is just giggling as he's walking back to lane.
Wow. And you know, the gold will be used for Lehens to finish off his Imperial Mandate, which is a pretty nice spike.
That's pretty gigantic, yeah.
Yeah, bot lane, kind of in the bin. Mid lane, because Scout got so much gold from that fight, he has a Hextech Gunblade. Closer is working on a Rod of Ages. Now, this is something I had talked about. So next patch, and I want to emphasize next patch,
not this one?
Current patch.
Okay.
Oh, we'll see the replay first. He actually eased himself with the ult on the way, so he gets the extra damage on the ult.
I am the young. I am the older brother.
Yeah.
A very common Lehens saying.
So, one of the nerfs that was done ages ago, when Rod of Ages Ahri was a thing, was her W cooldown. And next patch, they're lowering her W cooldown, so people were talking about, you know, is Rod of Ages Ahri going to come back? That isn't live yet, though.
It's not back, though.
But it's not come through yet. Closer, you're a little early with the Rod of Ages Ahri.
Yeah.
The W change isn't live yet, but he's like, maybe he's been playing it, and he's like, it feels good. I don't care about the 1 second cooldown. I want it now.
I mean, there is a ton of lockdown and damage on the side of Nongshim, so maybe he just wants to not die. But the issue is, as Ahri, you need to be doing some semblance of damage. They do have other sources of damage.
This is not going to be the same
they
as
even have a Rumble.
Full stack Medjai's Malignant Shadow Flame Ahri saw earlier. Not going to be the same. A little bit different. A smidge different.
This looks kind of suspicious here. Dokdam and Peter, like, standing in the brush, making sure that they don't give vision.
Do you want, like, the maximum copium right now?
You know, to be honest, I guess, but I'm not really feeling it.
That's why you need it the most.
Yeah.
Okay, after this play, Doctor is half HP. That doesn't feel good.
Just waiting for the dash in. There's the cleanse, but he is going to get charmed and locked up. Lehens sacrifices for his 80 carry.
Okay, here's the pitch, right? Firstly, Nongshim, short-range composition. Remember when KT threw that massive gold lead? What do they have in the mid lane?
A Kali.
Exactly.
Short-range composition.
Short-range composition.
Dive comp.
Exactly. Secondly, DNS, a lot of engage, right? A lot of ways to close the distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what I'm saying is, maybe Nongshim struggle to close out the game, and DNS gets some big snap engages like this, and that's how they end up winning the game. How's my pitch? Do you believe yet?
I mean, honestly, it's a good angle. I mean, if DNS are going to win, it's going to be like that. There are ways where if we do go to like 25 minutes...
That really worked?
Yeah.
Wow, I was reaching.
I feel like, you know, it doesn't look good right now, but like first strike to go to DNS, so they can delay a little bit, they can wait. Maybe it's a Chemtech Soul, which honestly is actually not that bad on Nongshim. Scout is going to get charmed up here, but it's just a little trade. Not really amounting to much. And it is a Hextech Soul. There's the calling. Duck Dom is like, man, this is not very enjoyable.
He said damn and he ducked behind the minions. Yeah, not having a fun time in this lane matchup. Not the Essence Revolution, but going for the Stormrazor.
They're just diving. They're just pressing their buttons on a Duck Dom who does not have the Feather Storm, and they will get the kill, but it is a trade 1-for-1. The TP does come in from Dudu, though.
I'm not sure what the TP was for, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Closer is not in a very fun spot. He is going to have to Spirit Rush away.
Yeah, ult down. I think Scout used his ult.
Peter going to press his buttons, and not a lot of buttons here for Taeyoon, as now the Cyclone will be used, and the shutdown does go to Dudu. As taking up the turret here, Peter nearly dies, but...
Okay, that's what the ult's for. The TP's for, sorry, I guess. Finding some value there from Dudu. I felt like the TP from Dudu was just always going to be late to counteract the dive, but they actually managed to pull off a play onto the enemy AD carry in the aftermath, and now some extra gold for Dudu. But it's a year of Dudu. He's actually getting pretty fed. Overall, here, there's no ult on Desire, so what can you really do? Maybe the TP stopped them from going for more for dive. I don't know. You can argue that. Either way, they managed to make more for play come out here with his engage. A lot of flashes committed to make this happen, but you see the dive potential to come. And now we got to play here. Dudu has Leandries, by the way. He's strong.
Yeah, Scout, I mean, he's got his flash, but he just elects not to use it. Doesn't really get a good opportunity to do so.
It is the year of Dudu.
It's the year of Dudu.
And he has a 2.3k gold lead, by the way. He is monster fed.
And now Sponge, nothing. Never mind. We do have the Rift Herald available, but...
Like, he is crazy strong right now. I'm pretty sure he's done the keen strategy of going first strike cashback and just printing money.
Yeah. You're playing into Cassante. I mean, we haven't had a lot of interaction with our top laners, but now we will.
TP'd on.
Well, it was nice while it lasted. Good caster curse. Ox. Sorry, Noon Quiver. Yeah, Dudu's dead. Yeah. And the Year Dudu will be, once again, put on hold just for a moment, and will continue when he does revive.
Really made it big or that one.
Yeah.
Okay, play's been picked up. Actually, DNS have a gold lead. How insane is that?
Your pitch really worked.
It did.
I feel like at DNS were like, you know what, Ox, you're right.
You know what? They got rid of Coach Voice, but they brought in Orc's voice. And DNS heard me. And we're like, wow, that's compelling. I believe it. Honestly, Peter just probably said something like that, and he has the great vibes, so that's all they needed.
I mean, realistically, like, Nongshim got that lead, but their follow-up plays were, we're going to dive the turret, trade 1-for-1.
Yeah.
And get a Cloud Drake.
I mean, this is also their composition.
And then get caught.
This is the composition. It's like, what are we going to do? Dive them. But they're under turret. Dive them.
They don't have any other answers.
This is the wall KT run into.
Yeah.
When they played against T1. Yeah. But it's still you know, it's not over for Nongshim either, right? It really just comes down to execution. And it's a Hextech Soul. One of the issues we did also have in the T1 KT series that we keep bringing up is the Soul, I think it was a Chemtech, and it just wasn't that valuable. It's Hextech this time.
Yeah, it didn't really do a whole lot, to be honest. And Hextech is going to be huge. I do feel like, you know, just think about this Fed Lucian. He presses R with Hextech Soul. GG. It's over. There's no counterplay.
The catch potential, just in general.
Yeah.
We'll step outside of turret and everyone's slowed is massive, so.
When is Lucian Nami not going to be a thing? Is it ever not going to be a thing? We're just killing the turret up in the top lane. Meanwhile, throwing ults at each other in the bottom lane. Closer trying to back here, but Sponge is on the way.
He has ult. He's just so dead.
Yeah, it's just really a matter of, you know, does he use the ult or does he use the flash instead?
Why would you flash instead of ult? I guess Dragon's in 30 seconds. I actually think that's the right play.
He really wanted to kill him as fast as possible.
No, I actually think if you think you're going to be contested on Dragon, I actually think using flash instead of ult is correct. I actually think that's the correct play.
It's really heads up from Sponge.
Because ult is more useful in a Dragon fight than flash on a Vi. So, you know what? I respect it. That being said, if you don't think you're being contested, or you're not even doing Dragon,
they're not even doing it. But still, the idea was correct.
But he might be coming back. He might be coming back in time. He might be coming back. He might be just coming back. Yeah.
There's Hex Gates, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to get back here pretty quickly.
Also, Closer had flash, so maybe he was worried about, like, he flashes under the... I mean, that's not really an argument. You just kill him if he ulted, so... Either way.
Well, DNS get the dragon.
Okay.
So, maybe again, I think the idea was
maybe he
correct.
wasn't in range to ult, and he had to flash to close distance anyway. I don't know.
Well,
either way...
No, he was charging his Q. Like, he would have Q'd and then ulted.
No, but maybe he would get charmed if he Q'd, if he didn't flash.
Maybe, yeah. Lehens looks like he's a bit dead. Hits a lot of people with Tidal Wave. Yeah, meanwhile, a TP came in.
If he just blank Qs him, I think he just gets charmed and dies. So that you know, that perspective makes sense.
All right. I think we've
definitely done it to death.
Figured out.
Yes.
What
done it to death.
Closer's going in, and Scout is as well. He knows there's no escape once that kill on a Closer. He's not going to have it. As there's the R2, but he is burning down to Doo-Doo.
Oh, the Ignite!
Flash Ignite comes in from Peter. They're really going to get him. And also Duck Dom is dead. So, yeah, I mean, you're trading, but also Tane is just like he is a juggernaut here in the mid lane.
Yeah, Nongshim managed to build up another gold lead. Feels like Tina's kind of losing that grasp on the game a bit, but they did get the dragon. So, closer to Soul.
Sponge decided he was going to do the Krugs.
Whoa.
He's getting punished for it, it looks like. We have a nice bubble to catch both of them. But we do have another flash coming in. Doo-Doo does want this kill, and they get it. Will they consider the Baron? I think it's kind of crazy.
No.
But they are going to get the kill.
Well, that wasn't even worth, though.
But they got the kill.
But you burnt 3 flashes.
But just the message that counts.
And also, none of those flashes are going to be up in time for the next dragon. And it's your Wukong and your Rakan and your Rumble.
Maybe they're planning on giving the next streak. Because they got one themselves. We're like, we got to keep it even, you know? We get 2, they get 2. We don't need our flashes.
Like, I think if there was like, when you see them flash that much, I'm like, are they actually going to do this and go to Baron? And then they just don't even look at Baron. I'm like,
yeah.
It's like, the thing is, it's not like he's monster fed and you get like tons of gold. It was just a normal kill.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's not worth that much.
But it did go to Doo-Doo.
And you know what?
And he finished his 3rd item.
It took him up the map for like not that much time.
You know, I'm proud of DNS for realizing that it's the year of Doo-Doo and doing everything in their power to get him.
Doo-Doo's a level down.
Yeah, but he's 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just, how crazy is that?
That is crazy. That happened last game too, but last game was a bit of an outlier.
He's just been side lane farming, just doing his thing.
Yeah. It's gonna be pretty tanky.
Doo-Doo's doing some big damage.
That culling didn't really do a whole lot.
Okay, and we have Leandries and Closer, so Closer's doing something.
He's trying to get in here. Looks like Doo-Doo might be in a little bit of trouble as the Equalizer comes down. He just wants to turn that damage on to Sponge, who is burning to a crisp. And it's a little bit late on the reaction here from Nongshim. Kingin does tank a lot, but so does Closer. He goes down. on its head.
It's a Euro-doo-doo. He comes in huge. Nongshim try the engage onto him, and even though not a single member of DNS has a flash available, it just doesn't matter. They just team fight better. They just click Q on the Rumble. He does the drill pounds. That's all he needs to do. 6-1. Watch him. Watch Doo-doo in this fight, right? He gets engaged on. He presses ult. Flame Spitter. He's CC'd. He overheats. And he just starts punching with the drill. Bap. Bap. Flame Spitter again. All he needs to do. The rest of his team comes in. It's a Euro Doo-doo, baby.
Good job, Doo-doo.
He knows
You're
it.
good.
He knows it.
Even, you know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm pretty sure he also said it was the year of Doo-doo.
Direct quote.
Yeah.
From Brendan Valdez, who was quoting Piotrek there.
Yeah. And, you know, like, that was just a little bit crazy from the side of Nongshim as well. Like, yes, you're getting in there. Sure, that's what your comp does, but you're going one by one. That's not the way the comp works.
Also, this Rumble is extremely tanky, and you didn't have damage there to get onto him. You're a very bursty comp right now. Like, you don't have sustained damage when you look at the composition.
Yeah.
Like, this Lucian is very much gonna, like, pokey. I'm gonna do, like, 300 like that. He does that damage.
Yeah.
And then he waits a little bit. Like, I actually think it will take a long time for you to kill him. Oh my god.
Oh man! It's gigantic! The equalizer hits the Lucian! And Doo-doo says, get on my back, team! I'm driving the bus! I am the bus! And yeah, I mean, just like that. Like, Nongshim were trying to posture here for a Drake, and they just got absolutely destroyed.
Annihilated. Just Taehoon trying to get poke. Didn't he know? Rumble's the poke champion. You know, Taehoon bought Naive and then refunded it and went, I need a Serpent's Fang. I can't deal with this Rumble. He's just too powerful.
Yeah. I mean, Doo-doo got a free 3 items, was slowly farming. Late TP doesn't matter, comes in, gets a kill anyway. Was just quietly doing his thing. And the rest of the team was pretty far behind, especially their bot lane. Like, the Xayah's not a factor in this game at all yet.
There's a Xayah in this game?
Exactly. Like, he just doesn't exist.
Look at the harpoon damage! And then he catches him, the equalizer, he's still on it. Still slowed, and then Closer comes in and cleans him up. Beautiful.
Yeah. You know, generally we talk about, like, Rumble Vi and having CC for the Rumble and the equalizer and the synergy. No, he just does it by himself.
I was thinking in game 1, I was like, you know, it's interesting that we see the Leona from the Hens instead of the Lulu. A lot of other supports in the league would have gone the Lulu.
Yeah.
But the Hens is like, I want to engage. I want to close the distance. I want to play Leona. I want to lead the team.
Yeah.
I can see why.
And now he's playing Nami.
Because he has been very good on this Nami. Like, genuinely, his Nami play has been very good, but I can fully see why he would much rather be on an engage pick than be on a Nami, because I could sense the frustration coming from him when he's like hitting all his skills and he's just like, well, my team are dead.
Yeah.
Well, kind of similar to Doo-doo in game 1 when he was playing the Rek'Sai and he's like, well, I killed the enemy carry, but my team are dead. Now he's on the Rumble and he's having a great time.
Yeah.
Damage dealt, #1, no surprise.
He's playing to Cassante, but also just his team fights have been fantastic. And it's something that a lot of fans struggle with as well. I see this all the time where they're like, why is the carry of the team playing X champion that is not a carry champion? And it happens sometimes like this, especially for teams that don't have, you know, the greatest records. They're kind of like middle of the pack. They have a couple of guys that really can pop off. Like when Closer was playing Anivia, like that just doesn't feel like it's in his wheelhouse. Like it shouldn't be something that he's playing. And, you know, he hasn't been the flashiest in this game, but the Ahri definitely looks a lot better. So,
yeah,
certain different picks, like for Lehens, for Doo-doo, looking like he's having a much more fun time here on the Rumble, too.
Yeah. A lot more impact. And it was a chill lane as well. I mean, it is just a money printer lane for him. Fair strike cashback. Cheat the economy. Get as much money as you need. And I love how Taehoon also tried to do that. And it's just, I mean, he's still up in gold. But it's just items look so pitiful in comparison.
Yeah.
Like, you can understand the theory behind the build, especially when you go into like try and get these short trades and like the poke and burst with the Lucian army. But how many rotations of Lucian's abilities would you need to actually kill Dudu in a team fight?
I'd say like 4.
I don't think you get time for that.
You don't. It's just not realistic unless DNS are sitting around. But now DNS are the ones that are in control of 5,000 gold and just kind of waiting for the next set of objectives to come up, which
also Dudu
Baron
has
in a minute.
Plated Steel Caps and Zhonya's, and Taylor has no pen.
Yeah. And if Scout goes in and tries to like trade and kill Dudu, he's just gonna die. Like he's not gonna be able to do anything.
Yeah, Scout has 2 items, by the way.
Yeah.
And Dudu has 4.
It's just not. He's not a threat. So I like the builds. DNS, I mean, they do have a lot of Baron damage, but gotta be careful because you probably just want the Drake, but you don't want to trade and you want to just control the entire map at this point.
You obviously don't want to trade because you don't want to give a freebie, but I'll be real. If a situation arises where you're like, oh, they're on Baron, but we can get Dragon, just take it. Just take
let
it.
him take it.
Just take
It's
it.
fine.
This
Yeah.
Nongshim composition, if the enemy team gets Hextech Soul, it's unplayable.
Yeah.
Like the perma slows when you're already short ranged and you're trying to close distance. Nope.
Nope.
Nah. I just don't think there's anything you could do. Randuin's completed for Kingin. Well, I don't think Doctor was doing much damage anyway, but he appreciates the thought.
Just doesn't feel like Kingin is able to do a whole lot in this one either.
Yeah.
He was playing farming Cassante.
I mean, I remember last year in the LCK Cup, Kingin was popping off from Rumble.
Yeah.
Probably wishes he was the one playing it.
Maybe he should have played Aatrox or something. Have some kind of impact.
Not sure who'd have fun in the matchup either.
Probably not, but, you know.
Okay, setting up for this Dragon.
Okay.
There's
a little bit of damage.
Good amount of vision in favor of DNS in the area, but you can see there's that ward in the river, and Scout has pushed the wave in, so he's probably going to look to wrap around.
Got like a little setup here from Sponge.
Oh, they are just going Baron.
They're just going to take Baron? That's not a good trade.
It's not a good trade.
Guys.
Dudu can just... Oh,
wait, DNS? Okay, they're just going to take the fight.
Yeah,
they say no freebies. No freebies.
Wait, it's the line Baron where the equalizer just covers the whole thing.
So Dudu's here, so yes, we are going to have Scout with some pressure in the bot lane. And maybe someone eventually has to go back. That is a decent amount of gold on the map that Nongshim can get.
Oh, they're sending Docdam just to soul the Dragon.
Just take the Drake.
By the way, this is such a great move because Docdam's so weak, I don't think it even matters.
This is best. What is your function? I take the final Hextech Drake. Like, that's it.
Honestly, as long as Scout doesn't find him, he's fine. Oh, wait, Scout might be coming. Oh, no.
I think he just...
Oh. No.
Okay, Dudu's here.
Okay, it's fine.
He's got the chaperone. And to be honest, this Baron is so slow, too. Like, they are not even hitting it anymore.
Okay, that was scary.
It does go to Nukdom, and that is Hextech Soul.
Wait, they need Dudu here. Dudu should TP up. Yeah, he's coming.
He's TPing. And now, I mean, they're just going to try to engage on a close. And that's a 3-man knockup, actually, from the Cassante. Doesn't matter, though, as the Vi is down, Taeun is down as well, and the wallets are just too large. And Dudu gets here, and that's when you know the fight is over. Triple kill for Closer. It looks like this one will be closed out as well.
Yep, oh, the Hextech slow. You know what, Scout? You have permission to leave. I think that's okay. Long death timers, they should just be able to end the game here. I think they have enough damage, unless Scout does some miracle play to buy time, but I mean, the minion wave's small, but I think they can just do it.
Yeah. They can easily tank it up. And they're going to do exactly that. Peter tries to get in there, and Scout is trying his best as well. He had permission to leave, but he's still going to try.
Hey, he got another kill.
Yeah, he did. He got the kill, but the kill on the Nexus will go to DNS, and we are going to a third game. We have a series on our hands officially, and props to DNS for making it interesting. They listened to Coach Ox, who said, what about this angle? And immediately from then on, that's exactly the way the game wins.
Yeah, I mean, I think DNS not letting game one get to them, not sort of losing track of things when they fell behind a little bit. There were limitations to the Nongshim composition, not the easiest one to close out. And I think we all realized the easiest thing to do. I don't know if they were under the desk, maybe they have them next to their monitors, but they clearly had calendars on hand, and they said at the top, year of doo-doo.
Yeah.
They just took a little look over, year of doo-doo, that's all they needed to see to reassure themselves, and that got them through to game 3.
It got them through. And, you know, after game 1, I'm sure a lot of people were like, okay, this is just Dunzo. Like, it was such a one-sided game. But DNS were able to fight back and make this game theirs. And really, it was kind of doo-doo diff. I do think that Nongshim as well overextended a couple of times, maybe saying, okay, we're ahead, we got to push our lead. And they just did not put their team together at the same time.
I think DNS were also proactive in getting back into the game. They found angles, they found windows, so I think that was good to see. And I hope they keep that sort of looking for the opportunities into the next game.
We'll have to wait and see if they can do exactly that. We're all tied up 1-1 as we head to a break.
야 이거 아칼리 올 수 있어서 봐줘야 돼.
내가 봐줄게. 나 아이가 집 갔다 여기 갈 수도 있겠다 생각하면서. 이거 내가 봐줄게요. 얘네 딜 안 나와. 얘네 딜 안 나와. 우리 유재 봐. 내가 막게. 아칼리 내가 봐.
2000이야 2000.
먹어봐.
1500. 이거 스테일 각은 안 나올 때 얘.
먹어봐. 얘네 바로
야 이거 풀 썼어 동주야.
오케이 끝.
봐줘. 나 빼는 것만.
봐줄만. 여기 11,000이거든. 천천히 와봐.
아칼리 이제 집이야.
이거 테스트할게 그냥. 이거 싸먹자. 자유 때.
좋아.
뽕이 먼저 박아. 이겨.
아칼리 텔 타고 올 거야. 어딘지 몰라.
그냥 이겨. 박아. 그냥 이겨.
야 이거 끝내러 가자. 그거 잡고 끝내러 올래?
내가 혼자 잡을게. 가볼래?
일로 와봐.
갈게요. 미드 가봐.
What you're going for.
Yeah.
And,
You look at it that way, it's not so bad.
Not the biggest deal in the world. As, the exhaust is going to come down. Shomiga does go in. They're looking for the turn this time around. But again, Owner kind of alone has Faker at least to follow up. But they're all super low on health. And it's really just Pays just lose it. Takes an immense amount of damage, but it doesn't matter. As the rest of DK very healthy here, looking for that kill on a Pays. He flashes the charm as KIA goes down. And the damage is just too immense. As Doran looking for the trade here on a smash, who says, I'll just take the disengage cone. Career trying to tank the turret for him.
Why are you going AP Jax?
Well, I mean, why not? Bin did it. It must be good. Okay, in they go. Hostile takeover comes down as Roma gets into the backline. He's in the shroud. Zhu is just eviscerated. And now into the backline goes Rich. There's the unstoppable force they were waiting for. And everyone melts at the hands of the Victor. It's going to be a full house here. Victors, full of Jacksons, and down will go the Drake. DRX, welcome back to the series. I see you took a bit of a timeout. I'm glad you decided that you wanted to play the game.
Now we see the Malphite value. There we go.
That's what you do.
It's just a beautiful thing, the way that they could utilize this Fed, Yone and Fed, Yunara, to split the fight like that and do Baron quickly. It's just really, really awesome to watch. Now they're going to do the same thing here on this Dragon.
Yep, Quadra, Cloud, Souls. Kanavi goes in. Okay, looking for a little bit of an angle. There's the Pop Blossom, picks up 3 of them. The Inara is down. Let's see whether Genji will have the damage. As Gumayushi will be taken out. It's a double kill for the Auroras. Chovy will be wiped out, but Keen's at full health. Can he get the rest of them? It looks like he might be. As there's the Quadra.
As it's getting pretty low. Pyosik trying to get on into the pit, and there he goes. He's going to be stunned up. They want to turn on to the Sejuani as the smite goes to the Lilia and BNK. Pyosik super low, but he's the tank, soaking a lot of damage. Clear, trying to frontline here, and with the counter-strike, I think it's good enough. But Vikla in a really rough spot, already goes down. Sonya's also already burned here. Raptor barely able to take out the Ziggs, as now the ult comes through. Kellen in trouble. Diablo trying to kite this one out, and I think he just does too much damage, although his frontline is disappearing. He's able to disappear the enemy team.
5 seconds here, and then he will be able to go wherever he wants. Out, big angle here for the flank. Has a blast going to get himself into the back of the pit here at the same time. Aiming got to be so careful. Yeah, that is a nice double up there to get a bit of damage here on the Sponge. They look for it. Paranoia flies in. That is going to be the steal away from Cuz. Can they find Morva is the answer. This BDD is dead. Aiming's dead. Cuz taken down. And Ghost and Perfect, the last man standing. Perfect though, he's gonna get run down, turned into a zombie.
뭐냐고. 나 그냥 어택 당했는데 안 좋아.
It was smooth sailing early and looked like maybe a clean 2-0. Nothing to see here for the Noodle boys, but a little bit of grit and some, tired to the pavement. They're able to battle back the DN Automotive Supers here and make it a 1-1 do or die to qualify for playoffs? Crazy here. Supers can make it 2 Rise teams? Yes.
I mean, listen, Nongshim is just too good. So they had to throw 4 times in a row to give up their advantage in the early game.
I was not really sold on how this draft came together with the Rumble coming through. We're not going to take a look at the draft. I just want to briefly mention the Vi Akali did not inspire confidence for how the draft was supposed to function.
Yeah.
And I kind of felt the whole way through that if they make even one mistake, this game is definitely losable. And I as soon as I saw the draft, I was like, this is going 3. This is going 3. And ultimately, they made some mistakes.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those. After they amassed an early lead, look at this lead. 4 kills. It's all good, right?
Look at the KDAs. How can you lose? It's impossible.
This is so sus. This happens so much in solo queue, and they didn't sniff it out.
And also, you gotta know it.
Gotta know it.
Just look at Xayah, by the way. Just look at Xayah. You're gonna see it. He's half HP. He's not recalling. It's so obvious.
What did Duckdom mean by this?
It's so obvious.
Oh no!
What do you mean?
Easy.
It's like the second Peter goes in with the exhaust, they're like, uh-oh, we may lose this game.
And also, they don't really need to dive this guy. He's 0-2-0. He's already dead. And they gave a free kill to Wukong, and that made him to snowball so fast. And I think that was just so unnecessary 2 plays by Nongshim because they already had a huge lead. Yeah, so all they need to do is just get the control.
I just don't understand why when we have this lead with this composition, we just keep sending it with the Lucian. There's a time and a place right into the mid game and the mid lane. There are more opportunities there, but this is a Rumble. You don't have full vision. so you don't have to just keep playing like they're almost playing like it was a lane swap early game, like, oh, let's get this rumble, you know? Like there's just no reason to send it that hard. And I think the eyes are a little bit too big for the stomachs here, or the bottom duo here for Nongshim. And these sets of plays and errors gave a huge window for this Rumble to get massively fed in this game and completely take over.
Yeah, and where is Rumble great at? Team fights, as this one kind of came out of nowhere near the tier 2 turret on the bot side.
By the way, it's Cassandra and Vi. They're not fighting in Lucian Nami.
Where's the damage?
Where's the damage?
Where's the damage? Oh, got him. Oh, wait. Better triple down on it, though, right? Scout's like, I've got an angle here.
Good luck.
Scout, by the way.
Good luck.
Sick angle. I mean, like, what was the plan here? They kind of just sent it. I was telling you guys, I felt like this was a reenactment of the game Lemmings, you know, where you go in one by one, you command them, and they like go in a line, but they didn't program it right.
Wolf and I are trying to explain old games to Wadid, and Wadid's just like nodding his head and ignoring us. But yes, if you know Lemmings, please help me.
If you don't, you don't need to look it up. You just saw it right there.
That was
Okay. So I mean, let's just see highlight 3 as well. Like it's again like they're just gonna run into mid lane again, and like what is happening?
And like I want to before I don't even want to break this down that hard. But so many of these moments here, this is the first real proactive one by DNS, but so much of this game and how it fell by the wayside is Nongshim just kind of autopiloting and being like, we're ahead. We go.
No, you're
fine.
not. You're not ahead anymore.
Their comp is really difficult to pilot. They have a Lucian, right? It's not a scaling hyper carry, late game 80 carry here with this Cassante draft. And they also have an Akali that's pretty conditional in terms of engage. So you got to play safe. You got to play respectfully. And in all 3 of these sets of clips we just showed you guys, they were caught by just their own greed repeatedly. And this was a game that I want to give some credit to DNS for how they were able to identify those angles. And obviously, Duda had a phenomenal game. But this was a game, to me, that Nongshim lost more than DNS won.
Yeah, especially for that last highlight. And this is for Wadid and all the Zoomers out there. There was a game back in the day called Mario where you don't go into the lava. And so when Rumble puts down the ult, and if you're the other AD carry, you don't go into the lava. That's what happened there. Do you know about that one?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
You might not know about like swamps.
No.
You know,
swamps. That's right.
Or you know, piranha plants. But he knows Mario. He knows the lava.
They actually named the piranha plants so that Zoomers like you would feel more attachment to it. Petey.
I mean, all I
that
care,
makes sense now.
I mean, all I care right now is the waifu games, waifu gacha games. You know, I don't care about those games.
You mean Princess Peach, the one that you try to save?
What?
Or Daisy later on. Yeah, Rosalina.
Right, Rosalina
movie's coming out.
Yeah, you know.
Anyway, it's okay. It's fine. It's fine to not know. If you're Nongshim, though, you should know not to walk into the equalizer and to chase like that.
All right, Boomer chat over. Let's send it on over to Burger and Ox.
Thank you, Boomers minus Wadid, for that wonderful breakdown of the many different games that exist in our past, as well as the new ones. Thanks, Wadid. As we're back here for game number 3, we do have the Year of Doo-Doo continuing here. And this is a big one. If you win today, you make it into playoffs. If you lose, you have to play a best of 5 tomorrow. And that's a lot of days in a row to play League of Legends.
Yeah, it's also dangerous because I think as much as DRX obviously just got blasted by Dplus, and even though like I think whichever team loses today will probably be favored against DRX, you never know on the day, right? Best of 5 is a different environment. We also don't know how DRX's preparations are going into that series. We've seen upsets happen. You just don't want to risk it. You want to get through the day.
That guy has been a father for 5 years. This is his first time having some free time to himself. And he is spending it here at the LCK. And he says game number 3 is very welcome. Bring it on. He wants to spend more time here, as much time as possible. Getting some free time.
That's like the opposite of you, who's like a father who's spending all your time here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is my job after all. It's not his job to come down. Well, maybe it is. I don't know.
Well, no, because otherwise, if he's not been here for 5 years,
maybe he's been on leave.
If this is his first time here, it's a job. He has been slacking.
Well, he's here today, and that's what matters. And we do have a game 3 for him, as we will hop into pick and ban, our first game 3 of the day. So we definitely did not have one earlier. So curious to see what we get this time around in terms of drafts.
Yeah, interested to see what's prioritized, especially in the first pick, which goes back over to Nongshim. So we've had some big budget picks taken out the pool. Rise and Rumble were our first picks in the last 2 games. So we'll see what's able to be prioritized here. Seeing Malphite, Nico, Varus getting knocked out pretty quickly. Malphite overlooked in the last draft completely, but going back on the ban list. It's weird. Malphite's one of these things, it's second most banned in the LCK Cup. It has lost 3 games, won 1 when it's been played. And yet oftentimes when it's left open, isn't even picked. So,
yeah,
in a very weird position right now. Where it's like,
doesn't feel that strong.
Teams don't want to play into it, but I don't know if they really want to play it either.
It's annoying. If you don't have sums especially, it's like, well.
Maybe it's like, you know, they just don't want to deal with it if they want to go scissors, but they don't want to pick it in case they're against paper, right?
Yeah. We're trading mid laners.
Yeah.
Azir, Orianna.
Yeah, with the Nocturne banned from Nongshim, very telegraphed. They want the Azir. They don't want to go against Ori Nocturne. And a lot of the other junglers you would pair with Ori, you know, you think of like your Wukongs, your Jarvans, your Vais, all taken out by Fearless.
Yeah, the next on the list is probably Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I think the sort of Enchanter role off the Orianna pairs pretty well with the Xin Zhao, so maybe that is something that gets picked up here and prioritized. Or actually looking potentially towards his Lee Sin, which we did see him pop off on before.
He seems pretty happy. Yeah, they're locking it in.
He's going to pick it up. Pressure's on the line, and he's confident in it.
He's having a great time. The crowd also loving it. Big cheers coming out. And, I mean, we all love to see a Lee Sin in general, but also Pyoshik's Lee Sin feeling very good. Thinking about the Xin Zhao now for Sponge. Feels very tier list and strong. This here's Xin Zhao. Tons of safety. And also Sion. So,
yeah, Blind Sion coming out.
Gwen?
Yeah, I mean, you could just go Gwen here. Judy's been having a great game. I was actually surprised because I was like, would you just go... Is it too risky to just go Gwen? Like, Gwen's and Zhao's a really strong combo. Is it too risky to blind the Gwen with a lot of things taken off the cards? I mean, I suppose it could go an Aurora into you, which would be a bit uncomfy. But they just slammed the Sion, and I'm like, you know what, Dudu? You've been playing great so far. Just go Gwen.
Yes, please.
Just do it. Just be the carry the team needs you to be.
Don't overthink it. Just play a carry and carry. Like, we know you can do it.
And you know what? There's no rock, so you can pick scissors. There you go.
It all lines up. It all makes sense.
In actual fact, here's a little secret for you. In League of Legends, the rock isn't even that good against the scissors.
League of Legends is very strange in that way.
Spoiler.
Yeah. Also, you know, Akali's gone, so even if like you're not flexing the Sion. Like, this just feels so slam dunk. Like, you just had Dudu farming against a tank and winning the game almost solo. In game 2. It just happened.
It feels weird, especially for Kingen, who has been such a premier carry player throughout his career, I feel, in the highlights.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's typically get banned away by the DN Supers. Karma going to get taken away. Maybe worried about like an Ezreal Karma lane coming through. It is going to be the DN Supers who have counter pick in this situation. So that has to definitely be respected. I'm wondering, are Nongshim going to go for something like Kalista Renata? Or like a really strong 2v2 that they feel can't be matched at the moment? There's also things like Aphelios Lulu is still available.
Yeah.
Actually.
Kalista
going to get banned out, so DN Super's read the potential of that.
Yeah, you just got to be careful. Don't, take away as many counter picks as possible and get a strong duo.
Yeah, I think
that's what you got to do as Nongshim.
Nongshim worried about the counter picks, and then, it's just tricky because there's still a lot of options available. And I think there's still a good mix of picks on the cards. You could also just pick something tame. The Braum going to get banned out here. Maybe Lehens does just want to pick an engage pick. It's especially interesting the Braum gets banned when Lucian's already taken off the cards. but it does suggest he wants to pick maybe like an Alistair or something. But blind Alistair doesn't feel amazing. It's just going to be the Ezreal for Docdam. So the Karma, honestly, if you're thinking about pairings with the Ezreal, Karma Braum is about as good as it gets. So this feels like an amazing read from Nongshim. And if they just go Kai'Sa, Rel, Kai'Sa, Alistair, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, Kai'Sa engage, Alistair. It's not a strong lane, but you've taken a lot of potential away from DNS to be able to punish it. Although Peter's got a wry smile. I mean, Bard's available if you want to do something like that.
If you're feeling confident, you go Bard. What else would you go in this situation to really bully
Rel
lane? Rel would just be like the tame trade engage with engage. So nothing too crazy to come out from the bot lane. And yeah, I think ultimately, you know, I thought we'd get something a bit crazy in Game 3 of Fearless. This feels quite tame overall. I do think the Gwen is a big scary factor, especially since Dudu got his hands on it. But I don't think there's anything too wild to have come out in this one. We have the Azir Orianna trade. That's a little bit of a concern for Closer, because obviously he's playing this a mobile pick into an Alistair, into an Azir. We also have the Kai'Sa, who has that great follow-up. But I think a lot of emphasis is going to be put on Sponge as well. If Sponge and Lahen's going to have a great game like they did in Game 1, that's going to be really important. Setting up your carries for success as well, given that you have this sort of 2-carry composition that you want to really get rolling.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if they can do that. We had a very interesting drawing just before. Oh, it's her husband's birthday. And it seems like she came here alone without him because she was only able to get 1 ticket. Happy birthday to her husband, who is spending it alone. We got Gwen. We got a lot of damage here on the side of DNS, whereas for Nongshim, Kai'Sa and Azir, as classic as it gets. We're getting ready. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 3. Game number 3 for a direct ticket to make it into playoffs here at the LCK Cup. And challenge some of our even stronger teams that lie waiting there. You got teams like Gen.G T1, DNK, FearX.
Okay, I just saw something crazy. Kingen has Ignite on Sion. So he wants to have more threat in the lane.
He doesn't want to just get farmed.
Not just give Duty a free time in the lane. This means 2 things, though. 1, his TP is going to be an extremely long cooldown.
Yeah.
In the later stages of the game. And he doesn't get the Giga Shield, which we've seen a lot of Sions abuse because it's a max HP shield that you get later in the game.
It's gigantic.
So they normally like TP into fights and have that Mega Shield.
Flash on in as Dudu, maybe he thought he had Flash. I'm not so sure because he's just dead. First blood goes over to Kingen. That must have been a misclick of some sort because he was never winning that trade. But the Ignite got value. Year of Dudu? Can I revive my analyst?
I've never been so confused. What even?
All right, break it down.
Okay, so Kingen's like, I have Ignite. I feel good here.
So he tried to avoid the
He tried to flash the Q, but Kingen ended it early because he knew he would try and flash it. So he's like, I'm just going to get the damage. I don't care about getting the knockup.
Yeah.
And then he ignited him.
Do you think if he doesn't take damage from the Q, he wins the trade against Ignite Sion? I don't think so.
Maybe. It would have been at least been closer.
Yeah.
Maybe he would have gotten out. But either way, did he even know he had Ignite is the question. I assume so, but like, do you know for certain?
Must have. Also, that kind of thing gets pinged pretty quickly, especially by Korean pro teams.
Yeah, you'd assume. But also, that was a very aggressive play to make, given that he had Ignite, right? Like, if I see the enemy Sion has Ignite, I'm like, okay, well, I'm just not going to flash in aggressively.
Yeah, if he does win that trade against Ignite Sion, he is extremely happy.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't, then he's still playing Gwen into Sion.
Yeah.
And the Sion has a super long TP cooldown, so he just has to, like, farm against him.
Yeah. So it's not the end of the world. It was just kind of
weird.
Wacky.
Yeah.
Like, that kind of thing doesn't really happen that often. As Gwen is immune. Troll face.
Yeah, you could just do this. Well, anyway, it happened. The year of Dudu is not without its trials and tests.
There's some ups and there's some downs.
Yes. If you're a true follower, you'll persevere.
Yeah.
Mid lane's going pretty good for Closer right now. Do expect Scout to pick up some farm on this wave, but still a pretty solid lead even with that farm. So good start there.
Yeah. Feels like a lot of our Oriannas win early. And then once level 6 is hit, you can still win, but you gotta just be a little bit more careful because of the threat of Azir.
Orianna's just obnoxious to lane into.
Yeah.
Just the low cooldowns. Not fun.
The auto attacks.
But to be fair, no one's really feeling sorry for Azir. Let's be real.
Probably Azir mains are a little bit.
No.
They're like, oh man, this matchup is kind of hard.
No. No sympathy. Yeah, well, he got that solo kill, and now it's just kind of unfun again.
Yeah. He used that money to buy a null magic mantle. And a bit more.
Considering it's supposed to nullify magic, it doesn't really do that good of a job.
All right, here we go. Ignite is off cooldown. Dudu is getting traded against, and he's not having a very fun time. He's just getting autoed to death. Flash over the scissors, and Kingin gets a second solo kill against Dudu.
Well, this time he definitely knew he had Ignite. Like, there's no way he didn't know.
Oh,
the smite!
There is Lee Sin, and he does get in. Now, Pioshik has flash. He is going to utilize it just to get away.
That was actually pretty slick from Pioshik. Smite the minion to get the Q on him. That was pretty smooth. If it'd been any slower, if it like W to the minion and then Q'd him, would have just died to Sponge. So, well played. Yeah, got hit by the slow. King just walks up and ignites him and just starts autoing him. Gets inside the shroud so he can land everything. And then flashes over the snip.
Meanwhile, we got a pretty big trade in the bottom lane. The Hen's almost dead. Doesn't look like he will die, as Taeyeon is continuing the trade. He says, no, I win this. And I'm not sure that we agree. And he's going to have to flash away.
You know, there's one really big problem with what's going on top lane.
What's that?
It's making the Dudu POM, if they win, really, really awkward.
I mean, he could still fall behind and then, you know, carrying the mid to late, but the laning phase is not great.
Yeah, a little suboptimal.
I'm curious about Pioshik, what kind of impact he's going to have in this game, because Lee Sins don't get picked for a variety of reasons.
He did go the Striker skin, so I like that.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. But I still want to see him have impact. I think the kick has limited value. You know, it could be good against Xinjiao if he charges in and tries to
kick the Sion through the whole team and one-shot them?
Yeah,
honestly.
well, I mean...
He's just kind of getting bullied out of the lane now.
I think that Pioshik, he's going to have an impact on Lee Sin regardless, but...
Well, he already has a kill, so that's a good start.
Yeah.
And he has ult now, so we'll see what he can do with that.
Nice Q to come through, but they're engaging with the jungler here. Taeyeon has barrier as well. They're just going to look for Peter. And there is the stun. Easy kill. Taeyeon picks it up. Meanwhile, we got a little ult trade in mid. Pioshik is here. And trying to clear the wave. The Q will just be dodged. Scout says, I don't need my flash. I just run away.
Yeah, that bot play a little ambitious. I think would have made complete sense if Pioshik had been there. Then go for that, you know? You have the jungler there. I actually think they win that 3v3 pretty handily.
Yeah.
Going for it when you don't have vision of the enemy jungler, don't have your jungle backing up, just a little bit ambitious. Itchy trigger finger comes through from Peter and ends up backfiring. Try to ult to the mid lane though. Closer are going to be, I think, pretty happy with it. If you're trading ults and don't end up beating any sums. Okay, the Hen's not your red buff.
Yeah.
Kingen has an Ignite again, by the way, so is he going to get another solo kill? That's the question.
Surely this time Dudu doesn't allow that to happen. Pyosik is also up here, and Kingen should know about this as the needles are coming forward. There's the Ignite just to push him off, but Kingen does take a bunch of damage and is being eventually pushed under the turret. And let's see what he can do. No ult available, just trying to clear the wave as much as possible. Pyosik says, I'm just going to... yeah, the Q
there's no way. There's no way!
Well, and now maybe Dudu is in a bit of trouble. Zombie Scion's getting in there. The dash is going to help. And Sponge just says, I'll take it from here. Man, that was... I kind of want to close my eyes in reverse. Like, can I take that out of my brain? Like, I don't want to see that.
You know those... I don't know if you've seen those websites where they have like the clips. And they're like, is this play Challenger? Or is it like Iron?
Yeah.
Is this the LCK or is this Silver? How can you tell?
Well, Lucid's not in this game, so you know a little bit of that answer. Unfortunately, it was the LCK.
You saw him charging it up! And you ward-hopped into it! What did you think was gonna happen?
Now, if he hits the Q, does he live? I think he does.
But like, you can just ward hop not into the queue.
I know.
Oh.
I think that reaction says it all. Yeah. That's what I would have done as well. And Dudu's...
Kingen's beating him down.
Yeah.
Your Dudu is on a hiatus right now.
It's on thin ice.
Yeah. You're Kingen. Maybe.
It's back.
It's looking pretty good.
So back.
He did build Kanik Rukin though, you know.
Yeah, he didn't go lethality.
Yeah, a little bit insecure. But, you know, obviously a bit of a team player, wants to help out.
Yeah.
I get it.
2 AP plus Ezreal feels pretty good. And, I mean, we look at mid lane every once in a while. I mean, it's Azir versus Orianna. We don't really need to look at that. Very much interested in Sion versus Gwen.
I love how the first series today, we're just like top lane is just irrelevant, we don't look at it. And this game is like, it's top lane. How things change when someone takes Ignite. That's all we need. This is what we should be doing, guys. You don't need to take TP. Just why don't you take Ignite? Maybe the other one can take Ignite too.
I mean, Riot tried, right?
Yeah.
Kingen is answering the call. He says, all right, I'll do it. I'll take the Ignite.
On
not
Sion.
the first person
on Tank Sion.
to not take teleport, but yeah, on Tank Sion into Gwen. Does
Honestly,
feel like a nice tech.
I respect it. Dudu didn't respect it.
No. Fortunately.
At multiple points in this lane.
It's not like a gigantic lead for Nongshim, but Gwen is struggling to get off the ground. It does feel like both sides have good scaling, so nobody's taking any big risks. We're not flipping over level 4 Scuttle Crab on the bottom side of the map this time.
Yeah, and we have the no technology soul, tech-free soul.
Yep.
So we'll see what that ends up being. Toshik was over by the Grubs. We got Grub each. Oh, again.
Oh, here we go again. Yep, Ignite comes down. Needles are in. And
dodge, Q dodge. Yeah. That kind of just hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of like used his combo, so.
Yeah, Ignite not doing so much damage anymore, you know. But he did scare him away.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ow.
Backing on a ward.
Oh, he even pinged where he's like, there must be a ward exactly there.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I think he pinged the wrong. I think he pinged the, like. No, he actually pinged exactly on it. Exactly on top of the ward.
He's a knower. He's a realizer.
Yeah. Spot on.
That's good.
15 seconds on the dragon. Kingen did just get his quest, so he now has TP.
What? That looks like it was an auto range. Huh.
So we do have the extremely long cooldown TP on the Sion, but it is available. I think the thing is as well, because you have the Azir can kind of bridge the difference if the Gwen is being a menace in the side lane.
Yeah.
But it is DNS setting up for this dragon. Will Nongshim find an angle to contest?
I mean, they're collapsing now, but it looks a little bit late. It's like they're dilly-dallying a bit, and yeah, DNS will just get it. Peter had a good angle as well.
Okay, they can get some plate gold here, though.
90. And maybe, no.
That's enough.
Yeah.
Don't be greedy.
Whole team's coming down.
Yeah. And it's Infernal Soul. Pretty big. Oh my god, the mini game. You know, that's one thing I miss from them removing Arakan is collecting all the petals.
Yeah, just another number go up simulator for Off.
Yes.
That's his favorite thing.
It's very enjoyable. Cathartic.
Yeah.
Kingen stacking Grasp and stacking the Soul Furnace.
Should have gone Heartsteel.
Okay, calm down.
Huge value.
I mean, honestly? But no, I don't think it's that. The thing is, you're already getting so much health on the sign anyway.
Yeah. You need resists.
Yeah.
To make your effective health better. Dudu eventually will reach a point where Ignite doesn't matter all too much. And
I mean, it still cuts down the healing and the all-in.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a much slower game, I feel like, compared to the series we've had today, other than the top scrapping.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy because generally, like, a slower game in the LCK is 4 kills at 25 minutes. But this is 7 kills in 14 minutes. Like, pretty good.
Yeah.
In terms of kills per minute, for the LCK at least. But just today has been so crazy.
Yeah, there's still, you know, still 1 grub left. I don't think we should insist that, like, you have to finish a meal, right? If you're full, you're full.
Yeah.
But they just left that grub, you know? No one opted to finish it off.
Yeah. I heard it actually teaches bad habits if you try to force yourself to finish the plate.
No, I agree. I'm not saying we should force it, but I think in this case, you know...
Let Hens take the red buff.
Just take the grub.
Maybe the health regen? Anyway, we are looking to maybe do something here on the Rift Herald, but it's late again. I mean, Sponge is still going to go in, gets that ult down, bit of damage on a duck down, but Peter also getting low, but he hits the ult on a 3, and that's all he needs to do. The health be damned. And the Scion is going to run away, so they get the Rift Herald +2. Not half bad for DNS.
Yeah, I just feel like the team fight, the setup, better from DNS, coming in, immediately finding the angle. Sponge was in the mixer, had the ult down, but didn't really achieve anything. And Taeyun wasn't able to connect any meaningful targets, and now Scout is in trouble.
All right, Pioshi. Second time's the charm.
He doesn't have ult, so I just don't think there's anything he can do to you. And yet, I'm still concerned for our Lee Sin.
All right, here we go. Kick. No, okay. Q comes in, and he flashes it, and Scout gets away.
Okay, you got a splash.
Didn't have
That's
kick,
good.
So
don't stick on a tower and die.
Yeah. Good play. Good dive.
Nice. Clean.
Well
effective.
Done. Nice.
Okay.
Huge.
But a good fight that came out. I think Peter obviously getting a lot of impact there. But also, I feel like keeping the Gwen down, it's still a Gwen. We see how it plays out. Lehens is low already. But Sponge goes in.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's kind of like you burn this ult, but no one really goes low. And then that big engage. And we also get the follow-up from Dudu and Pyoshik just shredding everyone. And immediately Nongshim leave. And it's like, I don't think Taeyun or Scout really connected onto anyone meaningful.
Yeah, that's very much not a fight that Nongshim are looking for in terms of where they're going to find damage, so...
I think the problem is it's a little bit awkward because, you know, Scout has that consistent damage or can look for an engage. But if you're trading 1-for-1 as Scout, then you only have 1 carry left. But it's also similar for Taeyun, right? Because Taeyun can dive in and try and kill someone, but if he trades 1-for-1, you only have 1 carry left. If Scout or Taeyun are fed, then it's less of a concern, but they're not fed. It's been a pretty even game. If they're just dishing out damage, that's okay, but there's a lot of threats on the other team that they kind of have to fend off.
We got Duck Down to finish off that mid-turret, so that feels pretty good for DNS. Trying to widen the gap.
Start to pull ahead. Next Dragon's coming up. In terms of summoners, there's jungle support down on DNS, support mid down on Nongshim. So Scout potentially a vulnerable target, but Doctor has to be a little bit careful here if they engage on him. He is playing Ezreal though. Will dash over, and that is a lot of damage on Taeyun.
I don't think they can really stick around anymore.
Yeah, I think Dragon might just be gone, literally just because of that poke. So good work there from Doctor. He's approaching that big spike on Ezreal, and Taeyun not having the Ginsus here, just kind of in a bit of a power trough.
Yeah, there's really not much they can do. I mean, either they were going to find, you know, oh, they're trying to TP in here, actually, DNS. They want to get a bit more.
Yeah, Scout with no flash.
And, I mean, they should be able to get Scout. Like, that should happen. They're looking to trade the turrets as well. The needles do go through, and Dudu picks up the kill. And that should eventually be the turret as well. And meanwhile, Kingan's just getting top turret.
So last game, we saw a DNS who fell behind and we're proactive to get back into the game. Now we're seeing a DNS who didn't really fall behind and are being proactive, and it's just working so well. You know, they've got that second dragon in pocket. They're starting to pick up structures. They're starting to get advantages. Even with some mishaps in the top lane, the Euro Dudu being on a temporary hiatus, it's looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking very good. They had a obviously really slow start. Like game number 1, they had, what was it? They had Dudu on tank Rek'Sai, and they had this wonky comp that could not stop a dive comp, especially from behind, and they just, it snowballed out of control. Like that game number 1 was rough, but also there were a lot of issues going into it that DNS couldn't really control, whereas in games 2 and 3, it's looked very much like DNS are the better team. So that's definitely a good look for them. They looked great against KT yesterday. Even though they fell behind, they were able to get that win. And yes, I know KT were kind of a meme at this point.
Oh, no,
just
Closer?
a lot of leads. Closer, trying not to become a meme himself, will have to flash away. And actually does a bit to Lehens. And nice tanking there from Kingan. But now we got Pyoshik in the mix. A bit of extra damage here on the chase, but
I think
like
the
they will
fact
get out.
you traded 1-for-1 in flashes there from Closer feels really good. You know, the Alistar flash has a lot of value. So evading that, doesn't die, trades 1-for-1, and now they're looking for a counterpunch.
Yeah, they're trying to get in here. Kingan actually in a bit of trouble.
Oh, the kick!
Kick doesn't really help, but Taeyun takes a bunch of damage. But Kingan kind of gets out from that.
You know, you kick a target like a Scion into a squishy, and it actually does so much damage.
Oh, here we go. Ooh. Okay, well, Celestial opposition, and they just say, okay, pull the trigger, be proactive, make the Baron play work.
Everyone's so low, and Kingan's TP's still not up because it's such a long cooldown. Peter's playing Bouncer to keep Sponge away. If he can even try come over, I don't know if he can.
Sponge doesn't even, he's not even
This is a 20-minute Baron.
All right, a DNS Baron being pulled off here, and that happens after the dive and a bunch of damage is done. No kills needed.
The difference between the DNS we saw in game 1 and the DNS we're seeing in this game is just insane. And this team is just really leveled up. And Nongshim looking pretty lost right now. Getting poked out there. Scout just trying to find some value in the side lane. But I mean, he's even with Close in terms of gold. Every other lane is behind. And now with Baron in hand, DNS should be able to find an opportunity to push the advantage. Seeing some big item spikes coming in too. Dudu's just picked up the Dusk and Dawn. So he's in a pretty strong position. And the thing is, right, you have the Scion who have one lane. King did a great job in that top lane matchup. He's still just a Scion.
Yeah, I'm sure that Kingan's like, well, I wish I could be the one playing Gwen. I mean, that was an option.
That was legitimately an option.
They had, it was Orianna Lee Sin. You could have just picked Gwen.
Yeah.
Instead, they blind picked Scion with Gwen open. And that was really what left their head scratching, and from the draft at least. And then we saw the play and we were like, oh, okay. I mean, they have kind of an answer, but eventually you're not an answer for Gwen. You're never going to be an answer for Gwen as Scion.
Yeah.
It's just one of those matchups that it's kind of just set in stone in League of Legends. And now, I mean, we got an Infernal Drake in a minute 15, but already DNS are trying to pressure as much as possible with this very early Baron they have.
And Scout is just playing the side lane. Just have TP. There are wards behind if they want to go for something crazy. Oh, Dudu's just pushing his power.
Just getting plates. And they're going to force a fight here. They are going to get Closer. Nobody really stops him. And they say, Closer, you're fine. It's okay. Big shockwave's going to hit 3, but Closer will go down as the sweep catches nobody. And Duckdom is untouched. Dudu is untouched. Although Taeyun is now getting value on the backside. He jumps in, takes out Pyoshik. It's a battle of the carries. And it looks pretty be good for the Gwen, as Taeyeon just does not have the staying power, and it is the year of doo-doo officially once again.
The hiatus is over. Year of doo-doo back on schedule. Comes into the fight. He's there to clean up when things get messy, and it's him versus Sion, and he takes that any day of the week. Kingen just gets to watch as he kills his tower in front of him.
Oh man, this is the worst feeling as Kingen.
He's sitting there. He's like, guys, I won lane.
I could have been that Gwen. That could have been me.
They find Closer because he doesn't have flash. He's immobile. It's the right target. And we have this beautiful flank that comes in because everyone moves into Peel. Scout finds this angle, gets a big divide that actually doesn't connect on anyone but creates disruption. And then Dokdam is in the melee trying to deal damage. But Scout has no cooldowns left. Doo-doo just gets in the mixer and just gets on top of Taeyeon. Taeyeon can't deal with him.
The fans are very happy with that. I mean, there's nothing really to be sad about. The one thing I noticed was that unfortunately Peter did have flash and ult available as he died.
Yeah.
And it just got bursted by Taeyeon.
You know, the thing I noticed in the second watch too is I thought Scout got a lot more value with the ult than he did.
No, he didn't.
Actually just, like, everyone just kind of split when it came in.
Yeah, he wasn't able to do much. He just kind of went in, did like a little bit of damage and then died. And
I think this is a problem as well, is that you have these two carries. So Scout goes down, and then you have one carry against the Gwen, and the Gwen is Gwen. So, you know, even though Closer went down, he got a shockwave off. Even though Dokdam went down, he did a bunch of damage before he did, and Doo-doo didn't go down. So
yeah,
it's just a struggle. Taeyeon's at a good spot in terms of his items. Like, this is a good spike for the Kai'Sa. We've been seeing the Dusk and Dawn third, makes proccing your passive really easy. But he's dealing with a level 16 Gwen who is really online at this point. Really hard to deal with. So 2.3k gold up in the matchup.
Yeah.
And you know what? I was so concerned, Brendan, that if DNS won, with how this game had started off, could I still POM Doo-doo?
You know,
Absolutely, I can.
I think you can.
And you know what? I got a secret for you, Brendan.
What's that?
I had it done it anyway.
Really?
Yeah,
well,
you did a great game 1 and 2.
I have some news for you. I would have agreed with it.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Yeah. And you know, it's looking pretty good for DNS. You and I both DNS predictors.
Oh,
did I
have TP flank coming in? Flank coming in.
Immediately curse it. They're trying to get on top of Dokdam. He's in a lot of trouble, actually. This is a good play from Lehens as they get into that backline, but the damage isn't quite sticking as now Taeyeon pushes in, and the Ezreal is down a big shockwave, but they've already taken out Dokdam. And this time it's really up to Doo-doo alone as he is going in. There's nowhere else for him to go. The needle's hit, but that is it. He only gets the one. Pyosik is down, and that is the final kill, going immediately to Taeyeon.
I don't think they have enough time to end the game here, but it's a massive team fight win for Nongshim. And the big thing, no TP on Doo-doo. He was so late to the fight. The engage comes through, the angle's found. And we watch this play out. Dokdam gets engaged on by Lehens. Lehens channels the ult to get stunned afterwards, knocked up by Kingen. The CC chain is pretty solid, and then that's when Taeyeon flies in. And the ult from Peter peels but doesn't buy time, and it's only now Doo-doo just arrives. Scout ults him forward, Taeyeon's starting to shred. He has enough damage to actually cut through him pretty quickly. And with the Kai'Sa online, they're able to clean up the fight. They need the Gwen there a lot quicker than that if they're going to win.
Yeah. We have a quote here in our prompter from Mauhaus directly. Caster Curse is real, so even he's come around, and you know what? I agree. I always have. But now we have another Baron attempt. We got TP coming in. Sponge is here. He's going to spot this one. Doo-doo, he TP's in. Whoa. And he blast cones out.
Okay. He's okay. He's fine.
He's got that shield.
Dragon's in 2 minutes, so they don't have to do anything crazy now. DNS can just play for Soul. But things are feeling a lot more even. I also want to note, I think Doo-doo was level 16 and Taeyeon was level 13. Taeyeon gained a lot of XP back in that last fight and is now only a level down on Doo-doo. Kingen's up in levels compared to Doo-doo. Nongshim are actually up in gold. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay, he's fine.
Yes. This damage from the Kai'Sa is
Taeyeon
really
has Sonya's as well.
Yeah, he's
a scary threat.
You know, this game was all about Gwen, and we were talking so much about the Gwen and the draft and everything, and Taeyeon's like, no, no, no. It's about me, actually. It's about the Kaisa. 4-item Kaisa at this point. He's feeling pretty good.
I think Taeyeon's also bought Blue Pot, so like he's fully invested in like power now.
He's going to do a bit to Peter. Dudu's going to find the angle here on Sponge, force that ult himself. The trade of ults, it's not that bad. And, you know, Dudu, he doesn't have the needles anymore, but a lot of posturing here in the front line as now the ult is going to come in. Kingen has to immediately get out. Kick! Not going to hit anyone, except the Scion, of course. As Ingo Scout, very telegraphed, and Ingo's still going to get it into him. Closer does go down. As the side moves up was pretty good on top of it. Dogdom still has angle, and Dudu is in that back line, but he's just CC'd 100-0, and Taeyeon lives almost forever. Finally goes down, but Dogdom is alone, and now Nongshim will take a huge fight and look to push and maybe end the game.
That should be enough for the death timers. I think they can just push to go for an end here. Actually, they don't think they have the time. Looks like the pings are going for the Baron.
Baron, yeah. And yeah, I
think they might be right. To be honest, Oriana's up in enough time. They only had the Azir. I think if Kaisa was one of the ones remaining, it was close. But this was a crazy fight. The kick didn't get huge value on a Kingen, but this combo from Scout plus Kingen, boom, shuffle into the knockup. Closer just gets deleted here. And then Taeyeon gets bounced around, dives away from Dudu, pops the stasis. Yoshik ends up being the one to clean him up here. But he's the only one who goes down from Nongshim. The front line just kind of brawls with everyone on the side of DNS. And now we're getting some big spikes coming in. Scout has gone for a Medjai's. We see the GA coming in for Sponge.
Medjai's for his year, yeah.
I think Dragon's going to be given up here.
Yeah, they should just take it. The Baron goes down. The Drake will go over to Nongshim. And we'll just have to wait and see what happens in the next fight, which might not be for a while. I think that Nongshim do have, obviously, the ability to go for some kind of push here with this Baron. And we'll see how they can make this happen. You see Dudu's already in the top lane, trying to put on pressure. And, you know, it just feels like Nongshim are playing these fights pretty well. You know, they're really hanging back, waiting until the threats are obvious, and then they make the play. When everybody's grouped up there with Scout and Kingen, and they had Dudu marked, they knew he was on the top side, he didn't have the needles, he wasn't as much of a threat.
Yeah.
And even though Taeyeon died, you know, he trades out with a very important member of DNS.
The carries are so strong on Nongshim. This was one of the concerns, is that if the carries were weaker or even, that, you know, if they're trading 1-for-1 or they're getting shut down, they're just not able to do enough damage. But now Taeyeon and Scout are actually pumping damage. And it's taking so much effort just to take down one of them.
Double Zhonya's. We got Rylai's as well for the Azir, and it's difficult for them to really kill them. You have 3 threats, but you have to commit with your Gwen. It feels like, you know, the Rel Oriana combo's not really working out so well for DNS.
Closer's not doing that much damage to the front line.
Yeah.
Dogdam's and Ezreal with the pen, he's not doing that much damage to the front line. Gwen shreds, but, you know, Dudu's been on these items for a while. He hasn't really gotten anything new in quite some time, so
he's probably gonna get an inhibitor turret. So trading an inner for Dudu getting an inhibitor turret against Baron. Maybe they don't get the full inhibitor turret, but Dudu's still gonna get away, especially with all these disengage cones. And actually now looking for the engage themselves. Pyosik trying to slow them down, looking for Lahens, but the headbutt comes in, and I think it's just a little bit too much of a reach.
Yeah, not able to find the angle there.
Not really the most impactful Baron push we've seen.
Yeah. I think the game's just in a very tense position. They got the Dragon off it, right? Which is pretty good. But the game, I think both teams feeling the pressure quite a bit right now. Void Staff has been completed for Taeyeon. So he's shredding. There isn't even that much MR on the side of DNS, which is surprising considering how heavy AP Nongshim is.
Yeah.
This is like a full AP Kaisa. But they just haven't really opted into that much magic resist in the builds.
They get another turret, so...
Okay, starting to get the pressure now.
2 turrets.
Dudu in the side lane does hit level 18.
You know, I'm glad we spent a lot of this day with very obvious outcomes in games. And then now we finally get to like the finale, where the game is really close.
And not obvious at all.
You don't know who's going to win this one.
Like, Nongshim are favored right now, but I just think it's definitely not clear-cut. At all.
Yeah, I mean, Peter could still hit a huge ult. He's certainly looking for one. They're trying to chase them down. Feels like DNS's MO now is like, if you see anyone out of position, just poke and push them away. Yeah. Don't allow them to group up. It might work, especially before this Drake comes up in 1:45. So for now, just kind of pushing waves. But still very good vision control from the side of Nongshim. They're, realizing that they are ahead and they want to try to push this advantage as much as possible.
I think if you keep them trapped in the base, it's very hard to see an angle for DNS to contest Dragon. Just struggling to get vision outside. It's only third for Nongshim, right? So it's not like an end of the world, but if the game keeps stalling on like this, it's feeling really bad if you're just never able to access outside of the base. Baron is in the same time though, so I think chances are Nongshim have to give up some area of the map. Kingen is level 20, yeah. He also has almost 6,000 health. Just a little bit tanky.
Yeah. He's got good resistances as well, kind of covers both sides. Over 200 armor and MR.
Yeah. Okay, they are trying to push out a little bit into the jungle here, but they are getting swept.
Ooh. Gotta be careful.
Not fun, that amount of damage.
Yeah. Remember old Kaisa, where that was the build? You're just like poke Kaisa.
Yeah.
And the enemy team doesn't
think of like remember old Corki?
Oh god.
No, shouldn't remind me.
That was awful.
Okay, I think definitely main characters here are Taeyun. I think goes without saying. But also, just Taeyun and Dudu right now, I think are the main characters in this fight.
Yeah. I feel like Peter as well. Like, I want to see him have a good engage, because we haven't really seen it yet. I mean, early in the game, sure, but not on a big late game team fight. As we're getting Banshees taken away, we're getting a lot of poke in already. As that is the big slam already into Peter. He is extremely low, and all this damage is only hitting Kingen. So for Nongshim, I mean, yeah, Taeyun actually did take a bit of damage himself. And they're just going to try to burst this one down. Might get a bit flippy here, as Peter, he is not really a factor anymore. And they're just going to give it away.
The poke is too much, forced away. Dragon given over. It's not sold for Nongshim, but it does stall the game out further. And Dude's in trouble. TP coming in, he's TPing out.
TP. And that's... He got over the wall, he saw the ward, and he's like, oh, well, either I TP or I'm probably just dead, so.
Yeah, oh, they're going straight for Baron, though.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of damage with their Fed carries.
They actually would do it pretty fast, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Pure shape? Okay, never mind. They're not. It was a TP. It's a long cooldown TP, though, from the... They burned both the TPs on the side of...
He wants something. And maybe it's going to be Lahens. Doesn't pull the trigger. I mean, this game is so close. Like, you could see both sides are like, they want to commit to something, but...
I mean, getting any sum, everyone has their flashes up, right? Getting any summoner would be so big here. Just even like a flash of an Alistair would be huge. I thought they were going to find an angle there, trap him in the pit, maybe kick a Scion into him. They got both the TPs from Nongshim, including that super long cooldown Scion TP, which is very significant, but unfortunately unable to find more. And I think it's because you burnt Gwen TP, it's not like Gwen can just sit in a side lane and pressure. Now, it's sold for both teams in 3.5 minutes, a bit over that. So that's kind of putting a bigger timer on the game. We do see Scout has gone Shadow Flame, so not opting to finish Rabadons here. Kind of skimping out and being like, I need power now. Not confident the game's going to extend to the point he'll get a Rabadons.
Yeah. Might end up being a good call.
He also doesn't have Void Staff.
Yeah. Well, at least they have a Kaisa that has one.
Yeah. I mean, they don't have anyone who's like crazy tanky, but there will be a decent amount of resists. Like just Gwen naturally.
It's just on vision up here. And, I mean, he is Lee Sin.
He dodges. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, that was very close. As they're trying to wrap around here, but again, he's Lee Sin. So you're not really getting anything except putting yourself in an awkward spot here as Nongshim. Now they have to wrap around.
This is delicate.
This is like ring around the rosy.
Both teams just jostling for position, you know. I have to remind you, neither team is out if they lose this, but you can see the pressure really on. They don't want to go to that elimination match.
Yeah.
That best of 5. They want to win here.
It's exhausting too. You got to come back to the studio. You got to play potentially 5 games against DRX. You don't know where you're going to get there. Exhaust goes in onto Dudu. That's not really going to find anything. They find Scout. They got him. They got him into his Zonias. But no follow-up. There's the flash. Scout now going in on a Pyoshik, but that is one scoop onto only Pyoshik, and now Sponge is alone. And Nongsum are kind of falling apart at the seams, just trying to escape at this point. And maybe that's some Baron pressure here from DNS. Definitely map pressure as they start up the Baron.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, right? They get some flashes, they get the Zhonya's from Scout, but no kills. No kills. And now Nongsum going to reapproach, and the poke from Taeyun is so scary, by the way, on this Baron.
Yeah.
Closer, look at his health.
I mean, they're getting so low here, but Kingen trying to frontline. He's getting low himself. He's just basically dead. He ults, he flashes, he gets away. Smite's just come down here. A little bit late, they do get it though. Sponge zoned away. He's going into the GA. And now it's all about the Duckdown show. As Sponge not able to get out of this one. In goes Taeyun trying to burst down Dudu. Not able to, but a 4-man knockup comes in from Lahens. Taeyun's still alive, still on the chase, but it's really just him.
Oh, the W!
And Scout goes in as well. He's just gonna get so much value onto so many members, but now it's only Taeyun as he is on the escape. Pyoshik getting huge value on the Lee Sin. Does not
Duckdown!
And Duckdown! One more Q would do it!
Oh, he's gonna die!
1 Q. There it is, perfectly timed, and Duckdown seals the deal in the fight.
And Taeyun's dead for longer than the Dragon Spawn. So this should mean Soul for DNS. They get the Baron, and this should mean Soul. This fight was crazy. So many things.
Close.
So the Needlewick actually comes back off cooldown for Dudu. He used it previously. Sponge went down in his GA. Dudu's on this flank with the Needlewick. Gets knocked up here. They try and pressure him. Taeyun goes for him, but the Shroud comes up, and that keeps him alive. The W doesn't connect. Actually hits Duckdown here. He tries to flash and chase him, but then he snipes him on the back end. Oh. And then here, look at Duckdown, these mystic shots he lands. He gets that one on Scout, second one on Scout, another on Taeyun. These skill shots landing are so vital on the Ezreal here. He just keeps connecting them. With the Endless Hunger, his cooldowns are so short.
Man.
This Ezreal play, just crazy.
Crazy stuff from Duckdown.
And now Taeyun's still dead, and Dragon is spawned now, so it's just gone.
Soul. Yeah, it's Infernal Soul here for DNS. And I want you guys to keep in mind, this game is not over. Like, Nongsum still could somehow win this. It's not, again, DNS are favored, but, like, this is a really close game. Like, even Scout getting huge value right before he died. I think he killed 2 people. As he dashed in, got the shield, got an auto, got another kill. That's Lahens. Once the angle, not gonna go for it. But yeah, Baron only for another minute. And you can see that DNS not really willing to dive at this point. It is just too close.
And now with the Infernal Soul, that extra damage with champions like an Ezreal really starts to hit. You connect a Mystic Shot onto a squishy member.
Yeah, not Sign.
Yeah. Taeyun does have Rabadons though, so those Void Seekers are a major threat. That poke has been the MO from Nongsum. I do think more magic resist from DNS will really help take the edge off. Because this is such a magic damage heavy composition from Nongsum.
Yeah, I mean, we have Banshee's Veil for closer. Maybe we can get some more for some of the other members.
I think Duckdown is going Bloodthirster, because just the sustain is more important than the shield. We have more for Pyoshik, which is pretty good. I think Dudu's just going damage, which is fair enough.
You got a Zhonya's as well, 4th item, so that can help at times. Obviously not MR, but...
So, yeah, kind of hard for some of them to optimize a ton of MR. Actually, he went GA instead of the Bloodthirster.
Yeah, I mean, with how close the fights are, maybe.
And now Scout sold his Magi's and went a bit balloon. So he has some pen now,
that's a good
which is important. Yeah.
So Rabadon, 6th item.
Well, I think he sells Shadow Flame later and get it if he gets enough money. He's a while away, I assume. Definitely the game has swung into the DNS side at this point.
Definitely has.
But it's still, you know, we've seen it go back and forth many a time in this game.
It's still a really close game. Like, yes, 2 inhibitors are down. DNS trying to push here for the third. And, I mean, the Ezreal is chunking so much.
TP back. They need to defend this third inhibitor.
Yeah, mid lane as well is being pushed in.
Ooh,
the Void Seekers are not hitting.
If they miss, it's huge because you don't get the cooldown refund when they miss, so it buys you so much time.
Yep. And yeah, Scout kind of has to play both sides here, mid and top. And thankfully for his sake, the wave's not quite synced up.
Yeah, Pioshik tanked that one, but it does mean it's back available. That one just, well, I don't know where that was going, but...
Swing and a miss. So yeah, I mean, they still have Azir. Like, they can still chop down, and if they don't have Baron, okay, Sponge went through vision, so he's just gonna have to flash away. Kind of awkward there, but...
Okay, good summon to pick up there from taking that flash away from Sponge. Also, I mean, Baron's up in a minute, and Nongshim on red side, so approaching going to be difficult without your jungler having flash. I think they've kind of made the conclusion, guys, it's going to be hard to set up for this. Our support has no more wards left. Let's back away, reset, get vision, re-establish control. They have super minions pushing in bot and mid, so playing for Baron should be easy, and you don't even need the Baron, you just need to bait Nongshim over to it and get control, because I think with the state of Nongshim's base, you don't want to give over Baron, or the game might just be fried, and Dudu just picked up Rabadon, so he is... Okay, I say he is. He already was a problem, but he is hitting, going beyond critical mass, if we're being honest.
Yeah, he's going to be such a sticky threat. There have been a lot of fights where he kind of gets burst out, but with Rabadon's, like...
Scout has his Rabadons.
Yeah.
So he sold his Shadow Flame, he got his Rabadon, so...
So everybody's getting a hat. We got 4 hats.
Yeah.
Well, that hat. We have other hats as well. Spectral Cowl, you know.
The adaptive, the Jack shows, like, it used to be adaptive when it looked a bit different.
Yep. Dudu's on the flank. He's been pretty good about his positioning, with always threatening on the flank. There's really never a good option for Nongshim to tag him, and now he's just going to push top.
Yeah, he has TP as well, so he's actually kind of hard to collapse onto.
All right.
Oh, well, they're going for Baron.
We're just going to start it. They say we cannot wait. We have to make something happen. As they're looking, the kick! It's going to get onto Taeyun as well, and he's dead! Pioshik finds the angle and puts them in the ground. As Scout is still alive, he finally goes down, and that's both carries out of this game. Ducked up, full health, red buff, full build, and this game is over. DNS will win it 2-1 and move on to the playoffs. What a huge performance from them to come back in this series.
What a beautiful kick at the end. You know, it was such a tense game, so back and forth, and the final play was just like a firecracker, just exploded out. The execution around the Baron, they find the pick on the 80 carry, the Fed 80 carry. But honestly, even if they didn't, Dudu was already there. He knew what time it was. It was a year of Dudu, and it was his time to end the game, end the series, and make their way to playoffs. DN Supers, think about how many struggles this team had last year. Think how many series they won last year. Not many. And now they're going to the LCK Cup playoffs.
It's LCK Cup. It's a fantastic start. They got a new bot lane and a new mid lane, and they are looking to make waves. And, you know, I think a very suitable dark horse. They get through KT, they get through Nongshim, and Nongshim's a strong team. You know, I don't know how far exactly they can go. You know, can they take down a Genji or T1? Probably not. They're kind of in a tier of their own, but gotta celebrate them when you can. Peter, honestly, didn't have his best highlight performance, but a win's a win, and he's happy with that. That's totally fine.
I think the thing we said about them last year was that it definitely felt like they were worse in the sum of their parts. Like, all these players, we knew they were capable of more. I think what's really telling is the fact that, you know, Dudu and Pioshik, we're part of that roster last year and are playing so much better now. Like, it felt like something wasn't gelling, something wasn't right.
Yeah.
We're seeing them start to gel now. You know, we've changed a couple of the pieces. We got a refresh. Pioshik had some great plays in this series, and Dudu, I mean, I think, you know, a couple of good plays, you know?
Some.
I could think of a few here or there.
I saw a couple moments. Not this one.
Not this
Close
this
your
one.
eyes.
You know, the hiatus was It was felt.
It was real.
Also
Oh no.
You know what? Just that was a bit of a throwback for the fans from last year.
Yeah.
Little bit of a throwback for the ones who sat through some great moments. But they got it together. And it was chaotic. There was definitely moments where I was thinking, hey, if Nongshim brought this back, this moment in particular, Taeyun flying in due to a little late to the fight, they really had to battle through to get this victory.
Yeah.
And to make it into playoffs. And sure, Nongshim will have a second chance, right? They have another opportunity to make it, but I think
they should
the
be very
confidence,
favored against DRX.
They will be, but I think the confidence boost of making it as the first seed, and also it's going to reflect because when you go into playoffs, you know, there will be a selection process from the team who's already seeded there.
Yeah.
And you really don't want to go in there and teams thinking you're the weakest team, because then you will be selected, as happened to DRX by Dplus, and obviously it did not end well for them in that series.
Now just watch Pyoshik and just watch the kick. This is how they win. Gets the Q down, and it's just over.
Yeah, and Peter coming in with the ult meant there was no chance to Zhonya's for Taeyun. It was really difficult. He was ready to Zhonya's the Sonic Wave recast, and then he got CC'd by Peter. And you know what? We get the Peter hype. Nice!
Yeah.
And that's the thing, they only had to stall them. They only had to stall them. They probably would have had that, but they managed to find the team fight win. Dr. Am doing crazy damage. I think, honestly, the Xayah game was pretty rough, so it's nice he had the bounce-back redemption game to come through.
Yeah. I like how we're here and there seeing the big glimpses of what Dr. Am and Peter are both capable of. I just, you know, they're not as consistent as they were at the end of the KT year last year, but we know what these guys can do. And if they really lock in, like, this is a contender. These guys are actually good.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, again, you know, already since we first saw them in the LCK Cup, I feel like they've been coming a long way with any new team, and especially one where there was clearly a lot of struggles last year with the top and jungle and the rest of the team. It's going to take time. Yeah, it's a year to do. I mean, it was a no-brainer.
666 on the Gwen. Also, his Rek'Sai game was actually really good. Like, this KDA is not going to be great because they lost, but obviously the Rumble was the big one.
I think obviously there were some rough moments in the Gwen game at the start, but I think that also just tells the tale of how he bounced back, right? Even through the tough times, he remains strong.
No story is interesting if it's like, oh, they just win always, you know? They're always on top.
It's the hero's journey, you know? It's compelling for a reason.
Yeah. It's Zonx's favorite thing, actually, the hero's journey. He loves movies that have the hero's journey and really dig into that, especially like the Iradudu.
I do love the Iradudu, you know? And I'm fine with them using a narrative device in that, which may be a little bit overused.
So we might get the Year of Dudu against the Year of Vikla. That could be a matchup that we have.
That would be cool.
We'll have to see if that does happen. As Dudu very obviously does win the POM. Should be 13 out of 13. I actually didn't see the vote for Showmaker earlier. Was that 13 out of 13?
No, there was some jungle votes.
Okay. Well, anything is possible.
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe Dudu doesn't get 100% of the votes. Maybe Dokdang gets some for his Ezreal, but we're going to have to wait and see, guys. As we are done here, let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation. We have Dudu on the side of DN Supers. Congratulations!
팬분들의 환호성이 정말 엄청납니다. 오늘 플레이오프 진출과 함께 두두 선수의 이번 LCK
You've advanced to the playoffs, and this is your first LCK Cup POM. How do you feel? Well, to be honest, for today, after losing Game 1, it was really difficult, you know, during Game 2 when we were thinking about how are we going to come back. It felt like, you know, it felt almost hopeless, but I felt like, you know, as long as we win this time, we would actually be able to win Game 3. So I'm really glad that it worked out. And just yesterday, you actually 2-0'd KT to advance, and you just defeated Nongshim too. You had a comeback from a 10k gold deficit, and it was actually a reverse sweep today. So what did your coaching staff try to achieve, and what did you mainly prepare for?
네, 그냥 밤코진 분들의 어떤 노력이 있었고 선수분들은
mainly
오늘
for
어떤 점을
today's
중점적으로
match.
생각하셨는지가 궁금합니다.
아, 네. 그냥 저희가 좀 연습 과정에서도 좀 포기.
I think in the practice process, we try to make sure that we don't give up. And even if we are starting from behind and we are at a disadvantage, we wanted to make sure that we don't give up or forfeit. And I think it was just all the encouragement from our coaching staff that actually led us to this point where we actually don't want to give up until the very end. In game 2, your rumble was absolutely supers, and despite the difficult early game, you grew fast to turn things around. So is it that playing carry picks gives you confidence? I think Rumble as a champion, I think there's a lot that he can do in the early game. He's actually very high damage output, and I think it's definitely well-rounded for me to play him. And in game 3, you played Gwen, and the enemy top lane actually took Ignite, and there was some mishap in the early gaming phase, laning phase, but what did you think of that? I think this is sort of like a scrim moment because we had lack of data. No, I was just thinking, it's just a Scion, I guess I'll just play it out, but I actually got punished from that and I got flustered, but in the end, there are some limitations to every champion, and I think that's just something that I had identified from Scion. And for Gwen, I think I just had to play it out and, try to focus on playing out calmly and make sure that I do my part during the team fight. So my teammates were also trying to calm me down too. And yeah, as the game time extended, what was something that you tried to focus on? Well, no matter what, I tried to take a kill or a pick from the team fight. And I think we were able to get back in the game and retrieve our edge in the game while we were able to, get back to that. Getting every pick actually helped build that moment. And so everyone's noticing how much you've improved. So do you feel like you're growing as a player? I do believe that there's not much that you can do as a top player, but I think during team fights, like the second Drake fight, or any sort of team fights after that, I think we just try to distribute the opportunities to grow and scale during team fights so that we can all scale together. So now DN Supers will meet the top teams. So who do you expect to meet next? I think no matter which team we face, it really comes back to us. I think I want to make sure that regardless of the outcome, whether we win or lose, I want to make sure that we have a satisfying match. And DN Supers had gone through so much last season, but now you have made it to the playoffs and you saw all those fans crying, right? What mindset will you play with for the next match? As we came into the play-ins, we actually were able to turn the spirit around, and I think we actually have a really good position and momentum going into the playoffs. Now, I hope that we prepare hard so that the fans can cheer us on for as long as we stay in the playoffs. And that's the end of the interview with Dudu, and back to the desk. Thank you.
After a very long series, please put the ayayas and thank yous in the chat for Deer and Unpinned for that translation and that interview with Dudu as the DN Automotive Supers. They will finish at lowest, 6th. And for a team that was not only terrible last year in the LCK, but one of the worst teams in the world, for the closing play here to solidify their position, coming from the two players that learned and kind of suffered through that, Pyosik and Dudu, it has to feel good. And again, the fact that this team used the least amount of coach voices during the tournament other than T1 and Hanwha. Odin prepared the team for this moment, and we've seen them trip over it many times, and you could say it was messy, you could say it was ugly, but they got the job done. Congratulations to the DN Automotive Supers. You are 5th and into the playoffs of the LCK Cup.
Amazing.
Yeah, I do think that that final call was something that last year's Freaks wouldn't have been able to do, right? Like, they wouldn't have been able to realize how to handle the Baron by just ignoring it, basically delaying and looking for the end win con with Dudu's Gwen. Like, they played through the sideline really well. Sure, Dudu got solo killed by Sion. Everyone remembers that. It was funny. Pyosik got caught under the turret by a charged Q, but when it came down to the most stressful part of the game, the most tense part of the game, they made the right calls, they made the right choices, and that's alone in itself improvement. And we're still in February here. There's a whole year of LCK to come.
Yeah, it was a really good macro game just in general. The reason why they could actually hold the game, even though they lost the team fight, like they stacked the Drake earlier on, so they had the momentum to keep the game in. And I think just in general, they're just really good on reading the meta right now. It's all about the objective, but also you have the side lane that you mentioned. I think the Dudu pushing the top lane at the last moment was crucial, and I think that was most important part of this series.
All right, you saw the predictions earlier. Let's take a look at the POM from this one. It was Dudu in the top lane getting it. And yes, shout out to Pyosik for the play there. And Right Media giving a quick shot there to Duckdom, who didn't have lots of opportunity to play Game 3.
I mean, there was definitely moments, I think, for all 5 players in this series for DNS, but the Rumble game and the Gwen side laning for me was what pushed me over the edge for Dudu. I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided, but I think a lot of people really remembering that Rumble game, side lane, win game. That is kind of what Dudu did for a lot of that Game 3, which ultimately led them to the victory. Basic, again today.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Ox, he literally said...
Basic again from Ox as well. Yeah, he did it earlier as well.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. He pulled off insane game on Rumble and Gwen, so it's respectful. But for me, I want to give shout out to Pyosik because I think every single plays that DNS make is all from Pyosik. I think I remember the game 2 when they were really far behind. He just spent so much time on the bot lane. He invested his time and kind of gambled it a little bit, but I think that was the winning moment, So I think we have to give some credit to Pyosik here.
Yeah, we heard all the comms going off. Cloud Templar also giving his over to Pyosik. 3 Lee Sin Goats in my Tijijik Lol Park. Myself, Helios, and Pyosik. And Pyosik is the leader. What's wrong?
I mean, I agree with Helios and Pyosik, but I don't know. Cloud Templar? We'll see.
Classic.
Too bad Insect wasn't here,
Yeah. If it was a Mumu, for sure. All right. Let's see. Who else that we had on the comments? Helios going with Dudu. Dudu's Dureem-like play.
Whoa. It's not a Dudu comment without a little wordplay.
Just a little, punniness.
What kills Dudu makes him stronger. Umpty is really starting to ramp up.
Right?
He's ramping up in these comments.
Can you
a little bit too poetic early, but now I'm starting to feel it.
Wait, what is this?
Cristiano Ronaldo's birthday is February 5th. Dudu's Palm's Day is February 7th. Coincidence? I think not.
Pony, I was really with you on the early
What do you
comment,
mean?
This time I think coincidence, actually, yes. I do think this is just a coincidence. I'm not really sure how the two are related.
I mean, I think he just watched the random shorts from Cristiano Ronaldo. And
you know what? You are trying to discredit Pony's ability of history, right? He teaches us all the time about history across multiple different topics.
I don't need to
now he's talking ball.
I don't need
and you're hating on
talking
a ball.
ball
Did you know Cristiano Ronaldo's birthday before this comment right here? No. Pony.
Not one of my Facebook friends. I didn't remember.
Facebook is like Instagram for boomers. What did? I don't know if you. Let's take a look at the bracket here after that victory for the DN Automotive Supers. They move on. They're in. Well, Dplus KIA. That's your 4th and 5th seed, which means there's 1 spot left. DRX and Nongshim. And will DRX make it 4 teams of Rise last year in the playoffs? They could do it. It could be possible.
By the way, it's BO5, so it's longer series, and I think Nongshim has better chance on this one.
I tend to agree. However, I don't think anything is certain. I don't think anything that we expect to happen will come true. Exactly. I think there's going to be some variance. I think there's going to be some volatility. I think there's going to be some bad drafts. There's going to be some interesting drafts. I'm hoping for some well-prepared strategies, some good compositions, and hopefully a little bit cleaner League of Legends than I saw today and yesterday.
No, it's gonna go game 5. I know. I can see it.
This is why LCK production is the best. G-Sun is asking us right now to lock in our predictions for fun, and she knows that Wolf hates doing that without thinking.
She can ask, and I can politely refuse. I can politely refuse.
I mean, I can call it now. 3-0 Nongshim.
You just said it's gonna go 5.
No, I don't trust myself anymore. So, oh, can you, Wolf?
3-2 Nongshim.
Okay.
Oh.
3-2 Nongshim. I'll lock it in.
Bam.
I don't like it, but I'll do it. I was asked to do it. I'll do it.
I'm not here tomorrow, so if I just stall long enough.
There's zoom in.
Oh, no.
There's zoom in.
I'm not looking at the camera, so I don't feel the pressure.
You're the host. You have the responsibility.
Oh, I looked at the camera.
Do it! Spin it out!
Nongshim, Noodle Boys, make it on in. Oh. All right. There you have. No flip-flopping. Okay, maybe flip-flopping. Who knows? I won't be here tomorrow. Valdez will have the couch, Atlas on the call, and we will have a great best of 5 for you to close out the play-ins. It's the play-in finals on Sunday. We'll see you in less.
Finals!
Bye-bye!